Well, a very good morning and welcome to Hove for day one of this county championship match between Sussex and Derbyshire. I hope we're going out live on the stream. Yes, we are. There they are, waving at the top of the Spenkarma Pavilion. And all two of them. So we've got two listeners. And the chuckling you can hear in the background. So I'm delighted as ever to welcome to Hove is Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby. Always a pleasure to see you, Fletch. You should be on. You can't hear yourself, and the reason is because...
There we are.
That's it.
That's me. Morning, everybody. Yeah, no, it's always good to be here, no matter which socket I'm plugged into. And I will have to go and do an update, so all as I will tell is Derbyshire listeners, well, all listeners, but listeners particularly interested in Derbyshire, that they've made one change to the side that beat Glamorgan for their first win at Derby for 1,803 days, and their first win in the county championship in 26 matches. Darren Dupavalon comes in for Nick Potts. I'm told the reason is that because we're using a Kookaburra ball, he plays in South Africa, he is used to playing with a Kookaburra ball, and he took 5 wickets for the seconds on Monday as well, so he should be brimming full of confidence. Because rather alarmingly, they're going to have a bowl first, Adrian.
And actually, just before you skip off, Dave, it's, you know, I know Derbyshire haven't had a great season, but they've won a game. I mean, they come in, there's nothing to lose for Derbyshire this week. No,
nothing to lose between now and the end of the season. Absolutely not. They should be brimful of confidence. They've won 2 in a row because they beat Durham in the last game in the 50-over competition as well, up at Chester Street, when they narrowly failed to qualify for the knockout stages of that particular competition. So yeah, Zach Chappell, who's going to open the bowling from the Cromwell Road end, has been in terrific form. Pat Brown is starting to look like a red ball bowler. Dupavalon has been unlucky at times, and he'll be useful. So yeah, Jack Morley on loan from Lancashire, the left-arm spinner. So it's a decent bowling attack.
It is a decent bowling attack, and it's a decent-looking side as well. So we'll run through the toe sides. Just from a Sussex point of view, just the one change from the side that got beaten last week up at Yorkshire. Henry Crocombe coming into the side for Sean Hunt. The news from the middle is that Derbyshire won the toss and decided to bowl first. The wicket is the same wicket that was used for the game against Gloucestershire earlier on this season, which was a result wicket, which is good news. And just turn our FX microphone up slightly. And I was going to say something else. Oh yes, and there are 14 mils of grass left on the pitch. Anyway, Zach Chappell is going to come in down the hill from the Cromwell Road and bowls to Daniel Hughes, who plays down the offside of the track, and there is no run. And just so that people know, in this round of matches, and indeed the next game here against Glamorgan, and Derbyshire's next game as well, we will be using the Kookaburra ball, which we were discussing here in the commentary box. The jury is out a little bit on the Kookaburra ball, isn't it, from earlier on in the season? Does it mean you get games of cricket that rather drift? It's very difficult for bowlers to take wickets, but nonetheless, that's what everybody is doing in this and the next round of matches, as Chappell is in around the wicket, bowls, and Daniel Hughes looking to swing the ball away on the leg side. A very un-Daniel Hughes shot, and the ball rattles through into the gloves of Brooke Guest, the wicket keeper. So Dave Fletcher, BBC Radio Derby. Nikki Chowdhury is our third voice here this week. So good to see Nikki again. And we've got a young aspiring journalist in the commentary box as well, Ethan Bentz, who's with us today, watching what we do. In comes Chappell bowls, and Hughes defends down the onside of the track, and there is no run. Just in terms of getting in touch with us, the Sussex emails are up and running. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Be lovely to hear from you throughout the game. The umpires, just so everybody knows who the officials are: Paul Baldwin, And Ian Blackwell currently standing at the far end of the ground at the Cromwell Road end, Paul Baldwin at square leg. And the match referee is Steve Davis. As in comes Chapel Bowles, and this time Hughes just lets that one go outside of the off stump, taken by Brooke Guest, and there is no run. At the field, there are 3 slips, a gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. For those of you who don't particularly know Hove, the wicket is cut away to the clock tower scoreboard side of the ground, so there is a relatively short boundary on the clock tower side of the ground, which will tell you there's quite a long boundary going out to the main pavilion. As in comes at Chapel Bowles, Hughes covers up, plays down the offside of the track, and there is no run. I think the feeling is, with a bit of grass on the pitch, and this is something that Sussex like, that it brings the slip cordon into play. Also feeling perhaps with a pitch that's used for a championship match earlier on this season, there may be a bit of spin in the pitch later on, which is, we'll have to see how that one works out, and could be another reason, and maybe for Derbyshire electing to bowl first this morning on the most lovely day here at Hove. And Chapel is in around the wicket, bowls, and the first runs of the match as Daniel Hughes punches that away through the covers. The outfield is really quick, the ball racing across the outfield. The field won't get there. I think that was Harry Kame who was chasing the ball out towards the cover boundary. Didn't quite stop it, and Daniel Hughes is on his way with the boundary. So 1 over gone, 4 without loss. Derbyshire having won in the toss and decided to bowl first. As I say, barely a cloud in the sky. We can see the flags of both counties fluttering away on the clock tower scoreboard. So there's a pleasant breeze, and it couldn't be better, really, Dave.
Absolutely stunning. It was noticeable yesterday. I got in the car. I live in the northwest. Got in the car yesterday morning about 9:30, 9:45, 13 degrees. Got out of the car at Hove, 29 degrees. Yeah, welcome to the south.
Funny enough, I spoke to a colleague of ours, Scott Reed, up in Lancashire yesterday. I said, "How are you, Scott?" He said, "Well, I'm just going to take the dog out." He said, "But it's pouring with rain." I said, "Oh, it's nice down here."
Yeah, chucking it down when I left. So here's Darren Dupavalon bowling up the hill from the sea end. Umpire Baldwin, Paul Baldwin at our end, and former Derbyshire man Ian Blackwell at square leg. He's going to be bowling to Tom Haynes. Sussex 4 without loss. Around the wicket to the left-hander with 3 slips in place, and he defends this one out into the offside. It's Harry Kame at mid-off who does the fielding. So the slip cordon is very much the Derbyshire slip cordon. The South African sandwiched between 2 Welshmen, David Lloyd, Wayne Madsen, and Nyron Donald, with Anuj Dal at point. Pat Brown bowled really nicely against Glamorgan last week. He's at cover. Harry Kame at mid-off. As Dupavalon is in, and that one is defended again into the offside. Didn't go very far that time, the ball, and Anuj Dal comes racing in. If you think we're at the dentist's, we're not. there is a drill in.
Do you know, the last time we were here, there was a drill as well, which was really quite annoying. I think it's probably outside of the ground somewhere. You can hear it in our effects mic.
We'll put up with it.
Yeah.
I'm sure it won't be on all day. Lewis Rees is at mid-on, Jack Morley at mid-wicket, and down at long leg it's Zach Chappell as Dupavalon is in again around the wicket. That one's on his pads and turned into the leg side. Off those pads for Mr. Baldwin. A leg by. There we go, 5 without loss. It's sometimes awkward at home. That's the one thing that's awkward at home. Nothing else is awkward at all. But the umpires, of course, signal towards the Spen Karma Pavilion because that's where the scorers are. So you can miss the odd, or I can. I'm just making excuses nice and early because the view that we've got is sensational. I'm in a very, very fine, or very straight rather, mid-off to the left-handers. Hughes just marks his guard. He's going to face Dupavalon for the first time halfway through the second over of the day, and he goes in, the South African, and that one cut back incredibly, and it turned into a very good leave from Hughes. That one really jagged back. De Pavillon is walking back to his mark. He's still got his hands on his head. He is, of course, used to playing with the Kookaburra ball, being a South African. Well, they use it in their domestic cricket.
Controversial, isn't it?
I think it's a complete waste of time.
With
If I'm entirely honest, but that's one way of putting it. Yeah.
Yeah, get off that fence, Fletch.
Why has it been inflicted on us? We're perfectly happy with the Dukes. Certainly were last week. Du Pavillon is in again, and this time it's guided down towards the backward point region. Anuj Dal gives chase. They're going to come back for a second. Hughes almost forgot to ground his bat at the non-strikers end to complete the first run, but he did it in the end. And they get through for 2-7 without loss in the second over. Yeah, not really. I mean, the rationale is that the test bowlers can use it in the county championship. Well, there's a test match going on at the moment, so there's not many I mean, obviously you've got Ollie Robinson, but there are not many test bowlers playing in the county championship at the moment, I would suggest. Du Pavillon in again and bowls, and that one's it's jagged back again. How is it not hit either his pads or the stumps? That's a terrific first over from Darren Du Pavillon. 7 without loss, Sussex, but 2 deliveries. The 4th and 6th of the over really jagged back. That's a terrific start for Du Pavillon, who, as I said earlier, picked up 5 wickets playing for the Seconds on Monday. In fact, that game hasn't finished yet, but he and Harry Moore were withdrawn from that game and brought down to Hove. Nick Potts missing out. That's why Du Pavillon is playing. The South African has been struggling with a bit of an ankle injury in recent weeks. They've sort of been nursing him through it. He is there only overseas now. But that was a good over.
It certainly was. You have to explain during the over, Dave, because it sort of you gave the statistics of Derbyshire's first win. As in comes Chappell round the wicket, bowls, and Haynes is forward, plays back down the track, and there is no run. So you said the first win for Derbyshire. Did you say 1,000 days?
At Derby.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, they hadn't won since September 2019 when they beat a team called Sussex.
I remember that
by 151 runs.
Yeah.
So yeah. The win last week was the first win since then, which was pre-COVID. I mean, it's a long time ago.
And I think
Boris Johnson was the Prime Minister. Taylor Swift was number 1. You know, it was such a long time ago.
Chappell bowls and Haynes plays and misses outside of the off stump, taken by Brooke Guest, and there is no. And if I remember rightly, Derbyshire won that in 3 days as well.
Yes, I think you're right. Lewis Rees got 150. So he got a big century anyway. Lewis Rees in that match,
right? From
memory. Yes, it was it was 26 county championship matches without a win, going back to July 2022 when they won at New Road in Worcester.
Chappell with 3 slips and a gully in place around the wicket, bowls to Haynes, who flicks this down to fine legs. A good sliding stop down in front of us by Darren Du Pavillon. I'm going to struggle with that, Dave.
No, you're not. That was perfect.
Right. Well, he stopped it, and just a single to Tom Haynes. He goes, that's his first run, 8 without loss.
4 of this team, the Derbyshire team, only 4 had ever won a game of first-class cricket at Derby before last Sunday.
I'm trying to think. So I'm trying to think who would have played in that game against Derby. So Lewis Rees would have played.
Yes.
I guess Wayne Madsen would have
yes.
done. In comes Chappell, bowls, a lovely shot by Daniel Hughes. He's savage. Well, anything that's over pitched, Daniel Hughes, and he absolutely belted that away through the covers for 4 runs. For his second boundary, he goes to 10, and Sussex to 12 without loss. Anuj Dal would have played in that game?
Yes, this is exceptional work, Adrian. You'll never get the last one.
No, who wouldn't have been playing in that game? Oh.
You won't get the 4th. Well, if you do get the 4th one, I will give you a gold star.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It's the sort of joker in the pack.
Okay. I'll let you tell us, Dave.
Well, it's David Lloyd. He was playing for Glamorgan, and he actually won a game of first-class cricket at Derby.
How interesting. Here comes Chappell round the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Hughes, plays the mid on, and there is no run. But, you know, I look down this Derbyshire side, and I'm in this, you know, Lewis Rees, Harry Kane, Brooke Guest, Wayne Madsen, David Lloyd, and Aaron Donald, who you know, started off his career so well down at Glamorgan, and used Dahl as a final rounder. Zach Chappell, you know, Jack Morley, good spinner on loan from Lancashire. You know, Pat Brown, who was at Worcestershire and was the next best thing, wasn't he? I mean, 3 or 4 years ago.
In white ball
cricket.
white ball cricket, absolutely, he's been sensational in white ball cricket.
You know, it's a good side.
First class.
In comes Chappell, bowls, and a good take down the leg side by Brooke Guest. There was a stifled appeal, but not from keeper or bowler. End of the 3rd over of the morning. Sussex batting first have been put in this morning by Derbyshire, are 12 without loss. Hughes on 10, Haynes on a single.
But more pertinently, Adrian, this promotion battle that you're currently engrossed in, it's going to be tight, isn't it? As we know, Yorkshire are playing Middlesex at Headingley today, which is important as far as this is concerned, and it's really tight, isn't it? What, 9 points separating the top 3?
Yeah, really tight. I mean, Sussex, of their final 4 games, 3 of them are here at Hove, which you would think would be an advantage.
You've got to get results as well. You've got to get wins, haven't you?
Yep.
Is Dupavilon bowling at the start of a new over? That one's, oh dear, has it gone away for 4?
Yes.
Yeah, it has. It's been flicked away nicely, in fact, for 4 by Haynes. Beautifully done.
I mean, there was no excuses last week at Scarborough Dave, and neither Paul Farbrace nor John Simpson sought to make any excuses. They did have the worst of the batting conditions on the Thursday. It was very overcast, and you'd have rather been bowling than batting. But Sussex didn't help themselves, and some of the batters rather threw their wickets away, and you just can't afford to do that against a really good seam attack.
Haynes waits as Dupavilon bowls again. This one's short and wide and crashed away for 4 more out towards the backward point boundary.
Did he stop it?
Did he?
I think he did.
Well, if he did, that's remarkable. Yes, he has stopped it.
I think he's hurt his hand.
Yes, he might have done. And I just thought that was
I did
4 all the way. I thought he was diving in vain.
I did as well. I was looking. That was some stop, you know.
He's quite a good fielder.
Wow.
Nudge. He is quite a good fielder.
And Tom Haynes middle. I think Tom Haynes is probably thinking, how did I not get 4?
Well, as am I. And it remains 16 without loss. Haynes on 5. Waits, and Dupavilon is in again. That one is played into the ground. That is 4, but he wasn't hit anywhere near as hard as the previous one. It was just better placed because it went a much further backward of square on the offside. And Haynes moves to 9, and Sussex have made a bit of a flyer here. They're 20 without loss. Derbyshire winning the toss, putting them into bat. And already 20 without loss after not quite back-to-back boundaries. 2 boundaries in 3 balls off Dupavilon, whose first over was terrific. So we now have 2 slips and a gully as Nyron Donald moves around a little bit. This ball is going to fly off the edge through 3rd slip, you mark my words. Always happens. As Dupavilon is in, and this one is crashed into the offside. It's straight to Pat Brown. No, it wasn't timed, actually. It was into the ground. I'm struggling to see this ball today for some reason. That's not a good thing, is it?
No. He's very strong on the offside, is Tom Haynes. I think anywhere through sort of backward point is where he likes it. No, that's not good, Fletch.
Don't know why.
Is it a sign of our advancing years? Because I struggle the whole time. Anyone will tell you here I struggle to see the scoreboard. I mean, it's getting a bit pathetic, really.
I'm due for an eye test. Dupavilon goes in again and bowls, and that one has been cut away, and this time it's beaten the man at Gully. Nye Donald and gone away to the boundary for 4 more, and Haynes is advancing rapidly. 13 off 11. 24 without loss. This is not the start that Derbyshire were looking for.
They're bowling into Tom Haynes' sweet spot here. And I know all these sides, the analysts, don't they? I'm a little. I know it's early on, but I'm just a little surprised that instead of the fine leg, you might have a wideish 3rd man to Tom Haynes.
Especially if he's going to bowl short and wide.
Yeah.
He's now going to come over the wicket to the left-hander, so trying to play the ball across him, which again might play into Haynes' hands, who defends the first ball. But he's playing it across him. That was the final ball of the over. They always change things from the final ball of the over, don't they? 24 without loss after 4 overs. You can probably work out the run rate yourselves. Bit of mental arithmetic on a Thursday morning. games of cricket starting on a Thursday. Who'd have thought? Yeah, so not a good start for Derbyshire. There's been an excellent start, conversely, for Sussex. David Lloyd's just had quite a lengthy conversation there with Lewis Rees, who actually opened the bowling with Zach Chappell against Glamorgan in both first and second innings. Because DePavlin wasn't playing in that game.
Well, it's going to be Zach Chappell in his third over, running in from the Cromwell Road end. Bowls to Hughes. It's pulled away by Daniel. That's going to go for 6, I think. Let's wait for the umpire. So, yes, it is. Too short from Chappell and Daniel Hughes, who's the highest run scorer in the country in T20 cricket. Just pulled the ball away over mid-wicket for 6 runs. Lovely shot. It was slightly backward of square in the end. Wherever you're listening to us here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby, Adrian Harms, Dave Fletcher. There is another way that you can listen to us today. You can watch via the Sussex live stream, as one of the stewards has just retrieved the ball, which is good news. You can listen via the BBC website, or you can now listen on most smart speakers. You just have to say, ask BBC Sounds to play Sussex v Derbyshire Day 1. I think you're a fan of smart speakers, aren't you, Dave?
I do have plenty of smart speakers, but I don't have the ones that can play Sussex v Derbyshire Day 1, I'm afraid.
It does say most smart speakers, so let's hope if you want to listen that way, you can. A new ball's been brought out.
Yes, they've lost the ball. They did lose it, I think.
Oh, I thought
unless it's been irreparably damaged.
I thought one of the ladies working in the hospitality area found the ball. Either way, it's a 6, and Sussex off to a flyer. Couple of emails in already. A very good morning to Bob Pook. Hello, Bob, down in Hastings, a regular contributor. He says, a very good morning. I hope you have more luck with your email connection this week. Yeah, the email and Wi-Fi at Scarborough last week was not the best, but we're back to normal this week as Chappell with an old new ball, if you get my drift, comes in and bowls to Hughes, who's forward, defends down the track, and there is no run. Bob says, I also hope that the groundsmen at Hove and around the country have prepared bowler-friendly pitches this week to compensate for the lack of swing, seam and spin using a kookaburra ball. Obviously you don't like it, Bob. We don't want another 2 rounds of matches with only 1 result and 17 draws in 18 matches, as we saw earlier in the season. All the best. Kind regards. Enjoy the game, says Bob. Thank you, Bob. Along the coast in Hastings, as in comes Chappell. That's far too wide, and meat and drink really to Daniel Hughes, who hammers that one away through backward point for 4 runs. Sussex off a bit of a flyer here. Hughes goes to 20, 34 without loss. Clearly Bob is not a fan of the kookaburra, Fletch.
Well, it's interesting that he should mention spin there. No, I'm with you, Bob. In Cardiff, which was the second game of the season, the first game that Derbyshire was scheduled to play this season was against Gloucestershire at home. They didn't bowl a single ball in the entire 4 days. But in the first innings, spinner Alex Thompson took 7 for 65, and he followed that up with 5 for 136. Ooh. As the ball turned for 2.5 days at Glamorgan, and then stopped turning. And the game ended in a draw.
That's extraordinary. In comes Chappell bowls, Hughes drives, lovely looking shot straight to mid-off, and there is no run.
Yes, it was slightly unexpected, I think, from everybody.
Yeah.
But there were too many draws.
There is a feeling that this might spin as the game goes on, and maybe that's a reason for David Lloyd electing to bowl first. Craig in Port Slade has been in touch. He says, good morning, gentlemen. I presume that applies to you and I. Fletcher's Chappell is in around the wicket. 2 slips in a gully. He's in on bowls, and Hughes plays off the hip to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Craig goes on to say, after watching 4 days of being under the cosh with the worst of the conditions, I'm looking forward to finally seeing Sussex bat in some sunshine and non-ultra windy conditions. It was very blowy.
I can imagine.
Storm whatever it was last week.
Lillian?
I think it was Lillian. It was really, really windy up at Scarborough last week.
It was quite windy in Derby, so I can imagine it would have been twice as bad on the coast.
Yeah. Chappell in again. That bowls, and Hughes drives, and that's going to be 4 more. Beautifully timed by Daniel Hughes, belting the ball away for extra cover. And he goes to 24, and Sussex are getting a bit of a shift on here. 38 without loss at the end of the 5th over. Hughes on 24 of just 18 deliveries Haynes on 13 off of 12. And just to finish up on that, Craig, I mean, you're right, Sussex did, no question, have the worst of the conditions on the first day, but no excuses from Messrs. Farbrace and Simpson at the end. Felt that Sussex were outplayed, which they were. Just didn't score enough runs, apart from 2 super innings from Tom Alsop, who batted really nicely in each inning. There's a bit of a debate going on amongst the Derbyshire lads, I'd imagine probably about stemming the flow of runs, Fletch.
What on earth are we doing bowling? They're saying to each other. 7 4s and a 6 so far, and the last 2 overs have gone for 12 and 14, so 26 runs off the last 2 overs. Here's Darren Dupavalon to try to put a stop to all this nonsense as he comes in and bowls, and that one is driven out into the offside by Haynes, and there's no run. As it goes straight to Pat Brown, who might be thinking, yeah, I'm all right, skip for another half an hour. Don't worry about me. I'm happy here at extra cover.
Perhaps we can talk a bit about Pat Brown, Fletch, because I remember him bowling against Sussex in the final of the T20 back in 2018.
He won it for them, didn't he?
He did win the he was fantastic all the way through the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. Haynes waits now as in goes Dupavalon once more. That one is crashed into the offside again, and straight to Pat Brown.
And then he sort of fell off the radar a bit, Fletch. Did he get injured?
Yeah, his body let him down quite badly. He was picking up all sorts of injuries because on the back of that, I think on the back of that performance in the final, he got picked in an England squad.
He did, yeah.
And he has played T20 cricket for England, but of course, once you're injured, you're nowhere, are you really? And he's sort of been overtaken by an awful lot of bowlers since, but his red ball career is fascinating. As in goes Dupavalon once more. It's a full delivery. Haynes pushes it up to mid-off where it's fielded by Harry Kame. I must look it up actually because I don't want to get it wrong. But he hasn't played a huge amount of red ball cricket, Pat Brown. He's in his mid-20s now, I think it's fair to say. Once my tablet device starts to behave, I'll be able to tell you how much red ball cricket he's actually played. Yeah, he's 26, in fact he was 26 last week. Dupavalon is in and bowls to Haynes, who's beaten this time. There we go, the first time he's been beaten for a long time. That was a really good delivery going across the left-hander, bowling over the wicket, Darren Dupavalon. In total, this is his 12th first-class match at the age of 26.
That's incredible.
Yeah. So he was very much regarded as a white ball specialist. And when he was signed by Mickey Arthur, Mickey Arthur said, and Pat said to us in interviews, that he wanted to become a red ball cricketer. Well, it's taken a while, but there were definite signs against Glamorgan that he is learning as Dupavalon bowls. That's a full delivery. It's driven to Pat Brown at extra cover by Tom Haynes. There's no run. So it's 24 to Hughes, 13 to Haynes. Been a brisk start. 38 without loss in the 6th over.
But it's good. It's good, Fletch, from that wonderful tournament he had back in 2018. That he's obviously got himself fit, and clearly doesn't just see himself as a white ball bowler.
Absolutely, and he has got some serious pace. He's got all the variations as well, of course, as you would expect of a white ball bowler. Dupavalon is in again and bowls to Haynes, who pushes this out into the offside. And Pat Brown comes in and fields. He's also a wonderful, wonderful fielder. He played 4 times for England in T20 internationals. He's actually played 100 T20 matches in his career, but just 17 List A, mainly because we hardly play List A, and when we do play it, the 100's on. So he would have been absent for most of that. In fact, he was absent for a fair chunk of this season's One Day Cup, as he was used as a plaything by the Northern Superchargers. Rarely played, but was forever being called up. Excuse me, but yeah, just the 12 now first-class matches, which is it's not enough, is it really, for a man of his ability?
No. So made Nova from
Was it?
Pavilion. It was indeed.
Blimey, I missed that.
38 without loss, and Zach Chappell's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end of bowl to Daniel Hughes is in and bowls, and Hughes is forward defensively placed at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Just elsewhere in the Test match, Sri Lanka have won the toss and asked England to bat. England 23 without loss, and it's probably a little early to be sort of looking at other games in terms of this promotion battle, but I can't help but have a look at Leeds, where Yorkshire are playing Middlesex, where Yorkshire are batting first and are 32 without loss. They won the toss and decided to bat first, so we'll keep an eye on that game as we go along. As in comes Chappell bowls, and Hughes plays slightly across the line to mid-wicket, and there is no run. I'm also just got half an eye on Leicestershire, who, I mean, with these games coming thick and fast now, if someone could win of these last four, if someone could win 3 games, you're going to get yourself in the conversation. I think Leicestershire are probably a little bit too far behind, but they're certainly not out of it.
I think Derbyshire need to win about 6 of the last 3 matches.
God. Chappell round the wicket, in and bowls. That's a good delivery. That was a really good delivery that moved away from Daniel Hughes, who immediately signalled towards the dressing room that he wants a new bat. Well, he's at a big 6 already, Daniel Hughes, but he played that shot and immediately made a sign towards the dressing room, and he wants a new bat brought out, does Daniel Hughes, and he's having a natural way to Tom Haynes. Sussex do seem to take a long time to bring out sort of things this season. Oh, here we go. Look, how many bats do you reckon? You reckon 3?
Unless there's more than 2 in his left hand.
Right.
Oh no, there's 2 in his right hand as well.
Yeah, and I'm not sure he's on 12th man duties today, but he's having a selection of... Oh, to have a selection of bats, Fletch.
Yeah, I used to pick one out of a bag.
So did I. A club bat was always the thing that we used. Well, 4 bats have been bought out.
The club box was always a bit of a conundrum, but the club bat. It was.
Yeah, we used to have the club box as well.
Yeah, that's not good. The worst one was when you swapped it on your way out.
Oh, don't.
Yeah.
Funny enough, though, I was talking to... I mean, I don't play... I played a very low standard of cricket, as people know, and very, very few people, if anybody, ever had their own bat.
No.
But now it seems that everyone has their own bat, their own pads, their own gloves. In comes Chappell bowls to Hughes, who with the new bat eases that away through backward point and picks up 1. They're going to have to get a move on here, but actually Anu Giles slightly fumbles the ball in fielding and allowed Hughes to come back for a second run. He goes to 26. And the Sussex total goes to 40 without loss. Got an update to do in a few moments' time on BBC Radio Sussex, so we will interrupt the commentary slightly for that, as Chappell is on his way in again from the Cromwell Road, and just the 2 slips in place now. Bowls to Hughes, who plays that to mid-wicket. They thought about a single that was never there. The throw comes in, which is not a good throw, and it eludes Brooke Guest, and a good bit of backing up by Anusdale, because that could quite easily have gone for overthrows. But it didn't in the end. Interesting score at Chelmsford. Worcestershire 19 for 4 on the first morning in the First Division. So I don't know what's going on at Chelmsford. Chappell around the wicket, bowls to Hughes, who steers this one wide of the fielder at mid-wicket and picks up a single. There is a field at deep square, and that is the end of the over, end of the 7th over of the morning, and Sussex, having lost the toss and been asked to bat first, are 41 without loss, with Hughes on 27, Haynes on 13.
Porter, 3 overs, 3 for 4. Wow, that's what's going on.
Yeah, Joey bowled down here in the One Day Cup, and he was terrific. Yeah. Jamie Porter.
Yeah, he's a good lad, isn't he?
Yeah.
I wonder what he has to do to get picked for England.
Well, you know, I was going to say exactly that. I mean, he just had the ball on a piece of string down there. He bowled beautifully. Fletcher's going to go off because he's got to do. I think he has to do a quiz at 11:30. On BBC Radio Derby. He'll be back with us after 12, but delighted to welcome Nicky Chowdhury to us, or I should say to commentary, as Du Pavillon makes his way in from this, the C end of the ground. Bowl to Tom Haynes. That's wide, and Haynes clubs that one away for 4 runs. 2 wide, 2 short, and Tom Haynes said thank you very much and belted the ball away for 4 runs. He goes to 17 and the total to 45 without loss. Good morning, Nikki.
Good morning, Adrian. How are you?
I'm fine. We've got an update coming in a moment to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. So should we wait until I've done that and then we can have a proper natter?
Of course, let's do that.
Dupavilon wanders back to his mark. Sussex really racing along this morning. 45 without loss. Dupavilon. I'm sorry, it wasn't Tom Haynes at all, it was Daniel Hughes, and he's at it again, and he clubs that one away through backward point. Is another boundary. 2 wide of the off stump, and Daniel Hughes said thank you very much. He goes to 35, and Sussex are 49 without loss in the 8th over. This is almost sort of T20 style cricket, really. Anything wide, Daniel Hughes is dispatching 35 off 26 balls. Tom Haynes on 13. And at the moment, David Lloyd is just trying to stem the flow of runs. I think that's Pat Brown who's warming up at mid-on, so maybe there is going to be a change. It's Lewis Rees, actually, who's warming up at mid-on. Dupavilon is on his way. Bowls to Hughes beat. That's a really good delivery. Just nips across the left-hander. And good carry through into the gloves of Brooke Guest, the Derbyshire wicketkeeper. And there is no run. So 2 slips and a gully. There's now a sweeper on the cover boundary. Cover mid-off, mid-on. A square leg who's in deep conversation with umpire Ian Blackwell. And a fine leg weighed out in the distance in front of the banks of blue seats. The temporary stands which are there for the T20 competition. And all ready for a full house here on Wednesday when Sussex play Lancashire in the quarter-final. In comes Dupavilon, bowls to Hughes, who drives firmly to mid-off, fielded by Harry Kane, and there is no run. Hughes wanders away in the direction of square leg. He's already changed his bat once today, and the ball is coming right out of the middle of the bat. It's a glorious day here at Hove, Sarah, with just a few sort of cotton wool clouds drifting across the sky, and Sussex off to an absolute flyer here in the 8th over. They're 49 without loss. Daniel Hughes on 35 has already hit 8 boundaries and a 6 as well. Tom Haynes is on 13, and all of that after Sussex lost the toss and were asked to bat first. So going along very nicely, Sussex. Meanwhile at Trent Bridge, Surrey won the toss against Nottinghamshire. Surrey, the leaders of the county championship, and they are 25 without loss. In the test match at Lords, England playing Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka asking England to bat this morning. England also off to a good start. They're 33 without loss. As Dupavilon turns and runs away from us. So just those 2 slips in place. He's in on bowls to Hughes. A much better delivery, and Hughes defends down the onside of the track. It is the end of the over. Dupavilon recovering from those 2 boundaries at the beginning of the over. He's bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, no hit for 22. Sussex are 49 without loss. Hughes on 35. Haynes on 13. And it's a very good morning, a second time around, to Nikki Chowdhury. Hi, Nikki.
Morning.
How are you? I haven't seen you for a while. You were here for the game against Leicestershire.
Feels like ages ago.
Well, that was back in June. There's been much county championship cricket since then.
That is true.
But it's good. What have you been up to? Have you been watching? Were you watching the 100, or what were you up to?
I was covering a lot of the 100 for the social media team, so
Okay.
I was watching a lot of the 100. That's pretty much where I was. And then last week I was at Merchant Taylor School for Middlesex versus Northamptonshire.
Right, okay, which was a really good game. I was listening to some of that. I was listening to Guy Swindles and Andrew Radd on the final day of that game, a game that Sussex were probably hoping Middlesex wouldn't win, but Toby Rowland-Jones took a stack of wickets.
He did indeed. I was just there for the first day, and I feel like I just took the rain with me.
Will it? Yeah, because there was a whole day washed out, wasn't there?
Yeah, that was day 1.
Right.
Wait, actually, no, sorry, that was day 2, and we had half of day 1 washed out.
Right.
As Rees is in from the Cromwell Road end, and Tom Haynes taps his bat, And it's forward and lets this one go. It's been signalled a wide, and it was pretty wide and pretty much dies as it makes its way through to the gloves of Guest.
So, and there's a ripple of applause around the ground for the 50 up. Funny way to get a 50 up. 50 in 48 balls in 37 minutes. Merchant Taylor School, it sounds like a very nice school, Nikki.
It is absolutely gorgeous.
Right.
I got lost trying to get there, so that's how big it is. As in comes Reese again, now passes the umpire and pains us forward, drives through the offside, will just pick up the single as deep cover does the fielding.
So you say you got lost. Was that when you got into the school you got lost? 'Cause
Yes.
It was so big.
When I got into the school, apparently they have 8 cricket grounds.
Wow.
So there's a lot of land. It's just stunning. And just even like the surroundings of the school, to drive round near it to get there, it's just beautiful.
Right. And was there a decent crowd?
There was a decent crowd for the weather, actually. I'll give them that. As in comes Reese again. Hughes on strike, and another wide delivery. It has been signalled by the umpire. Sussex 52 for no loss.
They're really struggling here, aren't they, Derbyshire this morning? Certainly Hughes and Haynes have got tucked into the bowling. Yeah, so I was quite surprised on the last day. I was sort of looking, thinking that almost certainly Sussex were going to lose, thinking, well, Middlesex will need to go some to win this game. But they did, and are now right in contention for promotion.
In comes Reese again. This is a straight delivery and just played to point. Opens the face of the bat, does Hughes.
And I just wondered actually whether it was a game that on that final day that Middlesex probably knew they didn't have to win it because there's still 4 games remaining, but it's a result that makes it a 3-way battle: Sussex, Yorkshire, Middlesex, and I've said Leicestershire not out of it if they could probably win 3 of their 4 games. But it makes it a great end to the season.
It does. It gets very exciting this time of the year, doesn't it? Reese in again now, and the slightly back of the length, punched off the back foot to point by Hughes.
John Malone has been in touch. Hello, John, on Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, hi, Adrian and Fletch, and Nikki, I'm sure. Beautiful day in Sussex. Let's hope Sussex get back to winning ways. We struggled for the last month or so with the 50-over matches, and a match at Scarborough in the end, in the wind, although we could have won in the end. Never mind football, but cricket is a funny old game as well. Great pictures and commentary, says John.
Reese into Hughes for delivery and edged, and
It's a chance.
it's a put down.
I think it was put down by Wayne. It would have been a really good catch. It was sort of to the left hand of Lloyd, the right hand of Madsen. I think that Madsen got a hand to that.
I think he did.
And the chance has gone.
That would have been a grab and a half.
It would have been a great
catch.
catch.
Hold of it.
It would have been a great catch. But he's been dropped on 35 as Daniel Hughes. You say it would have been a terrific grab if he'd taken it.
Reese in again now. Hughes forward and turns it into the leg side. Will take on the single in the ring and comfortably makes it. Sussex move on to 54 for no loss.
I'm not sure how comfortable that was. I think the feeling was that if that had hit, that the umpire might have had a decision to make there,
Did it look tighter then?
I think it did a bit. You can never quite tell, Nick. I mean, we've got no view at all. The guys sitting up in the Spenkarma Pavilion would have a better view, but my feeling or the reaction from the Derbyshire fielders was, had that hit, that might have been close. And I'm getting a thumbs up and a wave of the hat from my friend Julian up there, suggesting that probably that would have been very tight.
Reese into Haynes now, who does exactly the same. Drops it into the leg side. Will pick up a single to conclude the over. Sussex 55 for no loss, and just 5 runs off the opening over from Reese.
I wonder if we're going to have a double change here. I could see Anu's Dahl was warming up, and indeed it is going to be Dahl who's going to come into the attack. So David Lloyd having to make a double change here for Derbyshire. 54 without loss are Sussex. Hughes on 36, Haynes on 15. If you've just joined us, a very good morning to live commentary here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. Adrian Harms, Nikki Chowdhury and Dave Fletcher, your commentary team. You may be watching via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream. Well done to Jack, who's in his last game, Jack, running the stream before he goes off to pursue a new career. So just to mention, in case I forget over the next 4 days, a big thank you to Jack in terms of the streaming here at Hove, because lots of counties you go to, they seem to have a lot of people working on the stream, but here at Hove it's just Jack, and he does a great job, and I wish you all the very best in your new career. I hope it goes well.
One-man show down at Hove.
It is a one-man show. There's Hughes coming into the attack, bowling around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Haynes, who clips that one. Beautiful timing away through mid-wicket. We've picked up one, but that's all they'll pick up. Is fielded out at deep mid-wicket by Jack Morley, who gets in the throw. And also, if you're listening in different ways today, you can now listen on most smart speakers, not Fletcher's. You just have to ask BBC Sounds to play Sussex v Derbyshire Day 1, and you should hear us nattering away. So lots of ways you can listen to the commentary. And Hughes running around the wicket, bowls and clipped away by Hughes onto the leg side. Picks up a single as Hughes goes to 37, 56 without loss. We'll have to ask Fletch what he made of that. He was next door in the commentary box. It looked as if Madsen got a hand to that.
25th catch that dropped this season.
Wow. You're very good, Fletch, I have to say. I'm so always really impressed by all your stats. Dahl in again, bowls to Haynes, who's forward, plays into the covers, fielded by a very keen, eager Harry Kane, and there is no run. Our impression from here was it would have been a terrific catch. Yeah. It looked for a moment if it was. I wasn't sure if it was a catch to the left hand of first slip or the right hand of second slip, but I think it was Madsen. Yeah. But the chance went down. Daniel Hughes got a life on 35. As Dahl is in, bowls, and Haynes is forward a little uncertainly. The ball bounced out into the offside, I think off of the pad, and there is no run. And then very nearly run out the second ball. Like the next ball was Daniel Hughes. I got the sign from our third umpires up in the top tier of the Spen Carmel, who were waving their hats furiously to say that had that hit the stumps, that Daniel Hughes would definitely have been run out. It did look like that was certainly the reaction of the Derbyshire fielders as Dahl is in, bowls, and Haynes is forward. He's brought a sense of serene calmness as Hughes Dahl, following his medium paces from the C end of the ground. Just to shout out that tomorrow between 12 and 12:30, the new Sussex Chief Executive Pete Fitzboyden is going to join us on commentary to answer questions. That's between 12 and 12:30 tomorrow. As Dahl is in, round the wicket, bowls down the leg side. That wasn't a great delivery, and Haynes rather missed out. Well taken by Brooke Guest, unfussily down the leg side. So just the 2 runs coming off the over. Sussex are 56 without loss. Hughes on 37, Haynes on 16. So if you have any questions for Pete, please send them in on sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, and we will ask the new Sussex Chief Exec, who has been very busy over the last few months since he took up his appointment, and great that he's going to join us tomorrow for half an hour on commentary. Just to shout out as well for the Sussex Cricket Museum, which is open. I can see the trestle tables are set up and the photographs and the books are there on sale. Please go and have a look around, and if nothing else, go and have a look at the Gillette Cup, which has been lent to Sussex until the end of the season and is proudly on display in the museum. So please have a wander around there as well.
Here comes Reese in to Hughes from the Cromwell Road end. Straight to delivery. Hughes is forward and drives to mid-off.
I don't really like museums, Nikki, but I have to say I do like the Sussex Cricket Museum. And there's an exhibition in there at the moment of black and white photographs, and very amiss of me, someone might be able to tell me, of a local photographer back in the day who took photographs of some of the real greats, not who've just played for Sussex, but have played here particularly for touring sides, and it's a really good exhibition of photographs.
Yeah, I'm not a huge museum person myself, but I need to go down and check this one out as Reese is in again, and Hughes attempts to cut off the back foot, slightly closer than what he thought it should have been, and it's fielded at extra cover.
It's a bit of a who's who. I mean, you know, Gary Sobers, Gordon Greenwich, Rowan Canai, Alvin Kalitcharan, the Chappell brothers, just some of the brilliant cricketers who have played here in tourist matches over the years, and they are really, sometimes there's something about a black and white photograph.
Yeah, I love a black and white photograph.
That I love.
extremely nostalgic as in comes Reese again, and this one just pushed off the back foot straight to mid-on by Hughes. Better line from Reese now.
Yeah, so sometimes it's not easy here at home. I mean, Lewis Reese would have played here before, but sometimes it just takes a while to adjust to bowling down the slope from the Cromwell Road end, and maybe that's a valid excuse for those couple of wides in his first over. I suspect Fletch wouldn't have been quite so lenient, but it's often a reason.
Reese into Hughes in this one, a bit of width and cut away down towards deep points, and they'll take the single. The score moves on to 57 for no loss. Hughes on 38. Haynes on to strike now with 16 to his name.
Yeah, so a shout out to Keith Ridge and his volunteers over there in the museum, and it's open right through the day's play. So if you're listening around the ground and you haven't been there before, go and have a little look around.
I think I'll pop down during lunchtime. As in comes Reese to Haynes now, who's forward and drives, and it goes down to deep cover. I'll pick up a single. 58 for no loss.
Stuart Glover has been in touch from Laos.
Where's Laos?
Laos is kind of sort of Vietnam, that kind of part of the world.
Oh.
Cambodia.
Wow.
Yeah, so he's listening from a long way away. He's resting up after an eye operation. Ouch. Hope you're okay, Stuart.
Get well soon. Reese into Hughes, who's forward and tries to drive, doesn't quite hit it cleanly. His bottom hand comes through. It's picked up by Reese on the back end of his follow through, and that will conclude the over. Sussex 58 for no loss. Haynes with 17, Hughes with 38.
Yeah, just the 2 runs over. 2 overs, no wicket for 7, and 2 of those wides conceded by Lewis Reese. Stuart goes on to say, I've noticed recently that several Sussex batters have gotten into double figures but failed to press on to make substantial scores. Is this down to poor shot selection, or is it the stand of the wickets being played on? He says, keep up the commentary. Well, at the risk of making myself very unpopular in the Sussex dressing room, there were some shots last week of players who'd got themselves in, who I have to say rather got themselves out, and they'll be keen not to do that today. Zanuj Dahl is in and bowls and clipped away by Tom Haynes through square leg and picks up a single. Total goes to 59 without loss. I certainly thought, I mean, that was certainly the case at Scarborough. There were 1 or 2 got in, and I mean, it's not easy against a really good attack like Yorkshire have got. They had a really good seam attack who bowled very few poor deliveries, and when the bad ball came, almost you could see just trying to relieve the pressure. So it's very easily very easy to say that sitting up here as Dahl is in bowls to Hughes, who just flicks this onto the onside, picks up another comfortable single. He goes to 39, the total to 60 without loss. And when you are under the pump and you think, oh, here comes a nice half volley, it's perhaps difficult to rein yourself in. But a couple of the Sussex side were out in that way last week.
It's almost more frustrating, actually, when you get into your 30s, 40s, and then you seem to give it away as opposed to...
Yeah, definitely.
If you get a first baller or you get done for 10 or something, it doesn't hit you as hard. But when you've done the hard graft, got yourself in
comes Dahl round the wicket bowls, and that's a good delivery, and Daniel Hughes is beaten out. Sorry, Tom Haynes is beaten outside of the outside edge. The ball goes through to guess there is no run.
For those who are not following on the stream, Anuj Dahl has a really long follow through, or was it just that delivery? You literally ended up maybe like a couple of paces away from Tom Haynes.
But when you're facing an attack like the Yorkshire attack, so Code, Hill, Revis, Jordan Thompson, it is a good attack. As in comes Dahl bowls, and Haynes plays down the track, fielded by Dahl down the onside. Did he follow through along
Not that one. I feel like he heard what I was saying there.
Okay. It is a dot ball. The field, because it's a more defensive field than when Derbyshire set out, there are 2 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, 2 men back, set back on the leg side. There's a deep square leg and a fine leg as in comes Dahl around the wicket bowls, and forward comes Haynes, plays elegantly into the covers and there is no run. And the one fielder I missed out is a fielder on the cover boundary. So Derbyshire with 3 men back saving the singles, and what they have done is to stop the flow of runs. There's a bit more cloud builds up, a bit more cloud coming in from the west, but the forecast is good here. I'm assured by the ground staff here for all 4 days. So as Dahl is on his way again. Around the wicket, bowls, and he hits Tom Haynes on the pad. The ball bounces out into the offside, so he's doing a good job here. Is Anuj Dahl stemming the flow of runs at 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 4. At the end of the 12th over of the morning, Sussex are 60 without loss. Hughes is on 39, Tom Haynes is on 18, and you're listening to BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby, Adrian Harms, Nicky Chowdhury, and the familiar dulcet tones of Dave Fletcher with you again after 12 o'clock.
Talking about the weather, actually, Adrian, I believe Sunday is meant to be quite warm, 26 degrees.
Nice. Yeah.
It's nice.
I don't know what it's like over in Laos at the moment, Stuart. Perhaps he could let us know. It's probably in the middle of the monsoon season or something, but he generally gives us some sort of a weather update from that part of the world.
Wet and humid, I presume, as in comes Reese now to Hughes, who's forward and drives through the offside. Will just be the one as Haynes comes on to strike. Sussex move on to 61 for no loss.
Ollie Pope was saying on the radio this morning that he hoped he could, he was enjoying captaincy, but hoped he could score more runs in this test match. Well, he hasn't. He's out for 1. England are 46 for 2. Lawrence for 9 and Pope for a single. The men out at HQ. Sri Lanka winning the toss and asking England to bat first. And certainly they made a game of it at Old Trafford, didn't they, Sri Lanka? I mean, 6 for 3.
They did indeed. In runs Reese from the Cromwell Road end now. Haynes is forward, drives through the offside. It beats mid-off. He's on the chase. They'll come back for 2. It's not going to go all the way. It doesn't, but they will pick up a 3rd. And Sussex move on to 64 for no loss. Glorious day, though.
Oh, it's a beautiful day, isn't it?
Late Indian summer?
Well, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? And I you know, if it would just be good if, I always think this in September, that the titles and promotion and relegation is settled on the field and not with it hosing down with rain.
Reese in again, and this time tucked away off his legs. It's going to be just the single for Hughes. Haynes comes back onto strike. Sussex 65 for no loss.
Well, certainly I think we're all right for the, and I think going into next week it's meant to be okay. I'm not sure if that's the case all the way around the country. Fletcher was saying it was raining up when he travelled down yesterday, but it looks like we're playing pretty much everywhere at the moment, which is great news.
Reese to Haynes, who taps his bat, eagerly waits his forward and pushes it to mid-off. Will be a dot. Yeah, I really do hope so, though, because I feel summer was very short-lived, as in it came quite late. And if the weather doesn't play a game this month, going into September, I'll be quite upset. Because last week at Merchant Taylor School, Adrian, there was autumnal leaves everywhere.
Yeah.
I thought it felt like it was end October on the day I was there, day 1. Reese in to Haynes again. And this one short, pulled away.
That's gone for 6 as well, I think.
And it, no, it's gone for a 4.
Right.
Umpire signals to the scorers. Bit of a freebie there for Haynes, and he's definitely made the most of it.
Just struggling here, isn't he, Lewis Reese? He bowled a couple of tighter overs, but this over has now gone for 8 already. And David Lloyd is just desperately searching for some control here for Derbyshire. That was too short. It is a relatively short leg side boundary, and Haynes took advantage of it.
Reese in again, and this one, bit of width through the offside, and it's going to go all the way it should.
Well fielded.
Oh, it doesn't. A brilliant piece of fielding out in the deep.
Yeah, Harry came out there. That was brilliant. Very good indeed.
That was excellent. The crowd also acknowledging that piece of work. They will get the 3 though. Sussex 72 for no loss at the end of that over.
You were you say you were involved in the 100. Nicky, I mean, there was a lot of talk about the 100 this year, that the attendances were down and some of the games weren't very good. There was a lot of low-scoring games. What was your perception of it?
I'm not sure. I've obviously read the articles regarding the attendance levels compared to last year. I think in terms of the cricket, I think the women, like the quality of cricket we saw in the women's game was really good. I didn't see as many wow moments in the men's game
Darlin bowls, Hughes drives to mid-off, no run.
in comparison to that. I think what the 100 has done for the women's game, which it's given it that platform, it's done a bit more advertising. Some may argue that if you could have done that in a different format and it would have still had a better effect and promoted the women's game. But yeah, I think compared to last year, maybe.
Dahl is in the bowls. Haynes clips this one off the hip down to deep backward square, picks up a single. He goes to 29, the total to 73 without loss.
Yeah, maybe comparison to last year in terms of the quality of the cricket that was on display, maybe not up to mark in comparison.
Right, okay. Yeah, interesting.
Did you watch much of it?
No,
Oh.
very little, because it's a really busy time on the county circuit because we have the 50 over cup with huge amounts of travelling. In comes Dahl round the wicket bowls, and Hughes is going to get a boundary. I'm not entirely sure Daniel Hughes intended that to go there. He's worked the ball wide of second slip. It's racing down to the third man boundary for another 4, and Sussex go to 45 without loss. And we haven't even had an hour of play so far. I'm just going to see how many boundaries Daniel Hughes has hit this morning. Hughes has hit 7 4s and 1 6 in his 41. Dahl in again bowls, and Hughes again, he didn't quite intend that to go there either. It's ended up at deepish mid wicket. He was looking to play that one away through the offside, but he picks up a single. He goes to 46 and Sussex to 78 without loss.
But there was one game actually this year, well, one game which really was quite entertaining, and which was this eliminator. The eliminator between the Southern Brave and Birmingham Phoenix, if I remember off the top of my head. That was a very exciting game, which went into a super over.
In comes Dahl and bowls, and played into the offside by Haynes. It's a well-judged single by Tom Haynes, who goes to 30. Sussex 79 without loss. Yes, I think did Joffre bowl the super over? I think he did.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Or a super set. I don't know
So,
what correct terminology
whatever
is.
they call it, super set or whatever it is. Yeah, that's interesting. Here at Hove, Sussex in the opening hour of certainly got after the Derbyshire bowling. 79 without loss. Hughes on 46. Haynes on 30. A couple of emails to read out at the end of the over. As in comes Dahl and bowls, and Hughes clips to mid-on, fielded there by Lewis Rees. It is the end of the over. 7 runs coming off the over. Sussex 79 without loss. Hughes 46. Haynes on 30. James has been in touch. Hello, James. He says at Scarborough, Tom Alsop was the shining example of how to build an innings under tricky circumstances. I'm afraid for me, I'm always loath to name players here, James, to be honest, but a couple of players he felt struggled to perform when the team really needs them. One of those he was saying about is Tom Haynes, who's certainly doing his best to resurrect that today. 30 off 38 deliveries from Tom Haynes. He's averaging 35 in the championship this year, and he'll be really keen now he's got in. He's on 30, is to really make this pay. Lewis Rees is going to carry on. Already Derbyshire are down to just the 1 slip. There's a backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, sweeper on the cover boundary, mid-on, deep square leg and a fine leg. And here comes Nicky Chowdhury with the next over.
Here's Rees to Haynes, who taps his bat, approaches, and this one's cut away. A bit of width from Rees. It's just going to be the single, though, as there's protection out on the deep point in place. Hughes comes under strike. Sussex 80 for no loss.
Here comes our weather report from Lau, Nikki, and it says we're still in the wet season at the moment with some terrific thunderstorms which causes flooding up and down the Mekong River. Temperature around 35 degrees. That's warm.
That is warm.
Yeah.
Humid, muggy,
Yeah.
but then refreshing with those thunderstorms. In comes Rees again to Hughes, now who's forward and pushes it to short extra cover. Goes down as a dot in the book.
We said thank you to Jack for all his work on the live stream. Thank you as well to Jamie Burnett, who's the Sussex press officer, who's bought us up a nice packet of hobnobs. Have you seen them, Nicky? I'm surprised you haven't dived in. Biscuits.
We've got biscuits?
We have, yeah.
Oh, my laptop's hiding in the way.
I shouldn't have pointed them out. Always good to get biscuits.
It always is. Sweet treats, more than welcome, as in comes Reese now, and this one, again, just pushed by Hughes into the offside, no run.
They've been forced into this defensive field already, haven't they, Derbyshire?
Yeah, coming pretty quickly into the 15th over and very protective. Although you did mention 35 degrees seems quite hot. I think I'd prefer that sort of weather. 35 degrees, tropical rains, as in comes Reese now again. And a little bit of width, and Hughes tries to make some more space, cuts it, and goes straight to backward point.
Mike Alexander in North London has been in touch. He said, a great banter with Nicky covering Kent and Essex recently. So you must have been covering some championship games, perhaps, from those two counties?
Kent versus... yes, before the 100.
Right, okay.
I feel like that's how I can split up the county championship season, pre-100, post-100. Here's Reese in from the Cromwell Road end now, and this one cut away off the back foot by Hughes into the offside will just be the single. Sussex 81 for no loss. Haynes onto strike, and we can see the field just spreading a little bit, especially on the leg side, which is the shorter boundary here at Hove.
Oh.
Got a long leg and a deep square leg in place for Haynes, who's in his stance, ready to go, taps his bat, looks forward. Reese is in, and this is cut away, and it's going to beat point, and it's going to run all the way down to the boundary. He's played that extremely late, has Tom Haynes. Opened the face of the bat, and that is going to conclude the end of his fourth over from Reese. And Sussex at 85 for no loss. Haynes on 35, Hughes with 47.
Well, that's very much bowling to Tom Haynes' strong point, clubbing the ball away through backward point, and Sussex going along very nicely, 85 without loss. We were talking about Ollie Pope earlier on the BBC website. He says, oh dear, that's a horrible dismissal from Ollie Pope. He got in a complete tangle playing a shorter delivery. So anyway, high time that I vacated it. What we'll do a quick change around of headphones here.
Seamless. Absolutely seamless. I think we've done well there.
Extremely well.
Morning. Morning, Nicky. How are you?
Morning, Fletch. I'm all right. How are you?
Well, I've been better. And as Dal begins a new over from the CN, it's driven by Hughes, but fielded at mid-on by Lewis Reese. This time last week, Glamorgan were put into bat at Derby, and this time last week they were 32 for 6. So it's quite a stark contrast with 85 without loss, which is what Sussex currently are. As Dahl with a slip and a gully, that's about it now as far as the catches are concerned. This one is driven again by Hughes, but doesn't time that one. Fielded once again by Lewis Reese. Won't be at all surprised to see Jack Morley at some point before lunch, the left arm spinner. David Lloyd is a burgeoning off spinner himself, picked up a couple of wickets last week, and may well fancy his chances, although Darren Papillon appears to be warming up as Dahl is in once more. That's struck the pad, gone out into the offside. Might have been a little bit of bat in there, might have been just outside the line. Either way, stifled appeals from the Derbyshire team. Of course, we haven't seen Pat Brown yet either, so by Baldwin just having a chat with Lewis Reese about something. Lewis has got a smile on his face, which is standard really, but I don't know what that was all about. Here's Dahl bowls, and that one is an attempt to cut it away by Hughes, but he mistimes it. Ball bounces into the offside and is comfortably fielded. This isn't going well, Nicky. This isn't going well at all. We were all so buoyant after their first win in 26 attempts in the county championship last week, and now this. It didn't feel like a bowling morning, to be fair.
Yeah, you're right. It didn't really.
No. Here's Dahl, who bowls. That one is driven out off the back foot into the offside towards Pat Brown, fielded by Pat Brown. It was Hughes who played the shot. He moves to 48 already. Next to no time.
Especially if you compare to the start of the season when we were using the Kookaburra for the first few games as well. We had big scores. It was definitely a time to cash in if you're a batter, and now that we're back to the Kookaburra, the sun is shining, we've had good weather, not much rain as well.
Except, I mentioned this to Adrian before, as Dahl is in again, bowls to Haynes, who pushes this out into the offside, moves on to 36-87 without loss. At the end of the over, Alex Thompson in the second game of the season with the Kookaburra ball, the off spinner, took 7 for 65 in the first innings down at Sapphire Gardens in Cardiff and 5 for 136 in the second, 12 wickets in the match. They didn't win, but obviously, otherwise that 26 match run would have ended then, slightly earlier. But it did turn for him, and it turned very early. The one turn square, the standard over before lunch for the off spinner, and one absolutely turned square, and then Thompson was basically bowling for the rest of the match.
It's going to be a change in bowling from the Cromwell Road end. Dupavillon, did I say that right?
Dupavillon.
Dupavillon.
Yeah.
Thanks. Is going to be in to replace Reese. Haynes is going to be the batter on strike.
Yeah, he bowled his first spell from the sea end, didn't he? So up the hill, so let's see how he fares down.
Yeah, let's see if you can tighten his line and length from ball one, as we've seen some of the bowlers this morning just struggle a little bit to find their radar. And here we go. He's in now, Dupavillon, as this one short cut away, pulled away to mid-on. It's not going to be a single. Can you remind me how I pronounce the name? Sorry, please, Fletch.
I certainly can.
I've completely.
Can. You're not the first, you won't be the last. Dupavillon.
Dupavillon.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah. We've had people putting an extra I in there and calling him Dupavilion. We've had people turning it French and calling him Dupavillon. We've had all sorts, bless him.
In he runs now from the Cromwell Road end. Haynes on strikes, forward, defends into the offside. Dupavillon. There we go. Got there in the end. He's got a slip and a gully in place. Point, deep cover, extra cover mid-off. On the leg side, we've got a mid-on, deep square leg, who's just behind, and a long leg. He's placed in front of the hospitality boxes down here at Hove. He's at the top of his mark now. And in he runs to Haynes, tall in his stance. And this one's quite wide as the umpire signals to the scorers.
It's the third wide of the day. You don't often see wides in first class cricket. And that's the third one.
You don't, but I've actually seen all of the wides that have come in this morning actually been from the Cromwell Road end. So with that slope that Adrian was talking about earlier, it might just be something to do with that that's causing.
Ian Blackwell, the former Derbyshire man, is the umpire at the Cromwell Road end. Chesterfield born.
Dupavillon in now. Fast as the umpire down the hill, Haynes forward, tall in his defence this time. Into the offside, and it's picked up by extra cover. Although just on reflection to when I was down here last covering a Sussex game, Tom Haynes batting, I feel like he's slightly taller in his stance from what I remember.
Are you going to ask me to try and remember somebody now? This
That
is
you
very,
can't
this is very dangerous. This is very dangerous territory. Asking me to remember anything. All as I know is it's just a shame that all the Toms have been pushed down one with Daniel Hughes coming in. But
Haynes now forward and cuts it away. It's going to go all the way down towards the boundary. There was a bit of width there. Just struggling to find the line coming in from the Cromwell Road end, and Sussex, they move on to 92 for no loss.
that has gone in between David Lloyd at first slip and Wayne Madsen, who's a sort of fourth slip really. And it's gone, as the ball tends to do, straight between the pair of them, down to the boundary for 4 more. I'm going to say when your luck's out, your luck's out, but Sussex have spread the field so successfully with this onslaught this morning that they've earned the right to hit the gaps.
And they've been finding them with ease this morning as well, as in runs Drew Pavilion. And this time Haynes is forward, defends into the offside.
Can't see anybody else warming up just yet. Oh, hang on. Jack Morley at mid-on just went through his bowling action. Well, he's now stopped, so whether or not he was just keeping himself amused.
Sometimes you see that players warming up and you're like, oh, they'll be on now, they'll be on in a minute. It's
2
like
days later.
to Pavilion in, and this time Haynes closes the face of the bat into the leg side. It will conclude the end of the over. 17 overs gone, Sussex 92 for no loss. Hughes with 48 to his names, and Haynes not far behind with 40 to his name as well.
So Wayne Madsen having a word there with Pat Brown, who is another option bowling wise. He's also having a word with Du Pavillon. Senior pro Wayne Madsen, of course, not no longer the captain, hasn't been the captain since 2015. David Lloyd does speak a lot to him and to an Aaron Donald, to Brooke Guest. And looks like Anush Dahal is going to continue, which is not surprising. 4 overs for 13, as economical as anybody. Anush Dahal. And you were right, he did follow through an enormous way. After you said you'd noticed it, as this one is pushed out. So he's following through there, what, 3/4 of the way down the pitch at least, as the ball is pushed out into the offside by Hughes.
Trust me to mention it, and then the ball
but the
after.
ball after he didn't run that far because he fielded it, didn't he? So
exactly.
It was a little unfortunate, the timing of that, but
I did notice it. It's quite intimidating. It can be quite intimidating actually as well, because you don't see many bowlers have such a long follow through.
Especially not somebody who bowls. I mean, he is quicker than he looks, but he isn't express pace by any manner of means. Dal, who bowls now, is inside edge, down a fine leg, 4 runs, misses the stumps. Hughes goes to 50 with probably the streakiest shot he's played in the entire innings. It's been a really good knockout from Daniel Hughes, who gets to his half century from just 57 balls with 8 fours and a 6. That is some going. Wow. But he was a little bit lucky there. It's the 39th time he's got to 50 in his career. 9 times he's gone on to make 3 figures. And this one is cut into the offside. Not timed perfectly this time by Hughes. And as a result, they only pick up a single. 57 balls, did I say? I can't remember now.
57 balls. 1, 6 and 8 boundaries to bring up his half century.
And Sussex on the brink of 3 figures themselves now. 97 without loss, having been put into bat about an hour and a quarter ago. Well, actually it was an hour and 3/4 ago when the toss took place. They've been out there for an hour and a quarter. This next delivery is turned into the leg side by Haynes. Just picks up 1 more. 98 without loss. Ben Smith, the Derbyshire batting coach, just doing a lap of the ground. There's a Derbyshire cap and kit on, walking past the commentary box here.
Getting his steps in.
As Dahl bowls, this one is driven for 4 and nicely played out towards the straight cover boundary by Hughes, who moves on to 57 now, and the 100 is up for Sussex. 100 of just 107 balls in an hour and 17 minutes. The century stand, of course, because it's 102 without loss. Good grief.
It's a lovely looking shot as well,
Yeah, it
through
was,
the
wasn't it?
offside.
Really, really nice. Derbyshire need A, to stop the flow of runs, and B, to get some wickets here as Dahl bowls. That one is driven down the ground this time by Hughes, and that'll be 4 more as it races down the hill towards us at the C end of the ground. Back-to-back boundaries to finish off the over. And at the end of it, with Hughes on 61 and Haynes on 41, Sussex at 106 without loss after 18 overs.
Don't want to speak too soon, as Sussex fans may say I may end up with a bit of commentator's curse, but Sussex have actually had a flying start, and we've seen some great shots from both Hughes and Haynes this morning. Pavilion at the top of his mark, just getting the ball from his teammate at mid-off. Sun is shining here at Hove, and we've got a slip and a gully in place for Tom Haynes, who's on 41, taps his bat now and is forward and slashes this away. This is going to run down towards third, and it's going to be another boundary here for Sussex. Bit of a freebie there, and Tom Haynes is not going to miss out. 110 for no loss. He moves on to 45.
It was a poor ball. Again, a little bit fortunate in that having spread the field, there was a big gap there between, or a gap rather, between Wayne Madsen and skipper David Lloyd, and that's where the ball went. Wayne Madsen almost trying to cover all eventualities. He's probably at 4th slip. Certainly not at 2nd anymore. Where he put down Hughes. Tough chance on 35.
Yeah, they moved him. He was in gully, and now he's in at 4th. And this one's a straighter line, and Haynes off the back foot tucks this round down towards long leg. We'll take the single. Sussex move on to 111 for no loss. Nelson, Hughes on strike with 61.
You're not superstitious, I tell me you're not.
I'm actually not, but
Good.
like, you know, when people say things and you're like, oh, that's interesting, never thought of it like that. So sometimes when you're playing and your friends are out about and they're like, oh, should we go for a lap around the ground? And then apparently there's a way you can walk and you shouldn't walk.
Yes,
right for runs,
and left for wickets. Yeah, it's rubbish.
I think it's utter rubbish.
Yeah, it is. But that's what they say.
To Pavilion. In to Hughes now from the Cromwell Road end, and this is a straighter delivery. It's a beautiful delivery, actually. A little bit of movement of the surface, especially from the reaction of Hughes, and it's gone straight into the gloves of Guest. And Hughes now just taking a few strides down the wicket, doing a little bit of gardening.
I think the problem is that you could probably count on the fingers of one hand the number of balls that have gone past the edge of the bat. A couple of that inside edge in the previous over, and a couple early on. Pavilion had 2 that cut right back, which were terrific deliveries.
Are you superstitious, Fletch?
No.
No?
No.
Not like
Load of all-
0.001%, nothing, no?
A load of old nonsense.
Pavilion in again, and this one, another straight delivery, and Hughes defends into the offside, fielded at extra cover by Donald. Like, I guess if you've done something and it's worked out for you and you followed a certain method and you've done it like twice and thrice and maybe it's been consistent, you end up believing that this is the right way to do something.
You do, but by putting your right sock on first is not going to improve your batting, is it?
No, it
And
isn't.
that's
I think it
merely a
gets into your head
coincidence.
then,
yeah?
right?
Oh, absolutely. It
Then
gets into your head.
Then it's mind games. As in comes Pavilion again, and this one a straight delivery and off the back foot. Hughes looks to drop it into the offside, but there is not going to be a single there. And then I think that's when your brain starts to play games with you and you're thinking, actually, oh, I didn't do my bottom strap up first of my pad, and you start to think that it's not going to go well. And if your brain starts to think it's not going to go well, then you've kind of had it from that point without even having to face a ball.
Yes, and it can cripple you in the end. People get so superstitious that they're almost consumed by it.
Here we go again. Hughes taps his bat now. Tall in his stance, shuffles. It's forward, throws his hands at it. A bit of movement. It's gone straight into the gloves of Guest, and that's going to conclude the over as well. Sussex 111 for no loss. It's funny how, though, just to be slightly annoying, that we get onto Nelson and then there's a few play and misses and a few decent deliveries. No?
No.
I'm not going to...
You're not going to tempt me.
I'm not going to tempt you.
No, I don't think so. We're going to see Pat Brown for the first time, which is good news from the CN. In the Test match, England 68 for 2 against Sri Lanka. In the First Division, Somerset 81 for 3 against Durham. That one being played in Taunton, I think. Kent 70 for 3 against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Worcestershire 71 for 5 at Chelmsford against Essex, and Hampshire 48 for 1 against Lancashire at Old Trafford. I assume it's being played at Old Trafford. It's not telling me where is it. Yes, it is at Old Trafford. And Surrey, what's happened now? These scores are woefully out of date, surely. No. Surrey 59 for 1 against Notts at Trent Bridge in the Second Division, as Pat Brown just goes through his bowling action. Leicestershire 63 for 2 against Glamorgan at Sophia Gardens after 19 overs. Yorkshire 85 for 1 against Middlesex at Headingley in the game that is of huge significance for Sussex, of course. Second against third. Gloucestershire 65 for 4 against Northamptonshire. And that game being played at Bristol, so Northamptonshire, I think, so Northamptonshire have done really well to get 4 wickets on that pitch at Bristol. Here is Pat Brown then, on his way in to bowl to Tom Haynes. Bowls a short delivery that goes over Haynes' back, but doesn't really bounce particularly high. Just a bit of a loosener for Pat Brown, who is quick.
Fletch, what's the wackiest superstition you've ever heard of?
Blimey. There was a South African, wasn't there, who used to do all sorts of things, and once they strapped his pads to the ceiling of the changing rooms, and he played well, so he had to do it every time after that. I think as Brown is in again, another short ball, that one goes through, and it's been called a no ball by umpire Baldwin. So 2 more to the total, 113 without loss. But yeah, it's just the usual nonsensical stuff, isn't it? Which leg you put in your trousers, and whether you put your top on first, and
what you eat for breakfast, and
yeah. You see, it is a truism that if something works well for you, then you carry on doing it, don't you? But it's more of a, if your technique is working for you. As Brown is in once again, that one's whipped off his pads by Haynes down towards long leg, fielded by Zach Chappell. And one more to the total. Haynes moves on to 47, and Sussex to 114 without loss.
I think even just out of sport as well, though, there's so many superstitions out there, especially like in my culture. I'm Indian, and I hear the wackiest sort of things, honestly, like, so you're not meant to wash your hair on certain days of the week. This is the weirdest one, actually.
Shouldn't clip your nails on a Friday.
Yeah,
apparently.
I don't get it.
No, I don't.
Doesn't make sense.
Well, the nail bars will be closing down as that one is turned into the leg side by Hughes, that there's no run.
Tell you what, though, nail bars are really busy on a Friday. You can barely get an appointment.
Yeah, well, yeah.
So they clearly don't believe in it.
No.
There's another one, it's like, which I've been told, which is really weird. If you're about to leave the house and you sneeze, you can't leave the house immediately. Like, you've got to wait a few minutes, walk around, and then leave.
Why?
I don't know. Someone told me, and then since then, I've just done it, because...
Oh no, Vicky, don't do it.
I think I know the logic. I'll tell you after this delivery.
From Pat Brown, that's driven out into the offside for 4 runs by Hughes. Beautiful shot. He moves on to 65. He is in danger here of getting 100 before lunch, which is something that doesn't happen that often. 118 without loss now, Sussex. So go on.
So apparently it's something on the lines of, if you sneezed before you left, there's a chance that if you were to go out, something bad was going to happen, like you could have been knocked by a bike or had an accident. It was just the timing of something is off. So it's like a indirect sign not to leave then.
Right.
So then you give it a bit. There's a theory, I think it's also called some sort of theory. I can't remember what it's.
Nonsense theory, because that one is tickled away down the leg side. It's a good stop by Brooke Guest, really good stop, diving away to his right at full stretch and preventing any additional runs as Sussex remained 118 without loss. I know in Yorkshire, I'm fairly sure it's in Yorkshire, I stand to be corrected, of course, as ever, but you're supposed to go out of the same door of the house that you went in. So if you go through the front door, you've got to go out through the front door. If you go in the back door, you've got to go out the back door. But I might just have been because I was living in Yorkshire at the time that I've associated it with Yorkshire. As Brown again around the wicket bowls. That one is turned into the leg side off an inside edge by Hughes. Hughes, who moves on to 67. I beg your pardon. Scoreboard really quick here. He does move on to 67. It's 119 without loss. I think Adrian's going to come back, Nikki, and usurp you. Yep, there you go. He's going to grab your headphones. I think he'll be back after lunch, after being unceremoniously turfed out.
Sorry, Nicky, that didn't mean to be quite as unceremonious as it was. I don't mean to rub salt into the wounds.
No, you go for it,
Fletch,
but I'd be doing it.
But I've not seen Sussex make it. I don't know if this is some of the anger of Scarborough coming out between these two, because this has been terrific stuff this morning.
Well, I'm going to be disappointed if Hughes doesn't get to 100 before lunch
Well,
now.
Dupavillon is in, bowls to Hughes, who squirts this one away through the covers and picks up another single. He goes to 67, 120 without loss. And I guess these runs have, I mean, it's just come throughout the morning, from the sort of the first couple of overs, really. And David Lloyd's been, up against it, trying to stem the flow of runs.
50 up, 38 balls, 9 falls and a 6. That was the, sort of set the tone, didn't it?
Yeah, he did. I wonder if they might turn to a bit of spin before lunch or anything.
Yes, I'll be surprised.
Dupavillon is in, again from the Cromwell Road in. Bowls to Haynes, who plays down the onside of the track. And there is no run.
He's hurt himself, Dupavillon, reaching down to stop that ball. There's a little something that's dropped on the pitch. I have no idea what it is.
Oh.
Is it a bit of strapping that's come off his fingers or something? I can't quite make out what it is. It's been picked up by Nye Donald anyway.
If you'd like to get in touch with myself or Fletch, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk is our email. Have you got an email address, Fletch, or a Twitter?
I've got all sorts.
Yeah, I'm sure you have.
FletchCricket@gmail.com or @FletchSport. I think I am on Twitter. Well, you know where I am, most of you.
.com, make a note of that. As Dupavillon wanders back, he doesn't look any the worse for wear. Just the one slip in place. There's a gully, backward point, cover mid-off, sweeper on the cover boundary, mid-on, deep mid-wicket and a fine leg. Dupavillon is in, bowls, and Haynes plays this into the covers, picks up another single throw, comes in, misses the stumps, well backed up. Just an air of frustration there about that throw, because where Sussex haven't been hitting boundaries, they've also sort of kept the scoreboard ticking over by picking up the singles as well.
Yeah, a couple of shots in the last couple of overs have gone in between David Lloyd at first slip and Wayne Madsen at third, fourth slip as well. Just things like that. But as I said at the time when it happened, Sussex have sort of earned the right for those gaps to appear by basically making Derbyshire spread the field in a defensive fashion.
Dupavillon turns. Update coming shortly to listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. Dupavillon in, bowls to Hughes, 4 more. I mean, it's a lovely shot. It's too much width, and Dupavillon kicks away at the turf in frustration. But it was wide outside the off stump, and Hughes just back and cut the ball down to third man for another boundary. 71 off 70 balls for Daniel Hughes. I can't remember the last time I saw 100 before lunch. I think it might have been Matt Machin. But that was a long time ago, probably 10 years ago. Someone might be able to tell me, actually, one of our regular listeners. Matty sadly had to give up first-class cricket with a wrist injury. And I'd have to look up the game, but I'm pretty sure that was 100 before lunch. We don't want to overdo it with Daniel Hughes, but he's looking almost on course. As in comes Dupavalon. Down the hill bowls, and Hughes picks up more runs, beautifully times it to backward point. Picks up a single, he goes to 72. I have to say, Fletch, I hadn't heard an awful lot about Daniel Hughes before he came to Hove, but he's the highest run scorer in the T20 Blast this season. He's been tremendous. And as we always say with most cricketers, well, pretty much all cricketers, a thoroughly nice man as well.
He's not young, is he? 35?
No, well, totally. Yeah, you know, totally. You know, when he signed, I thought, oh, I don't recognise that name. You know, he's not played county cricket before either. Dupavalon in bowls to Haynes, who pulls away onto the leg side, and that's Tom Haynes going through to his half century as well. Too short again, and he just belted the ball away through mid-wicket. 52 of 56 deliveries for Tom Haynes, coming in 93 minutes with 8 fours. And Sussex are racing along here. Just 21 overs gone. Well, I'll tell you what, the crowd here at Hove, Sarah, have been royally entertained this morning because Sussex were asked to bat first this morning, and they've raced, and I mean raced, to 130 without loss, and there's only been 21 overs. So the Derbyshire bowling going for 6 and over here. Daniel Hughes, 72 off 71 balls. Not inconceivable he would make 100 before lunch, which is a pretty rare occurrence in county cricket. And Tom Haynes has just gone through to his half century, 52 off 56 balls with 8 boundaries. So terrific start here for Sussex. Elsewhere at Trent Bridge, Surrey winning the toss and electing to bat first are 66 for 1 against Nottinghamshire. Dominic Sibley the man out for 9. Rory Burns going along very nicely. He's 40 not out. And in the test match at Lords, England 73 for 2. But disappointment for Ollie Pope, the Surrey player, captain of England in this series. He was out for just a single. So,
we're clear.
We're all done.
Excellent.
Oh, did you hear that? Oasis, I heard them say.
Yeah, a lot of talk about Oasis.
Yeah.
Pat Brown from the C end, bowling to Hughes, who has turned this nicely down towards long leg. He's only going to get a single. There in the far distance, I'm trying to work out who that is down there. That might be Dupavalon. Yeah, that would make sense, wouldn't it? Yep, left arm has got that telltale wristband on it, the sweatband that he wears. I have an email from Nick Buxton who says, "Hi, Fletcher. It didn't take long for the enthusiasm from last week to eke away, did it?" Well, I'll continue that in a minute as David Lloyd looks like he's warming up to bowl. Here comes Pat Brown now. CN bowls, and that one is pushed into the offside by Haynes, and there's no run. Bowling first on a beauty at Hove is one thing, but the news about Sam Connors leaving for Durham is a real gut punch. We wish him every success naturally, he says. They say these things come in threes, so now I'm awaiting news that Wayne Mountain's found religion and is going to retire to become a Buddhist monk and live in the Mongolian mountains. Thank you, Nick. Of course, these things don't come in threes, do they? And I think the major surprise about Sam is that he's going to a first division club, because the last 2 seasons he hasn't really performed as this next one is driven away. What a good stop that is by Harry Kane, diving away to his right hand side. Nye Donald straight over to him to congratulate him. Really good stop. I was looking at his numbers yesterday. Young Sam Connors, who isn't that young anymore, but everybody's young to me. Sam Connors born in 1999, which makes him extremely young. 124 wickets in his Derbyshire first-class career at 38. His 7 this season have come at 75. And
ouch.
Yes. As Brown is in again and bowls, that one is guided into the offside, and Kane's there again with another fine stop. This time slightly crawling towards the ball, but got down nicely again. And he'll get another pat on the back from Nye Donald. Last season it was 27 wickets at 45, and even in the season when he took his 50 wickets in the Championship 2022, and he was the youngest player to get 50 wickets in the County Championship, they came at 35.8. So he was offered a contract by Derbyshire. He has elected to decline that offer, and he's signed, I think, on a 2-year deal with Durham in the First Division. So we all wish him well, of course. As Brown is in around the wicket and bowls. That one is driven out into the offside again by Haynes, this time straight to Donald, who has a far simpler job of doing the fielding than Harry Kane did on the previous 2 attempts. 131 without loss. Sussex 73 to Hughes at a run a ball, 52 from 60 deliveries for Tom Haynes. Only 22 overs have gone, remarkably. And how long have we got? Where's the clock on that scoreboard? There it is.
Yeah.
About 25 minutes still until lunch. So interesting. I would like to see Hughes now go on and get 100 before lunch, because, as you say, Adrian, it's a relatively rare occurrence.
Well, we did speculate we might get some spin, and I think we are going to get some Jack Morley. Or is it David Lloyd?
David Lloyd's coming on
David Lloyd,
first.
the skip's going to go. Just look at this innings from Matt Machin. It came against Worcestershire back in, it was 9 seasons. In fact, he didn't get 100 before lunch. He got 87 before lunch, not out, and he came in the 6th over of the morning.
Wow.
So he still got on with things, did Matt, and he didn't know he was playing until the morning of the game. Chris Nash pulled out with a hamstring injury, and Mike Yardy was unwell. So, a change in the bowling. Daniel Hughes. Yeah, and it's interesting, when I spoke to Daniel, and he said, well, he'd never. It just, watching him back from the very first time he walked out for Sussex, I thought, wow, but who is this guy? The fact that he's never played Championship cricket. So, let's describe the field for you. For David Lloyd, to the left-handed Daniel Hughes. There's a slip, is the only close fielder. There's a deep backward square, well, almost a deep fine leg really. There's a deep mid-wicket, as in comes Lloyd. Around the wicket, bowling is off spin, and Hughes just leans back and eases the ball through backward point. They've taken 1, they'll think for 2, but there isn't a second run there, and Hughes goes to 74, 132 without loss. For the Albion fans who are here, and there are plenty of Albion fans who follow Sussex cricket and Albion football. Bad news about the new signing today, Matt O'Reilly, who got injured on Tuesday night. In comes Lloyd and bowls. Forward comes Haynes, plays down the offside for the track, no run, and is going to be out for several weeks with having had to have surgery on his ankles. That's bad news, and we wish him well in his recovery. In comes Lloyd again, bowls, tosses the ball up, and Haynes is studiously forward, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. I just wonder here, Dave, whether Lloyd's thinking, crumbs, I'm the skipper, I need to sort of take this on my shoulders, because he's the guy who decided to bowl.
Yes.
He's in and bowls, that's wide outside the off stump, and Tom Haynes got a bit of a tangle there. He was looking to cut that ball away his favourite area through backward point. The ball ended up at sort of shoveling the ball onto the onside, and there is no run.
Right, I've stumbled on the magic formula like he did at Sapphire Gardens, perhaps.
Lloyd in again, bowls, and Haynes does cut firmly. That's a bad bit of fielding at backward point, and it's going to allow Tom Haynes a couple of runs, and that's not really what you need as the fielding side. It was a misfield by an Aaron Donald. Well, I'll say it's always very easy for the commentary box, but I think at this level you'd expected him to stop that.
Yes.
Haynes gets a couple of runs he wouldn't have perhaps expected. He goes to 54, the total to 134 without loss. Lloyd in again, bowls, and Haynes plays firmly into the covers. There is no run, so a relatively inexpensive over from David Lloyd, just going for the 3 runs, and Sussex 134 without loss here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. Adrian Harms, Dave Fletcher, Nicky Chowdhury, your commentary team. Hughes on 74, Haynes on 54. Just a reminder of our email address if you'd like to get in touch, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk or fletchcricket@gmail.com on a lovely sunny day. All that being said, there's quite a lot of cloud around now, but it's high level cotton wool stuff, and in the main it's a lovely day, and I think we're going to have spin from both ends.
Both ends, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I've got a list here from the Cricket the ACS, Association of Cricket Statisticians, but it's not easy to filter through it. So I'm just sort of
Well, you're doing hundreds before lunch?
hundreds before first class, hundreds before lunch. I mean, the list isn't massive. Colin Ackerman, you'll remember, here in 2022 for Leicestershire, I'm sure.
That's when they racked up 700 odd.
ASM Oakman at the Saffrons in Eastbourne.
Alan Oakman, yeah.
In 1962 did it. Got 110. J.G. Langridge.
Yeah, John Langridge, yeah.
Here in 1935 did it.
You are so good at stats, Fletch. I'm
No,
in awe.
well, it's knowing where to find them, isn't it, really?
It is.
As much as anything, yeah. And
I need a lesson.
Griff has alerted me to the ACS, but if you type the right thing into Google, you can generally find it. I'll carry on with that search a little bit later on. Here is Jack Morley, left arm spin. He drops that one a little bit short, first delivery, and it's misfielded by Dupavilon, so it's going to be a run here for Hughes. In fact, it's going to be two of them because he's going to come back for the second as the fielder eventually gets around to do the fielding in the distance. That's Pat Brown, whose throw wasn't great, and he apologises to Brooke Guest for it. 136 without loss. Hughes moves to 76 from 75 balls. So he's definitely got it's a possibility, as that one is on leg stump and he misses it. Goes through to Brooke Guest, who takes it. Morley bowled really nicely in the second innings, picked up 3 wickets, including 2 in 2 balls against Glamorgan. Was on loan early in the season, then recalled by Lancashire, but he's back now at Derbyshire for a couple of matches at least. He drags that one down, and it's pulled into the leg side by Hughes for a single. He moves to 77, 137 for no loss. And Pat Brown, again with the return, has Brooke Guest scampering. He's claiming it was one that swerved in the air, judging by his arm movement. But I'm not sure that it did. 137 without loss. Around about 16 minutes or so to go until the lunch break as Morley's in. That one's on leg stump and turned into the leg side by Haynes, fielded by Dupavilon. It's fascinating to watch Pat Brown in the field. He's such a good fielder, but those last 2 throws a little bit erratic. Morley in again. That was bang on target and pushed up towards mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Donald by Haynes. Just the slip, really. Close catching. There is a mid-wicket and an extra cover. As Morley bowls, that one is turned into the leg side. They think about a single there and probably wisely decide against it in the end, as it's fielded by Nye Donald, and the first over sent down by Jack Morley comes to an end. They take the over off too quickly on the scoreboard. He's already got Lloyd back on there now. It always does me. I think they both spinners have conceded 3 runs off their first overs, and Sussex 137 without loss. And Pat Brown looks like he's coming back to bowl. That's interesting.
From the Cromwell Road in.
Just the one over from David Lowe, just swapping him round, presumably, so he can come in downhill.
Les Woodburn has been in touch. Hello, Les. He says, once again, thanks for the commentators for the coverage of today's match. Seems as though you've left the indifferent weather from last week in Yorkshire. Yeah, it was a bit blowy. I have to say the weather 20 miles from Scarborough is the same as Hove. Les, who lives in that neck of the woods, he says, I was going to attend the match last week, but some friends enticed me to join them on a week's walk along the Yorkshire Wolds Way, which sounds very nice indeed. But I'll come back to that in a minute, as in comes Brown around the wicket. Coming into bowl to Hughes, and he's going to get 4 runs. If there was a second slip, he'd have probably been on his way back to the pavilion. But he picks up a boundary and goes to 81, and this 100 before lunch is very much on, you know. Lloyd can't believe he didn't have a fielder in there, but he didn't. Les goes on to say the weather was somewhat mixed, but the scenery was outstanding. Starting at the Humber Bridge, the walk makes its way towards Moulton, and then parallels as the walk heads east towards Filey. Back to the cricket. Let's hope Sussex get their batting act together and a winning result. And he goes on to say a comment tongue-in-cheek. As in comes Brown bowls, and Hughes plays uppishly into the covers. There is no run. He says, I never realised you supported Brighton reserves, he says. So yeah, we'll leave that one there. Les. Yes, I do. Yeah, and I was going to say, actually, when I left Scarborough last week, Fletch, I put on the, you know, the sat nav, the quickest way back. There was an app that I use, and it seems to be very good, and it gets you everywhere very quickly. And I had no idea where I was going. Absolutely no idea. In comes Brown, around the wicket, bowls, and more runs here for Daniel Hughes. He takes one to the sweeper on the cover boundary. He goes to 82, 142. Without loss, because I would have normally gone on the A64 back to York and then down the A1, but this took me on some route around country. I don't know if there was a problem on the A64, but it took me.
There often is.
A place called, I think it was called Drisfield or something like
Driffield.
that. Driffield, yeah.
Driffield.
And I was right, you know, I didn't know where I was going. I thought, I hope this is. At one stage, I did sort of check to make sure I put in my home address.
You wouldn't have been far from Fangfoss and Wetwang and those kind of places up there. The wilds of East Yorkshire.
In comes Brown bowls, and Haynes plays into the offside, no run. And in fact, it brought me down, Fletch. I ended up somewhere down near Hull.
South Cave, that kind of area.
I think
Did
it
you
was.
run the M62?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I did. I joined the M62, then the M18, I think.
Yeah.
And I went over a big bridge, which I don't think was the Humber Bridge.
No, that would have been at. It's on the river. It's the River Ouse, and it separates Goole from Howden.
That was
it's
it,
a
Goole.
very large.
That's it, Goole. I saw it in the distance, and I thought, oh, I'm going to go over the Humber Bridge. But then I thought, it's not big enough. And also, there was a lot of road work, so we crawled over the bridge.
Yeah,
That's exactly where it was.
Humber Bridge has got two big supports.
Right.
A single span bridge.
In comes Brown. Around the wicket bowls, and Haynes hammers this one away through the covers. There's a good shot for just a single. He goes to 55, the total 143 without loss. Yeah, so that's exactly the one. But it was incredibly reliable, and when I got back from Scarborough, quick stop, and it was 5 and a bit hours. So pretty good, really.
5 and a bit hours.
Yeah.
I mean, it took me 4.5 yesterday, I think.
From Bolton.
From Bolton. Yeah,
Okay.
Not too bad.
No. A lot depends on the M25, to be honest. But I'm avoiding the M1 like the plague at the minute.
Oh, the 50 mile an hour.
Oh,
stretch
my
was
lord,
that.
mile after mile after mile. Brown in bowls to Hughes, who hammers this away through the covers again. Everything is coming right out the middle of Daniel Hughes' bat. He's batted beautifully here. He goes to 83, 144 without loss. We've had 25 overs here this morning. Haynes on 55. Hughes on 83. Yeah, so I went on the A1 last week, Fletch.
I don't mind the A1.
No. It's not great when it's dark because a lot of it's unlit.
Yes.
So going up, obviously, it was quite hard work. But coming back the other day was, it was really. But the M1 is just shocking. If you're going that way, don't go it.
No, I don't use the M1 very often, living where I live. But yeah, I know it was. I went from Burton to Durham on a Tuesday night, and the M1 was just ridiculous.
That for a T20? Or for football?
From football to 50 overs, yeah. Ooh. Yeah, football on a Tuesday night. Jack Morley's going to continue from the CN. FW Marlow, there's another one. Yeah. 100 before lunch, that is, as the ball is driven by Hughes out towards the point boundary. He moves to 84, still got 10 minutes to go. The race is on, 145 without loss. So yeah, FW Marlow here in 1895. You, Adrian, will have seen that one, of course.
Thank you. I know I'm aging badly.
Got one at Hastings here. This one is it's common occurrence, pushed out into the offside.
It's probably a nice stat.
Haynes.
Sorry, Dave. It's probably a nice stat for those in the Sussex Cricket Museum. If they've got the commentary on, perhaps they might be able to tell us the last 100 before lunch. Here.
Dulip Sinji, he got one. This one is striking the pad. That's down leg side, surely, or hitting outside leg stump, certainly. And as a result, the appeal for leg before wicket is not granted. G. Bean in 1893 got one here. No, I beg your pardon, it wasn't here. That one's turned into the leg side by Haynes just for a single. I don't think there's any Sussex cricketer who hasn't done it. That was at Old Trafford in 1893. Sorry, Adrian.
Yeah, I just wondered, does it give so you got the list, I wonder how many of them have done it?
It's not. Unfortunately, it's neither chronological nor it's by the score that they got.
Right.
Ridiculously, as this next delivery is defended by Hughes, straight back to Morley. I'd like to count them, but
No,
That would take a long, well, not a long time, but it's on my phone, so it would be a little bit awkward. 146 without loss. Last ball of Morley's second over, conceded 5 runs so far, and this one is driven very nicely. That's gone for 4 by Hughes, who moves to 88. Anuj Dal running around the boundary, couldn't get anywhere near that. It's not gone too far away from where head of cricket Mickey Arthur has been chatting to Anuj Dal, and the partnership reaches 150 off just 157 balls in 112 minutes. And well, these two, Hughes on 88, Haynes on 56, are making a bit of a mockery of the decision that Derbyshire made when they won the toss to bowl first.
We've got 8 minutes to go until the interval, so we may get, well, with Pat Brown bowling, we'll certainly get another 2. We might get 3 in before the break.
Yes, I don't think Derbyshire will want 3 in before the break, but you're right, we should get 3 in before the break. How many have we had? 26. We should have 32 by lunch.
Is that Mickey Arthur over there by the scoreboard, Fletch?
Yes, it is.
He just took off his hat.
Yeah, that's
and scratched his head.
It's a bad sign when Mickey Arthur removes his cap. Seriously, when they've had a poor game, especially in T20, if you look up to the pavilion when his cap's off after they've lost, it's a bad sign.
Right. Okay.
That's when he launches. Oh, he doesn't swear.
Does he not?
No.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, he doesn't swear at all.
He's got his hands on his hips. His body language is such that he's the coach is not feeling desperately pleased with the way things have gone. Unsurprisingly, Derbyshire are slowing things down a little bit here. 7 minutes to go until lunch, and I suspect that we may just get 2 more overs. Now, interestingly, they've got their field right now for Tom Haynes. They've got a third man. They've got a backward point and a point, as Brown comes racing in down the hill from the Cromwell Road end, bowls to Haynes, who punches out into the offside no run. Have I pinched your over here?
No.
Thank you.
I don't think so.
So as I say, just a reminder for Sussex fans, the new Sussex Chief Exec Pete Fitzboyden joining us on commentary tomorrow from 12 till 12:30. So if you've got any questions for the new Chief Exec, anything you want to raise with him, please do so. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. And we'll happily put the questions to Pete tomorrow. In comes Brown bowls to Haynes, who's going to get a single down to fine leg. That was a bit of a slash outside the off stump from Tom Haynes, but he's edged it down to third man. He goes to 57, 151 without loss. I think both of these two now you'd think would be thinking, well, I quite fancy being there after lunch, really.
Oh, yeah.
So they won't want to give it away. But he was suddenly chasing a wide delivery. There was Tom Haynes. In comes Brown again. Bowls. Hughes leans back and cuts that 1-3 through the covers for another single. He goes to 89, 152 without loss. England have lost another wicket in the Test match. It's Ben Duckett out for 40. So England now 93 for 3. And in the other game at the top of this division, Yorkshire now 116 for 2 against Middlesex at Leeds. Live for 61 and Finley Bean for 27, the men out. And comes, oh, that's a dreadful delivery, wide outside the off stump, and Haynes has nothing to do with it. That's the 3rd wide of the morning, and well taken by, unfussily by Guest.
Yeah, that won't help Hughes's. I'm sure he's got absolutely no intention of trying to get the 11 runs that he requires if it's just 1 over of left arm spin, but it won't help him. Ranjit Singh did it at least 3 times. Right. CB Fry's done it, of course. The King of Albania.
In comes wide, and it's 4 more runs, and well, that was very wide outside the off stump. There isn't a second slip in place. Tom Haynes took it on. I mean, in fairness, it's not the greatest shot, but it's a big edge through second slip for 4.
But he probably wouldn't have played the shot had there been an extra slip. I imagine, because the batters know what they're doing, don't they? First idea how to bat, but you get the impression he wouldn't have played that shot, I don't think.
Yeah, well, I would hope not. I mean, it was very wide outside the off. He'd taken one on previously in the over. If Tom Haynes does have an area where he tends to get himself out, it's exactly in that area, as often left-handers seem to. But he's picked up a boundary. He goes to 61. 157 without loss. Crumbs. In comes Brown. Bowled. And he's at it again, is Tom Haynes. There are more runs. Just a single on this occasion to the sweeper on the cover boundary, which brings Daniel Hughes onto strike. Haynes goes to 62 off 77 deliveries. 158 without loss. They didn't make a start like this in the 50 over, you know. But then they didn't have Daniel Hughes playing. He had a bit of a break, I think he spent a bit of time watching the Olympics. And no doubt a bit of time just enjoying the surroundings of Hove and Sussex. In comes Brown again, round the wicket, bowls, and Hughes has a bit of a dart at that. He's looking to play it away through the covers, rehearses the shot, the ball goes through to Guest. There is no run, so 3 minutes to go until the break. I don't think Derbyshire will be any hurry to bowl this over. 89 to Hughes, 62 to Haynes. So Sussex, by my not great maths, are rattling on here at the best part of 6 and over.
5.89, I reckon.
Right, well done, Fletch. You're very good at maths. I'm impressed by your statistics.
That's on the computer.
Okay.
I'm no good at maths at all. Rory Hamilton Brown. It was Rory Hamilton Brown. Wasn't
Yes.
It? Yeah, he did it in 2013 here.
Oh, against
Yorkshire. On day 4, 126 he scored. So that could be
Do you know what?
Could be a contender.
Yeah, and I don't wish to. I have a feeling there was. I'm not sure I commentated on that game, but there was a game around about that time when there was a sort of a 4th day declaration set up. Now I don't know whether there was that game.
Okay.
I'll have a look. I'll see if I can hunt that one out, Fletch.
Yeah, there is always that possibility, isn't there? So Jack Morley in the final over, I think before lunch, is in to bowl to Tom Haynes, who defends. It's all going to be entirely irrelevant, sadly, I think now, because Haynes, if he's sensible, will just want to play any good delivery straight back to the bowler, Morley, and he turns that one into the leg side, where it's fielded by David Lloyd.
Yeah, Hamilton Brown 100 off 68 balls in 67 minutes.
Sounds like a bit of, unless he just decided to go mad.
No, I think it was a.
Yeah. Morley in again, bowls. That one clipped into the leg side of his pads by Haynes.
An embarrassing morning's cricket was followed by an afternoon of rain and bad late on the final game of this day. Yeah. Final day of this game. I'm just reading off a report.
Morley just has a word with David Lloyd to make sure that clock keeps ticking around towards 1 o'clock. And he's in and bowls to Haynes, who picks up a single, moves on to 63, 159 without loss. How many balls to go? 2 balls to go.
He made 126 off 83 balls, but it was trying to set up some sort of a
Steve O'Shaughnessy in a Lancashire game many years ago scored a rapid century. It was the quickest of the season, I think, but it didn't count because it was declaration bowling. Morley in and bowls to Hughes, who picks up 1. He might think about coming back for the second here. He does. That's really good running, and he moves into the 90s. It's fielded down there by Anuj Dada, loses his floppy sun hat in the process. 91 now to Hughes then. 161 without loss. Just been summoned, so
okay. Let's pick up. Thanks for it. See you after lunch. In comes Morley, bowls and let go by Hughes outside the off stump, taken by keeper Brooke Guest, and that's the end of the morning's play. And I think Derbyshire will be pretty pleased to get their way back to the sanctuary of the dressing room. A tremendous morning for Sussex. 161 without loss. They are at the break, with Hughes on 91, Haynes on at 63. We've only had 28 overs in the morning's play, and as good a start as Sussex have made. I have to say some of the Derbyshire bowling has been indifferent, but you've got to score the runs, and that's certainly what Hughes and Haynes have done. So the ground staff making their way out to the middle with their brooms and buckets to do their work on the pitch. The players making their way towards the pavilion. We'll listen to the applause, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of it from the Sussex crowd for Hughes and Haynes. That's a tremendous effort by these two. And we're going to take a break for lunch. So myself, Adrian Harms, Dave Fletcher and Nikki Chowdhury, we're going to have a bite to eat. We'll be back with you in good time for the resumption. where the umpires are making their way out to middle. Paul Baldwin and Ian Blackwell. Sussex in an excellent position here at lunch, 161 without loss in just 28 overs. Daniel Hughes, the Australian, on 91. Tom Haynes on 63. Daniel Hughes, who's yet to score a county championship 100 for Sussex. But you'd be a brave person to bet against that today. 91 in 88 balls. Nicky Chowdhury alongside me, as well as Sussex batted, and they did bat well. They certainly put back to ball. I think Derbyshire will be, well, they didn't bowl particularly well this morning.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Line and length was a bit iffy. They gave away quite a few freebies, which of course Hughes and Haynes made the most of. And as you can just see with the score they've already posted on the board before lunch, they've absolutely raced away.
So Haynes and Hughes make their way out to the middle. I'm Adrian Harms, Nicky Chowdhury next to me. Dave Fletcher will be back with us. He has to do an update at 2 o'clock, and then Fletcher will be back if that works for everybody. And I'll just have to hope that there's some lunch left. I don't know what lunch was left when you fellas went. What did you have, Nicky?
I had a sandwich. There was a choice of sandwiches, pies, or sausage rolls.
I reckon Fletch might have had a sausage roll. See, I've known him for so many years. I just had a feeling that might be the case. So Hughes 91, Haynes on 63. Opening the bowling from the Cromwell Road end straight after lunch is going to be Pat Brown, who's bowled 4 overs for 24. We'll have to get Fletcher's insight when he comes back on as to what the Derbyshire camp made of that this morning, particularly Dave Griffin, who's the, what do you call Griffin? I don't really call him the photographer or the statistician or... Heritage officer. Oh, right, it's just an official position at Derbyshire. In comes Brown to bowl to Haynes. That's a horrible way to get things underway after lunch, and I'm very surprised that hasn't been signalled a wide. I think umpire Blackwell must have been feeling quite kind.
How's that not a wide?
Well, I get, you know, well, if Fletch was signalling the wide, I'm quite surprised that it wasn't given as a wide. But it wasn't. Yeah, rate is -2 on the scoreboard, which is perhaps reflective. I thought when they'd only bowled 28 overs before lunch, that might be the case. Brown is it? Oh my lord, that's a dreadful delivery. Howard, wow, that's, well, that almost pitched on the adjacent wicket.
That was off the strip.
It was off the strip. In fact, if it pitches off the strip, I think it's signalled as a no ball. But it was wide, and it was going wider, so whatever was said at the lunch break by the Derbyshire coaching staff maybe hasn't had a great effect.
Makes me wonder what was said.
Well, 163 without loss. Brown in again, but oh crumbs, is that another wide? No, it's not wide. It must have been marginal. 3 really wide deliveries to start after lunch. In fairness, Pat Brown may not have played much cricket here, and in mitigation, bowling down the slope here at Hove can be quite tricky, but when he bowled from that end before lunch, I wonder if he's going to change his angle of attack. No, he's going to carry on coming around the wicket. The field, a slip, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, a deep mid-wicket sweeper on the cover boundary as in comes Brown. But, oh, that's an awful delivery.
I'm in shock.
Well, I have to say, Daniel Hughes is now talking to the umpire. I think he's probably saying, is that not a no ball? Because I'm pretty certain if the ball pitches outside of the track, that it's signalled a no ball. But without being in any way disrespectful to Pat Brown, I'd have to say that they are 4 of the worst deliveries I've seen. They are shockers, aren't they? Anyway, comes in again. Around the wicket, bowls and hammered away by Haynes. That was in the air. He's going to pick up single, is Tom Haynes. No, he's not going to come back for the second. That wasn't far away from the fielder in the covers. I mean, it wasn't a great delivery. It was a half volley pitched up outside the off stump, and Haynes hammered the ball away, and it flew through the covers, almost within catching distance of the fielder in the covers. But there was a couple of runs to Haynes. Thank you to Steve Oxford, who got in touch, and we were talking about hundreds before lunch, and he sent me a stat or a link to it, so thank you very much for that, Steve. As in comes Brown, bowls, Haynes is forward, plays to backward point. That was a better delivery from Brown. There is no run. And he mentioned, of course, 100 before lunch here by Louis Kimber, which was this season, which I'd forgotten. How could I forget? A quite amazing innings. Now, you were here for the first 3 days of that game, Nicky. And on the final day, Leicestershire were completely out of it. And Louis Kimber came in and blasted 237 from memory, 21 sixes, and very nearly won the game for Leicestershire. In comes Brown and bowls. Haynes plays the ball down the offside of the track, and there is no run. And that indeed was 100 before lunch. So I should have remembered that. All games sort of pale into significance. He started off in that innings, Kimber. It was always sort of lower order defiance, and he hit a few sixes, and we thought, oh well, it's still going to be all over by lunch. And then he got more sixes.
Yeah, I don't think we thought it was ever going to get that close, and then.
Well, in the end, and I think I think everyone on the ground was thinking Leicestershire going to win this, and that sort of turned the pressure a little bit on Leicestershire. It was a great game. In comes Brown, bowls, Haynes defends 2 mid on, so eventually found a decent line, did Pat Brown. End of the over, 6 runs from the over. Sussex 166 without loss, Haynes on 65, Hughes on 91. Good to see in the commentary box before lunch Charles Runcie, who was very much sort of key to the cricket commentaries here on the BBC. He's down at Hove enjoying the sunshine for the day, coming in and having a chat with us. And Sussex have started off after lunch very much as they did before lunch, but it's going to be Jack Morley bowling his spin from the C end of the ground, and taking you through this first over after lunch is Nicky Chowdhury.
Thanks very much, Adrian. We've got a slip in place as Morley is into the attack after lunch. This one is a full delivery. It's driven off the front foot by Hughes into the offside. Some great piece of work out in the deep by Anuj Dal. And that stops the boundary, but they will get 2. And Sussex move on to 168 for no loss. Hughes on 93.
Well, we've got this link. So thank you to Steve for batting hundreds before lunch, which I'll send it on to Fletcher in a minute.
Morley in again, and this one cut away by Hughes. It will just be the single. Brings Haynes on to strike.
And that was from Fletcher's favourite website, the Association of Cricket Statisticians and Scorers. And there's a huge lot. So I'm sure this is the website that Fletcher's looking at, and they're in no particular order. Only in terms of score, as Fletcher was saying.
Morley to Haynes, this one tucked into the leg side. It's not going to be a run. Haynes was keen, but some good work. There's
some names in there, aren't there? My word, hundreds. But I'll run through some of them at the end of the over.
Morley into Haynes again, and this time tucked around the corner behind square. Will just be the single. Basil D'Oliveira, Rowan Kanai, Mike Proctor, Majid Khan, some great names of cricket. Morley into Hughes now, who's forward, defends into the offside, straight to extra cover. I don't know if he's listening to us today, but Chris Nash, who often works here at the ground, is on the list as well. Great names of cricket, Chris. 146, Sussex against Yorkshire. That was the game that we were talking about a little earlier on. Morley's in, and this time Hughes is forward, drives to mid-on, will take on the single, and that will conclude the over as well. Sussex 171 for no loss at the end of 30 overs. If you just joined us, a very good afternoon. Welcome to Hove on a lovely sunny day, lots of blue sky, some high cotton wool clouds. Derbyshire winning the toss this morning, asking Sussex to bat first, and Sussex have made the most of that, particularly Daniel Hughes, 95 of just 92 balls. Been a tremendous innings by the Australian, and he's on strike to Pat Brown, who's going to come in for his 6th over, 5 overs, 0 for 29. Just the one slip in place.
There's a third man, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, sweeper on the cover boundary, just the two fielders on the leg side, and mid-on, and a deep mid-wicket as in comes Brown, bowling to Hughes, and Hughes pulls away, and that's gone straight away for 6 runs, and what a way to bring up 100 for Daniel Hughes. It's his first 100 in the county championship and for Sussex, and it has been simply magnificent. 101 in 93 balls in 130 minutes, 14 fours, 2 sixes, and it really doesn't get any better than that. A standing ovation from those in the Spenkarma Pavilion, and also very sportingly as well, applause from some of the Derbyshire fielders. And that really is as good as it gets. We thought he might get his 100 before lunch. It's actually taken him to the 3rd over after lunch before he gets that 100. It's come in the 31st over of the match, and it has been absolutely brilliant to watch. He goes and has a natter to Tom Haynes. The ball needs to be retrieved. Well, what a performance by Daniel Hughes.
That was a superb shot as well. Just the way he swiveled in that pull shot, and so much ease, and a good way to get to his century.
Well, we've got a break in play as the ball is lost, and as I haven't been down to get my lunch yet, I think this might be an opportune time to change things around.
Time for some musical mics.
Oh, Fletcher's got an update at 2 o'clock, so we'll wait for Fletcher to do his update at 2 o'clock, and then Fletcher will be on for Nicky. I tell you, I lost flight of that when Daniel Hughes hit that. I thought they'd gone for 4. I didn't realise. And then suddenly saw the umpire, and I thought, oh, what a way to go to your 100 as well.
Second touch, there's a suggestion that players, when they changed the ball early, they didn't have a new enough ball in the box, and the ball that they used was about 40 overs old.
Oh, that's interesting.
I'll have to ask about it.
Right, okay.
Suggested it to different people.
And we are using a Kookaburra ball, which in general terms the feeling is that it's not as easy to bowl with the Kookaburra ball. It's obviously, I guess you could say Daniel Hughes is used to facing a Kookaburra ball. But, well, he's just surveying, and I'd said that the field was heavily loaded on the offside, just the 2 fielders on the leg side, and he pulls the ball for 6 runs. Anyway, 101 not out, Daniel Hughes. He waits for Brown, who's around the wicket, in and bowls, and Hughes rather reaches for one outside the off stump, played into the offside, and there is no run. I'm indebted to John Philby, the Sussex chair, who got in touch at lunchtime. In fact, I've just been told that's Daniel's 10th first-class 100 as well, so thank you for that, for the Sussex scorer Graham Irwin. But John Philby got in touch, the Sussex chair. I was talking about the photography, or the exhibition in the museum, and the name of the photographer was Arthur Smallwood. He took all those great photos. In comes Brown, round the wicket, bowls to Hughes, who leans back and hammers that into the covers, fielded by Lewis Rees. And there is no run. And if you wonder what on earth I'm talking about, it's an exhibition of black and white photographs in the Sussex Cricket Museum of some of the great players who have played here at Hove, and it really is a who's who of cricket. Just the one slip in place still just those 2 men on the leg side, so Brown can't really afford to bowl short here or down the leg side. This is quite the exhibition by Daniel Hughes. Brown in, bowls, short, pulled away, and that's going to be for, you just can't afford to bowl there really, not with 2 men on the leg side. And without being disrespectful to Pat Brown in any way, shape or form, I mean it's a short delivery that's down the leg side and just helps himself, does Daniel Hughes. Interesting what Fletch said about the ball. That may well be something that's going to be discussed a little later on, because it was a Daniel Hughes 6, which meant the ball was changed in the first place. But I'm sure that David Lloyd is wanting Pat Brown to bowl an off-stump line here. He's in again, bowls, which he does on this occasion, and Hughes can only play that out into the covers, and there is no run. 105 to Hughes, 181 without loss.
Adrian, I was having a chat with Fletch earlier just before lunch about superstitions.
Ooh.
Do you have any superstitions of your own? Are you superstitious?
Am I superstitious? I guess I guess perhaps a little bit. I always wear the same shoes to cricket. Just I don't know why. Just in comes Hughes, reaches for that, plays to backward point. There is no run. End of the over. An over that conceded 10 runs, and Sussex at the end of that 181 without loss. Hughes 105. Haynes on 60. Is that 66 or 68? 66.
66.
I always worry a little bit about the technicals, that the stream's going to work and everything's going to work and everything's going to be okay. And I've got into this ridiculous habit of wearing the same pair of shoes. That sounds.
Has there
good.
been a day where
You're looking at me as if I'm really nuts.
I'm wondering if there's been a day when you've worn different pair of shoes and everything's just gone kaput.
No. That is slightly bonkers, isn't it? Anyway.
Morley to continue from the C end to Haynes. Just a little pause, as I believe whoever's that slip has just had a wasp fly into them. We're good to go now, though. As in comes Morley now. Haynes forward and tucks this to mid wicket.
I don't think there's been many wasps this summer, Nikki. I don't know.
I'd have to disagree with you. There are
Really?
so many wasps.
Really? I haven't seen many. Right, okay. Perhaps you live somewhere there's lots of wasps.
Maybe I do. Morley in now. Haynes off the back foot turns this into the leg side for no run. I've seen a lot of hornets.
Right.
And they're not a nice thing to see. They're very scary. But I found out last week, when I was covering the Middlesex game, why we're seeing more wasps around at this time of the year. As in comes Morley now, and this is off the back foot, turned into mid-wicket, who does a great dive to their left to stop the run. So apparently, we actually have the same amount of wasps going out and about in the summer, but we don't notice them because they're like with the flowers and amongst plants, and so they're busy there. As in comes Morley now, and Haynes is forward, solid in defence. But later on in the summer, August, September time, they are slightly more visible to us because apparently the plants stop producing nectar, and they're on the verge of Morley in and turns round. It's down the leg side by Haynes. Hang on, I've completely... There we go. It's Morley in, and that one is taken down the leg side by Guest with the gloves, and he's ready to go again at the top of his mark. Haynes forward, solid in defence, and that will conclude the over. Sussex 181 for no loss. Haynes on 66 at the end of the 32nd over. So yeah, apparently as the plants start to produce less and less nectar, etc., the wasps are out and about looking for food in other places. So that's when you start to see them. But I
haven't seen many at all this summer, so there we are. That's a different take from Nikki. Now we've got a change of bowling, and it's going to be Zach Chappell who's coming back into the attack from the Cromwell Road. And David Lloyd is just desperate here to get some control. 4 overs for 26, but that's an interesting take, a bit of insight from Fletch about the change of ball earlier on. We're going to be here late tonight, you know, because we've only had 32 overs. I mean, it's already 2 o'clock. The over rate is showing as -2. With a couple of balls that have been hit outside or over the ropes for 6. And in fact, Wayne Madsen at first slip is almost directing affairs and wanting, I think, the third man to go to a slightly different position. So, the field at the moment, there's a slip, a shortish third man who I think is going up towards point, a sweeper going out towards the cover boundary, an extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square, and a fine leg. And if this carries on, we might have to also keep looking at record first wicket partnerships for Sussex. In comes Chappell, bowls, Hughes drives firmly out to that sweeper on the cover boundary and gets his 106th run, 182 without loss. So I'm just going to see in this very excellent book of statistics. I'll find it in a moment's time. Chappell's going to change the angle of attack. Here we are, first wicket partnerships. Well, so we have to get to 252 to even get on the board. As in comes Chappell bowls, Haynes defends into the offside, and there is no run. Yes, the record, well, the first wicket records, it says 250 or more, so it's a long way away at the minute, but you start on 252 between R.R. Relf and J. Vine against Nottinghamshire at home in 1912. In more recent history, the fourth highest on the list involves one of these two players, actually. As in comes Chappell and hammered away by Tom Haynes. That's a lovely shot by Tom Haynes. I didn't think it was going to get to the boundary for a moment, but he hit it far more crisply than I thought. Through backward point for 4 runs. Haynes goes to 70. I think that's going to click over to in a moment. 182 without loss. There we are. 186 without loss. Haynes goes to 70. And the run fest continues. Yes, 328 partners between Ali Orr and Tom Haynes here in 2022 is the 4th highest on the list. Chappell in bowls to Haynes, who's currently on 70, plays it to mid-wicket, and there is no run. And without in any way doing that partnership down, that was an end-of-season game. There wasn't anything on it. You still got to score the runs, and I don't mean that to be detrimental in any way, but this is a slightly different kettle of fish with Sussex going for a promotion, and they've gone at it really hard here today. 186 without loss. Chappell around the wicket, bowls, and Haynes clips through mid-wicket, picks up a comfortable single. He goes to 71, Sussex to 187 without loss. If you're just joining us, live cricket here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. You may be listening via the club stream, or maybe listening via the app on the BBC website. You can also listen now through your smart speaker. All you need to do is to ask BBC Sounds to play Sussex v Derbyshire Day 1, and you can listen to it through that method as well. Chappell in, around the wicket, bowls, and Hughes clips onto the onside, picks up another comfortable single. It is the end of the 33rd over, 188 without loss. Hughes on 107, Haynes is on 71. Time I had a break. I'm going to leave you with Dave Fletcher and with Nicky.
A well-deserved break, Adrian, thank you. Adrian will be back because, well, that's what he gets paid to do. He'll have to be back later on, otherwise we're all in trouble. This isn't going well from a Derbyshire perspective. I was talking to a couple of supporters out the back because they said last week we found a method. Yeah, I'm not sure what that method was last week. I didn't see anything massively different, and yeah, anyway. Jack Morley continues from the sea, and they've gone for a quick single. Lewis Rees picks up his throw to the wicketkeeper. It's a little bit loopy, and they get through for a single. Hughes moves to 108, 189 without loss. You know what we're going to have to do? We're going to start looking up records. That usually does the trick.
Looking at records.
Looking at records. As Morley is in again, he's dropped that one a little, dragged that one a little bit short, and it's been cut away by Haynes for another single out towards backward point. Around to do the fielding comes Pat Brown, who bowled a ball after lunch that didn't hit the cut strip, which is some going. I think they're just struggling a little bit, Derbyshire bowlers. As Morley bowls again, it's short, and again it's turned into the leg side, and he sort of scratches away at the footmarks as though they're to blame, which bowlers tend to do. 191 without loss. Hughes moves on to 109. 109 of 102. Haynes is 72 rather, come off 101. He's on strike now. Morley bowls to him, and he pushes it straight back to the on loan left arm spinner. I think initially here for 2 matches. Alex Thompson, Derbyshire's off spinner, was at the county ground last week and doing some work. As this next one, he's got a side strain. Is pushed back to Morley again by Haynes. So we're going to see Tomo back before the end of the season. David Lloyd standing on the Hessian mat that's covering the T20 quarter-final pitch as the final delivery of the over is pushed out into the offside by Haynes. It's fielded by Harry Kane. And Sussex are at 191 without loss after 34 overs. We're already in for some overtime today. Derbyshire's over rate this morning was -2, which is on the board now. It's supposed to bowl 32 overs a session. They've only bowled 34 overs now, and we're already at 2:05. So
well, it's not the only game with a slow over rate today. I've just seen that at 1:58 this afternoon in the test match between Sri Lanka and England. Only 27 overs were bowled.
It's almost criminal, isn't it?
Chappell from the Cromwell Road end is into Hughes now, and there's a short one pulled away. Is it going to beat the fielders? No, it isn't. Anuj Dal does a terrific job on the boundary. They're gonna come back for 2 quite comfortably, and the score moves on to 193 for no loss. A good piece of work out there on the deep, though.
He's a terrific fielder, Nudge. Really quick over the ground, very agile.
So very quick. Got 2 men out on the boundary on the leg side, deep square leg and a long leg, as in comes Chappell once again now to Hughes, who's forward and drives on the up. And it's going to be a single as deep point does the work. Brings Haynes on to strike, who's on 72 from 104 balls. These two have absolutely flown through, scoring runs with ease. Sussex 194 for no loss. Chappell runs in down the hill towards us now. Haynes forward, full face of the bat, drives to mid-off. No run.
They're 100 runs shy at the moment of the record first wicket stand for Sussex against Derbyshire. Ed Joyce and Chris Nash managed that at Horsham in 2010. Blimey, 294 they put on.
Wow.
In an innings victory, innings and 109 runs. Derbyshire bowled out for 242. Sussex made 576 for 3 declared, and then bowled Derbyshire out for 225. Wayne Madsen played in that match.
Chappell in again to Haynes, who's forward and drives straight to short extra cover. That was hit firmly, and good piece of fielding. That must have stung.
Yes. And Tom Haynes was actually part of the highest stand for Sussex against Derbyshire, which was for the 3rd wicket up at Derby in 2022 with Cheteshwar Pujara of 351. Remarkably.
Wow, that is incredible. Those numbers are something else. As in comes Chappell now, and Haynes off the back foot defends it softly, and Chappell does the fielding off the back end of his follow through.
Yes, Derbyshire made 505 for 8. Sussex replied with 174 and 513 for 2 following on. That was the game in which Pujara, Haynes and Shan Masood all made double centuries, only the 11th occurrence in first-class history.
Chappell in now, Haynes off the back foot, just opens up a little bit, and it will go to short extra cover, and it's a dot in the scorebook. End of the over. 35 overs gone. Sussex 194 for no loss.
Adrian Harms has had a pop at me for having a sausage roll. He's come back with a pie and chips.
Pie and chips?
And chips he's got there. We must never forget the and chips, which means that tomorrow
you're going to have
pie and chips. Yeah, I think
you can't say anything now, can he?
Pie and chips, it's an absolute outrage, but we'll let it pass for now. We'll let it pass for now. He's been in to collect a chair. He's going to have it in the room next door. I'm not sure you can get 2 chairs in there, if I'm honest. I do my updates next door, it's quite snug. There is a delay here, I'm not entirely sure why, but we're about to get back underway with Jack Morley bowling his 7th over, and initially bowling to Hughes, Daniel Hughes, who drives this into the offside when it's fielded by Harry Kame. There is no run. Next delivery is defended straight back to Morley. Just received some really bad news. I had a Saturday off coming up.
Oh no.
And I was going to go, no, I've still got it off. I was going to watch my beloved Tranmere Rovers play. This next delivery is down the leg side, nicely taken by Brooke Guest. And their game has now been called off because of international weekend. And now Tranmere's game's been called off because it's international weekend. Wimbledon apparently have more than three or more internationals. That one does turn, and it's been cut out into the offside. Quick single by the Sussex pair, and Haynes gets to the danger end. In fact, Brooke Guest took the throw from Harry Kame and didn't quite manage to get down to the stumps.
That was very tight. Haynes makes it in just in time.
It also means I'll have to watch Tempest United play, which isn't quite the same as watching Tranmere, but there we go. Morley, left arm over the wicket, bowls to Haynes, who turns that one into the leg side. Lloyd Fields. Pat Brown stretching at mid-wicket. It's not a good day to be in the field when you're on the thick end or the wrong end of 195 without loss, really, as that one is turned into the leg side.
It's a very long day, isn't it?
To the man whose decision it was to put them in. David Lloyd does the fielding there. Just 60 overs left today then. 195 without loss. We're going along at 5.5, or the thick end of 5.5, which is round about 470 in the day kind of pace, which is a lot of runs. I remember Derbyshire against Notts at Derby 2 years ago, the hottest day of the year 2 years ago. Notts won the toss, I think, on that occasion, and they made 450 for not very many. 2 or 3 in the day. Grim.
Here we have it, Zach Chappell in from the Cromwell Road end now, and Hughes cuts this away down to deep point. We'll just keep it to the single. Tom Haynes comes on to strike. Sussex 196 for no loss.
It's really nice out there, wasn't it?
It looks
lush. Went out for lunch, a little walk around the back, and it's nice in the shade, but it's very, very warm in the.
It's only 22 degrees.
I know. It's well, I'm a northerner. This is far too warm for us.
22 degrees.
Yeah, too warm.
Chappell in now to Haynes, who's forward and edges it, and he's caught in the slips. Sussex, they lose their first wicket. 196 for 1. He's caught by Wayne Madsen. And Tom Haynes, well, he'll have to depart after scoring 72 from 111 deliveries.
Nelson strikes. Absolute nonsense. Yeah, good catch by Wayne Madsen. To his left, down low, both elbows touching the floor. So a really good catch by Wayne Madsen, and Derbyshire finally get their first wicket of the day. 10 fours in that 72 as well, and some thoroughly deserved applause for Tom Haynes, who will be disappointed, I'm sure, to have got out.
He will be indeed. He'll be absolutely.
Yeah, on 72, you can almost smell the century, can't you? Even that far away, you can almost smell it. So yeah, Derbyshire, thank goodness for that. I've got a breakthrough.
You look so relieved, Fletch.
I didn't think one was ever going to come. If I'm entirely honest with you, Nicky, I didn't think one was ever going to come. But I've been here before, so I usually get over these kind of things quite quickly. A reward for Zach Chappell, who's bowled 7 overs. No, he hasn't, because that's gone off the screen now. Zach Chappell, why Was that the last ball of the over? No. Well, what's the scoreboard doing now?
That was the second ball of the over.
Yeah, it's still got Jack. Oh no, Jack Chappell's above it. 6.2 hours, 1 for 37. My apologies to the scoreboard operator. It's perfectly fine if it is Graham who is doing the scoreboard operating. I apologise. I'm just an idiot. In fact, my slight beef about the scoreboard appears to be absolutely incorrect anyway, because it's got not only the current bowler but the bowler bowling from the other end, and I was suggesting that they moved them too quickly, but they're both on there, so apologies for that as well.
Here we go. Chappell in to Clark now, and this one's left alone outside the off stump, although it stays pretty low. We've seen that quite often this morning as well. Some deliveries have come through at a more normal height to speak, and then some have absolutely rolled through.
Yes. That would have been good to see had Sussex been 120 for 7. At 196 for 1, seeing the ball keeping low on day one, and we saw it at Derby last week as well. It was a hybrid pitch they used last week, and that had a bit of variable bounce.
Chappell into Clark, who's forward and lets this one go through again into the gloves of Guest.
I found a foolproof way to prevent Adrian from eating pies from now on in, though.
How?
Tell him it's unlucky when he's eating a pie, Sussex lose a wicket.
That might just work, you know.
I think it might. So he'll never be able to eat pie and chips again.
Because he said he's a little bit superstitious.
He did, I heard him
and what's happened? As soon as he bit into his pie,
the wicket fell.
the umpire's fingers went up. Chappell in now, and oh, it's a beautiful delivery. And just beats the outer edge of Tom Clark, and he looks a bit surprised as well as he now takes a few steps down the wicket, gives it a tap, does a little bit of gardening, but I think you may have just found your way.
I'll mention it to him later. He'll be back for his what is it he has him on the half hour, doesn't he, his updates?
He'll be back shortly. 2 slips in place for the new batter, Tom Clark. Tall in his stance now as in comes Chappell, and this one's a bit of width. He attempts to cut, doesn't quite time it as well enough, and it's fielded at extra cover. It will conclude the end of the 37th over. Sussex 196 for 1. They've just lost their first wicket of Tom Haynes, who's gone for 77 off 111 deliveries. Hughes with 114 to his name, and new batter Tom Clark yet to get off the mark.
Hughes quickly, Derbyshire might be able to keep themselves in this match. Already got one end open, need to get the other. It's Hughes on strike now as Jack Morley begins a new over. That one is guided by Hughes out towards the down towards third man. In actual fact, I thought it'd gone out towards backward point, but he's just guided it down to the far end of the ground, up the hill, and the 200 comes up for Sussex. 200 for 1 as Hughes moves on to 118. 200 coming up in the first ball of the 38th over.
He played that with such soft hands as well, which allowed him to actually play it finer than what initially looked like going down towards a deep point.
Morley's in again. This time it's turned into the leg side by Hughes, fielded by Donald, whose throw is a shocker. Actually sends Harry Kane scurrying to prevent it from racing potentially to the boundary. Morley's in once more, and that's a nice cut off the back foot out to Dahl on the point boundary by Hughes, who moves to 119, 201 for 1. Lewis Rees just goes a bit closer at mid-on for the new batter, Tom Clark. As Morley is in, bowls to him, he pushes this defensively out towards Harry Kane, who's fielding at cover, point cover. Only one slip for Morley. David Lloyd close in on the leg side at mid-wicket. That one is clipped just behind him to the second of the two mid-wickets, who is Nye Donald, and there's no run. What's Clark doing? 6 balls to get off the mark. He's letting the side down here. He waits now and gets the opportunity possibly to get off the mark, and there's a shy at the stumps from an almost prone Darren Dupavillon, but Clark does get his single.
And he keeps strike as well.
Yeah, so Derbyshire won't mind that too much. Zach Chappell will be bowling at the new batter with Sussex on 202 for 1. Hughes on the non-strike. That was brilliant. On 119, you know what you did there? That was magnificent. You turned my microphone off.
I just realised.
Coughed, and then turned my microphone back on again. That's just brilliant.
You know why? It's because I'm sat on the wrong side of the thing.
Yes, no, I know why. No, you're not. Don't worry about it.
So the purpose of me turning the mic off just didn't work.
Anybody who has suffered any kind of hearing impairment as a result of Nicky coughing down their smart speaker.
In comes Chappell now to Clark, who's on his toes, defends into the offside. It's not a run, and my goodness, I've had an absolute mare of a day today. I'll tell you what, I have managed to do the most. Most stupid thing.
Have you done anything differently that you can superstitiously say will be the reason, the cause for having this nightmare of a day?
I can't even blame it on a superstition.
No?
Do you know what I did this morning? I've burnt boiled eggs, which I don't think was.
Wow.
Oh, your face! As in comes Chappell now to Clark, who's on the front foot, lets this one go through into the gloves of Guest.
So you let the pan boil dry, or you've burnt the eggs in the pan, or what's happened there?
I let the pan boil dry, and
That's
then...
not usually a good thing.
That's not a good thing, but I was trying to multitask. I'm pretty good at it. Just today was not the day.
Oh dear.
And I somehow managed to like burn the egg, and when I was trying to peel it, I was like, now I can't throw them because I don't waste food. And the outside of the boiled egg was kind of like a fried egg. It was really bizarre. Chappell in to Clark now, who's off the back foot. Beautiful shot. It beats point. It might go all the way down towards the boundary, and it does. He played that off the back foot on his toes, opened the face of the bat, and Tom Clark brings up his first boundary of the innings. He's on 5 now. Sussex 206 for 1.
Jack Morley being very sensible, applying the sun cream down to our right hand side, just kneeling down just off the boundary. I'm not sure whether that'll help him if the ball comes down and he has to catch it with slippery hands, but
Chappell in again now, and it's got the outer edge, and it's gonna run down all the way again. It was lucky there wasn't a third slip in place there, otherwise that may have just been an opportunity there. But it's another boundary for Sussex, 210 for 1 on the board.
well, it almost looked. You'll get to see it again on the stream. It almost looked like he was trying to leave the ball, and it's almost dribbled down the front of his bat. Very strange, but hey ho. These things have been happening all day. Collapse is on, a correspondent writes. Well, Derbyshire wouldn't mind a collapse here. They've just found a ball, whether it's the ball, who knows. Of course, they'll know it's a kookaburra because it will be different. Whether it's a kookaburra or not, I'm not sure David Lloyd thinks it is, because he's just thrown it to Brooke Guest. He's given it to Wayne Madsen. They're inspecting it. I think the umpires need to have a look in now. That's not a kookaburra. So they found a Duke's ball, which hasn't been hoovered up. And of course, if they lose another ball, it will be the third time the ball has been changed. But can you imagine if that had been it would have been playing with Dukes, and they just find this Duke's ball now. Well, just play with that and chuck it back on.
Could you imagine?
Yeah, just play with any old ball. So they're currently behind one of the T20 dugouts. Now, Lewis Rees has found another ball. Is this one a kookaburra? Well, the players seem to think it is, because Madsen and Lloyd both come back onto the field of play, and now the ball, the second of the balls, has been thrown towards, there we go, it's going up towards the umpire. They'll have to have a little look at it, I'm sure. Well. just when you thought you'd seen everything. I should have tried to explain more about when they lost the ball the first time. It was really early on, wasn't it? The 6. It was inside the first 6 overs. There was a 6 from Hughes that the ball was lost. I'll come back to that.
Ball has been found, and Chappell has it in hand as he's in and bowls a straight delivery, which Clark defends, and it's kind of opened up as well, but nothing too troubling. Sussex 210 for 1. Yeah, that first ball was lost pretty early, wasn't it?
And there was a suggestion from a couple of people who I spoke to at lunchtime who'd just been chatting with players on boundary edges and that kind of thing, that the ball that it was replaced with was considerably older than 6 overs old.
Oh.
Difficult though.
Chappell in again now, and Clark is forward, defends, and that does conclude the end of the over. Sussex 210 for 1 after 39 overs. I must say, Fletch, your face was absolutely disgusted when I said that.
The eggs. Yeah, well, I'm not surprised. What expression were you expecting? Pity?
More shock, but
Well,
just
I'm not the greatest cook myself, but I don't think I've ever burnt boiled eggs.
I just didn't know it was possible. And I was
No.
quite embarrassed.
I must admit, I'm not entirely sure how you've done it, but
I was quite embarrassed, and I was trying to multitask. I had a call to attend to, so I thought I'd put the eggs on, get on the call, get it done, and then come back and the eggs were going to be done.
Yeah.
The call overran. My study door was shut. I couldn't smell anything. As soon as I was done, I opened the door and I was like, that does not smell good.
No. I have boiled things dry, but anyway. How about this for a scoreline from Bristol? Gloucestershire all out for 125 in 36.1 overs. Northamptonshire already batting a 5 without loss in the first over of their reply. Yorkshire 164 for 2 now at Headingley against Middlesex. And at Sophia Gardens, Leicestershire 139 for 4 against Glamorgan. Anish Dal is back. We've got the 2 mid-wickets, Lloyd and Donald, the Welsh mid-wicket cordon. Adrian will be back shortly to do his 2:30? Yeah,
2:30, yep.
2:30, yeah. I always lose track of time at this time of the day.
It's finishing off his pie.
And chips. Anish Dal started, but then stopped. Goes back to the top of his mark. Now he's on his way in again. Bowling to Daniel Hughes on 119. Hughes turns that to the straighter of the 2 mid-wickets, who is David Lloyd. They were standing side by side at one point, and now David Lloyd is relatively close in. He's two strips across, and Nye Donald is behind him. Adrian coming back as quietly as you would expect a professional broadcaster to return to the commentary box. This next ball is driven up to Zach Chappell, and there is no run. I'm going to put to Adrian my pie and chips theory.
I hope it goes your way.
He'll never eat them again.
He's looked at you.
Never eat them again. Here comes Dal around the wicket and bowls to Hughes, who pushes this one up to Zach Chappell, and there is no run. 210 for 1. Hughes is on 119. Clark on 9. I'm waiting to hear some kind of cue in my ear. Here comes Dal again. Bowls, and that one is on leg stump and clipped into the leg side. Fielded by Nye Donald, who is the deeper of the 2 mid wickets. So, if you've got lucky shoes, Adrian, you've just had an unlucky pie and chips, because there doesn't look like being a wicket all day. You took into pie and chips, wicket falls. You can never have pie and chips again. It's the unlucky lunch.
That's probably true.
pushed down into the offside back foot by Hughes, filled by Harry Kane.
Good catch, actually, for the wicket.
Excellent catch.
You know, he's got such a safe pair of hands, and it probably be ruined the fact that it was the same. It was Wayne Madsen who put down Daniel Hughes a little earlier on.
Yes, he has got a phenomenal number of catches over the course of his career, Wayne Madsen. Dahl is in again and bowls. That one is driven straight back to him by Hughes. Nicely fielded in his follow-through. End of the over, a decent over from Anuj Dahl. He's bowled 6 overs for 27, and Sussex at 210 for 1, with Hughes on 119 and Clark on 9.
Yeah, could probably do with the score, Tom Clark, in the county championship. He skippered the side for a couple of the games in the 50 over, did a good job. But of the Sussex top order, he could probably do with the score going into these final 4 games of the season. 9 not out. He just waits as Zach Chappell wheels around at the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Is in and bowls, and Clark places nicely down to fine leg, picks up a single. So it goes to 211 for 1.
Said Wayne Madsen had got a phenomenal number of catches. That was his 281st first-class catch.
Wow. Yeah,
which for a non-wicketkeeper. Well, he did get a catch as wicketkeeper here. 2017, 18.
Did he?
19?
Did he take over? Was that when someone was injured?
Harvey Hussain broke a finger in the warm-up, and they had to send for Darren Smith.
Chappell in bowls, and Hughes steps across, and that's brilliant placement by Daniel Hughes. There's a fielder down at third man. There's also a fielder at backward point, deep backward point, and he pierced the pair. The ball raced away down the hill, and Hughes picks up another boundary. He goes to 123. Sussex 215 for 1.
So yeah, so Wayne took the gloves for 2 sessions, I think, before Darren arrived and took a catch behind the stumps.
That's right, I remember that happening. Chappell in again, bowls, and driven firmly by Hughes to mid-off. The ball is coming right out the middle of Daniel Hughes' back, pretty much everything since first ball this morning. He scratches away at the crease. Oh, here we are, I think. Thank you. Oh, there we are.
Tony Christie.
In comes Chappell, bowls, and Hughes again pierces the infield. It's a lovely shot out towards the cover boundary, and it's gone away for 4 runs. I mean, he really is in imperious form here, Daniel Hughes. 127 and just 121 balls, and he's finding the fence with some regularity here. I want to see how many boundaries he's hit, Fletch.
18 and 2 sixes.
18 fours.
Plus 2 sixes, yeah.
Thank you, I can mention that in my bulletin. It would have probably taken me 5 minutes to have found that out. It would have done. In comes Chappell again. Bowls, and Hughes just dabs this into the offside and picks up a single. And that's the virtue of being able to get fielders on the boundary. There's plenty of singles, and he's goes to 128, 220 for 1. They're going to put a couple of slips in place, I think, for the new batteroos, Tom Clark. Tom Haynes, the man out for 72. Partnership 196. In comes Chappell, bowls to Clark, whose forward places to mid-on, and there is no run. Yes, hi Adam. Well, it's been a tremendous day for Sussex so far. They were asked to bat here this morning, and they are 220 for 1. We've only had 41 overs. Daniel Hughes, the Australian, is 128 not out, 18 fours, 2 sixes. He's been in imperious form. The only man out, Tom Haynes, who batted very nicely as well before he was caught at slip for 72, a partnership of 196 for the first wicket for Sussex. Elsewhere in the first division of the Championship, Surrey going along very nicely at Trent Bridge. They're 138 for 1. Rory Burns not out on 79. Kent, though, not having such a good time of things at Edgbaston, bowled out for just 156 against Warwickshire. And in the Test match, England against Sri Lanka at Lords, England 145 for 4.
Anish Dal from the CN bowls to Daniel Hughes, who drives quite straight just to the onside of the stumps of the non-strikers end. Tumbling stop from Lewis Rees, but they get through for a single. Hughes moves to 129. I've just had to nip next door because my line had dropped. I rather fancy somebody had switched it off at the other end, but they wanted it on because there's only the newsreader there in the afternoon. So I went through and did the necessary. Absolutely stinks of pie and chips in there.
Sorry, Fletch.
Unbelievable. These working conditions smell very nice, actually. 221 for 1. We've got the mid-wicket cordon, the Welsh mid-wicket cordon as Dahl bowls, and that one is driven by Clark up towards Rees at mid-on.
I mean, without being disrespectful to Derbyshire, I don't think they bowled tremendously well this morning.
No, they haven't.
Dave. But that being said, no, it does look a good pitch, doesn't it? I mean, maybe it's a combination of the pitch and the Kookaburra ball.
The problem is, if you concede, as Derbyshire look almost inevitably, they will, 500 or more runs as Dahl bowls, and Clark pushes this one out into the offside. Harry Kane fields. David Lloyd starts to windmill his arms at mid-wicket. Then the pressure of the mountain of runs that the opposition have got can lead to some strange happenings. So Derbyshire have got to be careful just to put whatever Sussex get out of their minds. Here is Anish Dal again, and that one is cut, but without really timing it, by Clark to Morley at point. But yes, Derbyshire haven't bowled particularly well, but it does look a reasonably good pitch, and you're right, this ball does absolutely nothing as far as I can tell, except turn.
Yeah.
Dahl is in again, that one is defended. Now Donald steps in front of his captain, David Lloyd, to do the fielding. I always enjoyed talking to Nair and Donald. They all called David Lloyd Dye, which is obviously the Welsh version of David, but Nair always calls him a Dye. North Walian and a South Walian. As Dahl is in and bowls, that one is pushed into the offside by Clark. There is no run. Good economical over from Anish Dal. 7 overs for 28. He's bowled 221 for 129 of those to Daniel Hughes, and Tom Clark has 10, and it is indeed going to be the North Walian David Lloyd who comes on at the Cromwell Road end. Season ticket holder at Wrexham Football Club.
Was he?
Lloydie, yeah.
Was he a fan before the takeover?
Yes,
right,
yeah.
okay, so he's not a Johnny come lately.
On the books and everything. As a youngster, was a really good footballer.
Was he? Okay.
Yeah. Nick Webb told me last week that he used to, in his biography in the Cricketers Who's Who, he used to say he played in midfield for Glamorgan.
Very good. He's bowled 1 over so far for just the 3 runs. He's coming into bowl to Daniel Hughes. There's a full toss, and Hughes clubs that to mid-off, no run, and looks towards the leg side boundary, Daniel Hughes, as if to say...
That's where that should have been.
Yeah, that's what, the next one's going over there. Lloyd realises that was a bit of a loosener and comes in again, bowls, and Hughes decides, oh, thanks very much, I will hit that one for 6. Well, it's a bit of a half-tracker, to be honest. Daniel Hughes just pulls it away over mid-wicket nonchalantly. He goes to 135. He did eye up that leg side boundary, didn't he, after the previous one?
Very dismissive.
Great word, Fletch. Yeah.
He's a bit more than a part-timer now, David Lloyd, I think.
Right. He's in again, bowls, and driven by Hughes to mid-off, and he takes a single. rotating the strike when he's not scoring boundaries. Chris Hammond has been in touch. He says, "Hello, Adrian. I think my iPhone may have misaddressed earlier. It's lost a lot of contacts." Oh dear, that sounds bad. But your emails come through now, Chris, which I'll read in a minute. In comes Lloyd, bowls to Clark, who drills that away through the covers to the sweep on the cover boundary. And he picks up 1. He goes to 11, the total 229 for 1. He says, "Lovely day, nice to be back at home for some proper cricket." Last of the 11:30 starts. Then rather depressingly he goes on to say, "A sure sign that Christmas is coming." Oh dear, Chris. Yeah, 10:30 starts next week. And comes Lloyd, bowls, and Hughes again makes room. That's a very good bit of fielding, fine bit of fielding in the covers. That's the sort of thing that can lift a side. Good bit of fielding by Aaron Donald, because that looked for all the world as if it was going for at least a couple of runs. But down quickly to his right to field. Comes Lloyd again, bowls, and Hughes just turns this off the hip to the fielder at deep mid-wicket, picks up another single. He goes to 137, 230 Fletch for 1.
Yeah.
Yes, it is, thank you. At the end of the over, an over that cost 9 runs. Chris goes on to say, "The Lord's commentary earpiece is still working well here." That's good. Thank you for letting us know that, Chris, because although the commentary does go around the ground here at Hove, the earpieces are not for sale. The reason being that you have to buy them in such huge quantities, they'd never get rid of them all. But the ones that are bought at Lord's, and I think the Oval and 1 or 2 of the other sort of test match grounds, they do work here.
Excellent.
Which is good.
Yeah. And you can't get away from us.
No.
Dahl around the wicket, bowls. That's a mistimed drive. There's a thing from Daniel Hughes. The ball comes off the bottom edge and goes pretty much straight through to straight back to the bowler. I'm sure there's a bloke in the first bit of the corporate bit to our right, in a sort of greyish jacket, as Dahl is in bowls. That one is driven out towards the cover boundary, where it's fielded by Morley, and they go through for a single. Hughes moves to 138. I'm sure he used to be an ELO.
Yes, he does.
And if he wasn't, he wants to be. I'm not.
That's it. Yeah, he does.
He's got a magnificent head of hair. Absolutely magnificent. Glasses on it. He just looks like Jeff Lynne.
He does, doesn't he?
At which point Martin Emerson would tell me the story about his trip to Disneyland when he saw ELO. So.
Really?
Oh, don't. I stopped him doing it once because I'd already heard it about 5 times. Here's Dahl around the wicket bowling, and that one's pushed out into the offside. Bless him. Fielded by Harry Kane. Tom Clark on strike now. He's already into double figures. He's trying to take a picture of the group of gentlemen that he's with at the moment by leaning his camera on one of the posts of the boundary fence. He's not having much joy.
Oh, there he goes.
You think he's got it this time? He's walked away now.
Oh, he's brushing his hair as well.
Yeah, and gone for his beer. Excellent. He's having a great day. He's having a great day. Good to see everybody at the cricket. Anybody's welcome, of course. Here's Dahl. 231 for 1. Bowls, and that one is defended by Clark out into the offside, where Harry Kane does the fielding.
I have to say, Dave, that one of those bands, Yellow, I went to see it at the O2 a couple of years ago,
yeah.
and I forgot the amount of hits they'd had.
Oh.
It's not until they start going you think, oh yeah, forgot that one.
I listened to the Stranglers on the way down, and again, similar kind of thing. You're thinking, blimey, there are about 15 songs that are recognised immediately. This next delivery is cut by Tom Clark, gets a single as an Aaron Donald does the fielding at backward point.
I saw them in the summer, actually.
Stranglers?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, there's a local festival, and they headlined. I'm not sure there's many of the original group,
Well,
to be
Hugh
honest.
Cornwell isn't with them anymore,
No.
is he? He's been left a long time. Huge cricket fan.
Was he?
Hugh Cornwell, yeah. He was on one of the View from the Boundaries, and he plays,
Right.
and yeah. Or he played. Not sure if he still plays. It's Dahl bowls, and this one is... well, I was looking into the offside. The ball's gone into the leg side, which will tell you it came off the inside half of the bat. But they all count. 139 to Hughes now, 12 to Clark, 233 for one. 44 overs gone, which means there are only 52 overs left in the day's play.
We've got a couple of people who are younger than us in the box today, Dave.
Which isn't unusual, in all honesty.
Nikki Chowdhury, who's our third voice, and just break off for a minute as in comes Lloyd. Bowls to Hughes, who's an appeal for LBW. The ball balloons towards slip and there is no run. And a student, Ethan Bentz, who's here surveying what we do and getting some experience. And we're talking about the Stranglers and ELO, and they're both looking at us like, who are they?
Oh, I get that.
Nicky shaking.
I get that all the time.
In comes Lloyd, bowls to Hughes, who makes room, drills that through the covers. They've taken one. They'll look for two, and there isn't a second run there. Hughes goes to 140, 234 for one. So we're showing our years. A slip is the only close fielder. Lloyd in his third over around the wicket. Bowls. Clark cuts, and not very convincingly, and the umpire makes a rather strange signal here, Blackwell.
Yes.
What was that signal?
Don't know.
When the ball just sort of dribbled in the slip area. I'm not sure whether Clark played it onto a pad and the ball then bounced out into the offside, but either way, there is no run. A dot in the scorer's book. Lloyd in again, bowls. Clark leans back. There's a howl. I'm not sure if that's Lloyd or the slip ball. Brooke guessed behind the stumps, but Clark picks up another single. He goes to 13, 235 for one.
It's often Wayne Madsen.
Right. It's quite a breeze blowing now. The trees are swaying outside of the ground and the flags are fluttering away on the clock tower scoreboard. As in comes Lloyd, bowls to Hughes, who plays that to backward point. Good bit of fielding by Lewis Rees at backward point. Prevents a single being taken. Oh,
Apologies.
that's what I do.
No, it's just my phone is turned up far too loud.
In comes Lloyd, a quick delivery, and Hughes spots it and just plays with immaculate timing through the offside. He goes to 141. Sussex 236 for one at the end of David Lloyd's over. If you've just joined us, a very warm welcome to Ho on a lovely sunny day on BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio Sussex. Adrian Harms, Dave Fletcher, Nikki Chowdhury, your commentary team. If you're watching the live stream, welcome, and well done again to Jack. His last game for Sussex operating the stream before he goes to pastures new. And if you want to try listening via your smart speaker, well, try that as well. Ask BBC Sounds to play Sussex v Derbyshire Day 1. I don't have a smart speaker. Fletch does.
Several. It doesn't work with them now.
Right, okay.
It's the wrong.
It says, I did say some.
Yeah, no, it's the wrong sort. Right. I've got the wrong sort. I've got the right sort, but the wrong sort. Here is Anish Dalby getting a new over. There's an attempt to cut it by Hughes. The ball goes through to Brooke Guest, who whips the bails off. He hadn't removed or moved his back foot. Hughes, but beaten.
Yeah, good delivery, wasn't it?
Beaten. Make a note of that. He's on 141. Clark on 13, the only man out. Haynes for 72. Here is Dal again, bowls to Hughes, who drives. He doesn't really time it, and he's not going to get 4 runs because it's a nice stop by Lewis Rees. And plenty of applause from his teammates there and the crowd, in fairness.
Yeah, good bit of fielding.
Yeah, he's done well there. There's Lewis Rees. Daniel Lloyd, who's he? Daniel Hughes has a high score of 178 in first-class cricket. I think that will be under threat as Clark pushes that next delivery out into the offside, which is fielded by Wayne Madsen, who finds himself not at slip, which is relatively unusual these days. Goals are getting frisky. Quite loud as Dahl is in and bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside. It's straight to Wayne Madsen once again in his exceptionally faded Derbyshire cap.
For someone who's 35, Daniel Hughes, he hasn't played I mean, I was looking here, 79 first-class matches, which isn't a huge amount.
No.
He's making up for lost time, though, my word, since he's been down here.
He's passed 5,000 first-class runs today, by the look of it. That one is pushed out into the offside by Clark. This time it's fielded by Harry Kane. Started the day on 4,870, so he has passed 5,000 first-class runs in those now 80 games. Career average 36, which will be rising. I played a game in the 100, look.
Yes, he did, which was, yeah, I'll tell you about that in a minute.
My admiration for him has diminished considerably as that one is pushed by Clark up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Zach Chappell. 237 for 1 at the end of the over.
So my understanding of that was that at the end of the last round of championship matches, Daniel was taking a break for the 50 over competition and was doing a bit of travelling, a bit of holiday time as well. And I think it was Finn Allen, who should have been playing for the Southern Brave, couldn't play in a game. And so Daniel came in at the very sort of last moment and took his place and scored 45. I think he might have top scored. And off the back of that, we'll have to ask him actually. I'm not sure whether he had an opportunity to play the rest of the tournament or quite what, but he just played that one game. And then went off, as I was saying earlier, I understand he went to watch a bit of the Olympics and probably interview him tonight so we can find out a bit more, Fletch. But yeah.
There seemed to be a lot of players in this year's 100 who had one match contracts. Too many, really.
Yeah, I have to say, Nicky was saying earlier, did I watch much of it? And I said, well, it's such a busy time with the 50 over. I was not up to date with it at all. Not that it,
Well, Mohammed Amir played a game of T20 for Derbyshire, a game in the 100 for somebody else, and then before the end of that week had popped up in Canada for another franchise. So he played for 3 different teams in a 7-day spell, which is quite frankly pitiful. But there we go.
Well, I'll tell you what, one of the Sussex lads, Brad Curry, who has played predominantly T20 for Sussex, was playing in a league out in the Cayman Islands in the last few weeks.
Yes, T10.
T10, yeah.
Max 60, I think they called it.
Yeah. It's almost getting impossible, isn't it, to keep up with everything that's going on, really. Anyway.
Ross Whiteley played in it. Derbyshire. Is it me? That ball is left alone outside the off stump by Hughes. A new over beginning, a new spell from
yeah, I'll let be you, Fetch.
Papillon. I'll take the blame. Somebody suggested we might see Harry Kane bowl. Well, Harry Kane has bowled in first-class cricket this season. The one person I'd like to see bowl, he's never bowled a ball of first-class in first-class cricket, is Nye Donald.
Right.
I don't think we've quite got to that yet. But we have had plenty of bowlers in action so far. Today's Dupavillon in again around the wicket, bowls to Hughes, who leans back and cuts violently out towards the backward point region. Zach Chappell runs around to do the fielding, and they come back for a comfortable 2. And Hughes moves to 144, 239 for 1. 7 bowlers used. Harry Kane can bowl. Wayne Madsen hasn't bowled much. He's had various shoulder issues over the last couple of years. Nye Donald doesn't bowl, but everybody else has. But Guest doesn't, as far as I'm aware. But he does everything else. In comes Dupavillon again. That'll be a wide. It is. How many wides have we had now? We've had far too many wides. That's how many we've had.
Check that in a minute. I reckon it's half a dozen.
Yeah, I wouldn't be at all surprised. Sometimes they're more generous to the batters and give no balls, but
I thought they were quite generous to Pat Brown the first over after lunch.
That was a wide, wasn't it? Yeah, you're absolutely right. It should have been a wide. That is the 6th wide. You're absolutely right. Well done, Adrian.
That was a good guess.
Yeah, I like that. Good from you. Here's Dupavillon in again, bowls another wide-ish delivery. If he hadn't have hit that, it might have been given wide.
I think it would, yeah.
But Hughes hits it straight to point. It's fielded by Donald.
At 178, Daniel Hughes was playing for New South Wales against Tasmania.
Okay.
And it came only a year ago, 2023.
A late bloomer.
Well, yeah, absolutely. You know, as I said, when I saw Sussex have signed him in, and I know that some of our colleagues on the circuit know every player played in every match, but I have to say, to me, it was a new name.
Yes, and me. 144 not out. Dupavalon bowls to him and he drives, and it's nicely stopped by Lewis Rees at point. There are 2 points effectively. There's an orthodox point and there's one who's just slightly backward of square, and Aaron Donald, and then there's a point on the boundary.
Yes.
So they've got that area nicely covered, you would have thought, but just the one slip. Don't want to overdo it in the slip department. There is Dupavalon again. Cromwell Road end here at Hove, bowls to Hughes. Oh, goes for that one. Has he got a little tickle through? He has. Yes. Oh, he'll be furious with himself. Absolutely furious with himself. With Daniel Hughes reached a long way for that one, and Dupavalon gets the wicket, and Sussex 240 for 2. But what an innings from Daniel Hughes. 144 off 142 deliveries, 18 fours and 3 sixes, and he will get a thoroughly deserved ovation from this Hove crowd.
Well, absolutely, and he will be annoyed with himself. I mean, there was a couple that were wide. The previous ball was wide of the off stump, and he played it. Probably didn't need to, but he's, you know, wow, what an innings he wanders off, and I'm sure he's going to get a huge ovation from the Sussex supporters. There we are, 18 fours, 3 sixes, 144 in 142 balls, as Fletcher was saying, in 196 minutes. And there's the ovation as he makes his way off. Really, from ball one, Fletch, he's looked to take on the bowling today, and some of it is, you know, there is a shortish boundary on one side of the ground, and some of the bowling has been a little indistinguished, certainly before lunch, but he's still got to score the runs.
Yeah, absolutely. No, he's batted beautifully. The sixes were enormous. He managed to lose at least a couple of balls with the sixes. And now 2 relatively new batters at the crease. I know Clark has already faced 30 balls.
You never know.
But this is Derbyshire's opportunity here.
Yeah.
And they have to take it, having just opened the door a touch. They've got to go through now and pick up more wickets.
So I was just looking at Daniel Hughes, and he actually made his first class debut, Fletch, in 2013.
Oh right, so he's
for New South Wales against South Australia. So that's 10 years ago. So he'd have been 25 then. And in terms of his T20 debut, came on the 26th of December 2012 for the Sixers v the Hurricanes at Sydney. So you know, it looks like he played very little cricket, either first class or any sort of cricket at the. I mean, maybe he was just a very good club cricketer. I don't know why. You know, but it took a while, or perhaps he was doing something else. I don't know.
And they can pluck them out of grade cricket, can't they? In Australia, they do that on a reasonably regular basis. Final ball of the over from Dupavalon then to the new batter. I say the final ball. He's got away with that one. It's not a wide. And he's conceded just the 3 runs in the over. He's also picked up a wicket, Darren Dupavalon, 1 for 46 from 8 overs. Sussex 240 for 2. And it's Tom Alsop who replaced Daniel Hughes, who's yet to get off the mark, with Tom Clark on 13.
And Tom Alsop, who sort of almost single-handedly really held Sussex together last week at Scarborough, 86 not out of 189 in the first innings, and then in the second innings 67 out of 239. So he's been in good form as Tom Alsop. Fletch is disappearing to give his update to the listeners in Derbyshire, and Andrew Dahl's going to carry on. 9 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 32, runs away from us, comes into bowl to Tom Clark is in on bowls, and Clark lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Guest, and there is no run. So the third Tom of the top 4 for Sussex. We've had Messieurs Haynes, who's been and gone. He made 72, and We've got Tom Alsop batting with Tom Clark, and Nicky is back with us. No slips, very much on the defensive here, Derbyshire. There's a short extra cover, which is where Wayne Madsen is, and a short mid-wicket as well, as in comes our bowls to Clark, who doesn't time that at all. The ball bounces out towards point, and Brooke Guest scurries after it, picks up the ball, and there is no run. What did you make of that innings from Daniel Hughes, Nicky?
It was a great innings, wasn't it? He batted with so much ease, played the good balls out, and really made the most of the wider deliveries that we saw quite a few of them today as well. So made the most of the slightly looser deliveries and just played some really good cricketing shots.
Darling again, bowls to Clark, who plays stylishly through the inner ring, picks up a single. He goes to 14, Sussex 241 for 2.
And as well as what we did see this morning, they both, Haynes and Hughes, scored at such a quick rate. You wouldn't have thought it was red ball cricket, really.
No, you wouldn't. I mean, they're going along at, what, 5 and over. As Tom Alsop takes guard. I mean, the important thing for Sussex here is that they consolidate this position. They don't want to sort of lose 2 or 3 cheapish wickets here. As Dahl is in around the wicket, balls, and Alsop defends down the onside of the track, and there is no run. He really did bat splendidly last week at Scarborough. It was mentioned a couple of times. You know, really, I thought it was a high-quality Yorkshire attack last week, and what it needed was concentration, determination, and Tom Alsop really showed all those attributes last week. Different situation today. 241 for 2. Darling bowls. Alsop is forward, punches to backward point, and there is no run. And I think this field that Derbyshire have now got set is very much a containing field. There's a slip gone back into place, so Wayne Madsen, who had gone to short extra cover, is now back in slip. There's a ring of 3 saving 1 on the offside, sweeper on the cover boundary, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg and a deep mid-wicket as well. Dahl is in bowls, and Alsop again defends. Good delivery by News Dahl, pitched up, and just the 1 run off the over. So Derbyshire are trying to do their bit here to put the squeeze on Sussex. 241 for 2. Alsop yet to score. Clark is on 14.
Yeah, and just going back to Hughes' innings as well, there was 2 shots that really did stand out to me. There was one when he was batting at the Cromwell Road end, and he drove through cover for 4, which was a beautiful shot, just timing of it, and with so much ease. And then the other one was his pull shot, which took him to his century, which you and I both thought it was going for 4, but it wasn't.
Went for 6.
Went for 6, and it took him to his century, and in what a stylish way. And even the way he played that pull shot was just great to watch. But it's going to be Tom Clark on strike now, as he's getting ready to play Du Pavilion, as he's in now around the wicket, and Clark's on the front foot. Lets this one go through into the gloves of Guest.
Just keeping an eye on the other game that's a bit, well, all games are of interest to cricket supporters, of course, but particularly this game at the top of the 2nd division, where Sussex will be hoping that Yorkshire and Middlesex take all sorts of points off each other. Yorkshire 190 for 4. Johnny Bairstow on 12. Tattersall on 5. The skipper Adam Lyde top scoring with 61. 3 wickets there for Luke Holman, the leg spinner.
In again now, and there's a bit of width which is driven through the offside by Tom Clark. It's going to go all the way wide outside the off stump, and he's completely taken control off that. And that's going to add a boundary to Sussex's total, takes him to 245 for 2. Clark moves on to 18.
Poor ball, wasn't it, really? I mean, it was a half volley outside the off stump. There's no protection on that offside, and provided Clark found the gap, which he did, I mean, it was a lovely shot by Tom Clark.
It's not the line you want to bowl with
Not
the
at
field
all.
that you have.
No, not at all.
2 slips in place, a point, extra cover and mid-off, and a 3rd, which I've just spotted, as in runs Du Pavilion. To Clark, who's off the back foot on his toes, tries to find the gap between slip and point. Doesn't, will be a dot. It's Bit of a breeze now around the ground. As you can see, the trees are swaying, and even some of the balconies that have clothes hanging have got flowing in the wind. De Pavilion making his way back to the top of his mark. And he comes now. Round the wicket. Clark forward, defends to point. And another dot. Just the 4 off the over so far.
Brendan O'Shaughnessy has been in touch. He says, "Good afternoon, Adrian. I'm emailing in a break between painting my long-term friend Denzel's flat with just a yellow canary for company." He says, "Just a quick one to say I'm enjoying the coverage and hoping that Tom Clark gets a big one today," says Brendan. I'm assuming that's a genuine email. It's just a canary for company, you never know. Jack's making signs at me. Hang on a minute. In comes Du Pavillon. Sorry, bowls to Clark, who works it down to third man. It was your ball, Nikki, so I do apologise.
It's all right. Taking a single as that's played down to third. And brings Alsop on to strike, who's yet to get off the mark. Not much of a field change for him. We'll still keep the 2 slips. We will be. The square legs come off from the boundary. Nope, being sent back as well. Anushal came in. He's now being sent back out onto the boundary. And I think we should be ready to go. Yes, from the Cromwell Road end now. In comes Du Pavilion to Alsop, who lets this one go outside the off stump into the gloves of Guest. And that will conclude the over. 49 overs gone. Sussex 246 for 2.
Indeed, you're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. Adrian Harms, Nicky Chowdhury and Dave Fletcher, your commentary team in the Sunshine Ove. You may be watching via the live stream, or indeed you may be listening to us through a smart speaker. If you want to know how to do that, we just have to ask BBC Sounds to play Sussex v Derbyshire, day 1, and you can hear it, hopefully, through most smart speakers. Anuj Dull is going to carry on. 10 overs, 1 made, no wicket for 33. He's been relatively inexpensive as Dull is in again. No slips in place. In and bowls to Clark, who cuts this away firmly to the sweeper on the cover boundary. He goes to 19, 246 for 2. We were talking about the Stranglers in ELO, Nikki, and you sort of looked as if Fletcher and I had sort of just got off, come down from Mars or something. Not bands you're familiar with?
No idea who you were talking about.
No. Dahl again, away from us, around the wicket bowls, and that's a lovely shot by Alsop, an intended shot as well, because he just waited for the ball and played it very late through third man and picks up a boundary. Does Tom Alsop his first runs, 251 for 2. Sussex pick up their first batting bonus point. So were you one of those who was at the Taylor Swift concerts? Is Taylor Swift a fan? Are you a fan?
So I didn't go to a Taylor Swift.
So you're not a Swiftie?
I'm not a Swiftie, but
Right.
I think by the end of it, I feel like I became a Swiftie by just watching everyone's posts, and now I feel like I should have gone to a concert.
Right. In comes Darling Bowles, and Alsop repeats the dose. A bit too much room outside the off stump, and Tom Alsop again plays it very late. There's no third man. Bit of a gimme really. Alsop goes to 8, 255 for 2. Right, you missed out.
I really did, and
Right.
I wanted to go get myself a sequin dress and wear all the bracelets.
And a pink hat.
And a pink hat.
I would imagine almost certainly that Fleck didn't go to see Taylor Swift. It's just a hunch.
I feel like he has a pink hat somewhere.
Do you? Do you think he
I
does?
feel like Fletch has one of those pink hats somewhere.
Okay. In comes Dull around the wicket bowls and driven firmly into the covers, fielded there by Wayne Madsen. There is no run.
I could see you at a Taylor Swift concert as well, actually.
Can you?
And with some sequin trousers, cowboy boots.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That'll quite be me. I tell you what, I did go to. We were in London, and on the night of one of the concerts, and I've been to the Regent's Park Open Air Theatre. I don't know if you've ever been there.
No, I haven't.
Oh,
but
it's really
I've
good.
heard that it's meant to be really good.
Really good. In comes Dahl bowls and also defends onto the onside. There is no run. We went to see an excellent production of Fiddler on the Roof, which I didn't know anything about before I went, but it was brilliant. And when we got back on the tube, it was packed with Swifties. They were all on their way back from Wembley.
Did you not feel like you missed out? You should have gone there.
No, not really.
I'll get you tickets for the next concert, Adrian.
Do you know what? There was, just break off as Dahl. He's on his way, 9 runs off the over. Bowls to Allsop, who defends, plays to mid-off. And there is no run. End of the over, 252 for 2. 8 to Allsop, 20 to Clark. I heard somebody on the radio saying, who was a journalist, who said, well, we all know every word of every Taylor Swift song. And I thought, I didn't even know any Taylor Swift songs, which is terrible, really. Well, that's not terrible, but it's just...
You know what, actually, I didn't know many either. I only knew probably a handful. But
Right.
then whilst the whole concert was going on and everywhere you looked, it was Taylor Swift, I started listening to more songs and I was like, by the end of it, I could have gone to a concert. I knew the words.
Right. Okay. And joined in. Yeah. I did go and see Bruce Springsteen earlier this summer, and most people around me knew every word of every Bruce Springsteen song. I knew some of them. But
I don't.
Well, there you go, you see. Who's coming in? It's Du Pavillon. Over to you, Nikki.
It is. He's ready at the top of his mark from the Cromwell Road end. Tom Clark is to face as he's tall in his stance, taps his bat, and is off the front foot. Lets this one go through into the gloves of Guest now.
I've had a sort of cultural couple of weeks, actually. So I went to the Regent's Park Theatre to see Fiddler on the Roof. And then I went to the Palladium the other day to watch Hello Dolly, which was fantastic, with Imelda Staunton in, and it was really, really good. She was fantastic. I mean, she's 68, I think, Fletch, and yeah, she was brilliant. Yeah, it was really, really good. Little break from cricket, seeing a bit of theatre. It was really, really good.
Can't beat a trip to the theatre though, can you?
No, it's just getting there and getting back to the problem.
Clark off the back foot, looks to turn this into the leg side, wants a single, will turn it down.
Yeah, I don't think it matters how you try and get into London, whether you try and drive, whether you try and get the train. There's just always a problem. It just seems to me. So we got stuck on the tube the other night. You know, there was 15-minute delays. Perhaps I'm getting old and miserable, but it just seems to take forever.
It does. And the other day,
and the public transport was packed on the way home. There was a problem with the line and the signals, and so you have to make an effort to go to
into central London.
Yeah.
It is becoming more and more like that nowadays. Du Pavillon in and out to Clark, who's forward and lets this one go through into the gloves of Guess, although again staying quite low. It's probably more of a fifth stump line that's coming in to Clark at the moment, given the angle he's running in. Going across from him.
Just a shout out tomorrow between 12 and 12:30. Pete Fitzboyden, the Sussex chief exec, he's going to come and join us for a bit of a Q&A. So if you've got any questions, please send them through sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk and ask Pete anything you like, really, within limits.
Du Pavillon in again, and this time Clark forward, solid in defence. Into the offside, it will be a dot. 255 for 2 Sussex. Yeah, getting into London is becoming more and more difficult. The other day I needed to get to London Bridge. Normally doesn't take me more than 35 to 40 minutes, so that's had planned my entire journey, what time I was going to leave, and I get to the station, and it was the day they said, we're not running any trains to London Bridge, so it ended up taking me an hour and a half instead.
Yeah, it's just, and often there's no reason either.
No. And then one day coming back, they decided just to cancel all the trains after, I think it was East Croydon. In comes Du Pavillon again. Tom Clark off the back foot, pushes it to point. Will not get past. And goes down as a dot in the scorebook. Sussex 255 for 2. So that was a bit of a bummer as well. Planning that he'll get home in time, it's all right. And then stranded at East Croydon Station.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a lot of fun, East Croydon Station.
Not at like 2 o'clock in the morning.
No, I wouldn't, no.
Yeah.
Sorry, where had you been?
I'd been somewhere in central London. I can't
right,
remember where
okay.
it was now. Gone out to see some friends. Here we go, Du Pavillon in from the Cromwell Road end. And this one's going down the leg side. It gets Clark on the pad. They'll get a leg by. It's just signalled now, and that will conclude the over as well. 255 for 2. 256 for 2 at the end of 51 overs. So that was a bit of a mare getting home as well, actually. But it was a funny story. I got into my Uber, and as I was get in, my taxi driver recognised my voice.
Really?
Yes, because he listened to the station that I present on at the weekend, and there was at that point in time there was an advert running every single ad break, and 3 times it was my ad in that ad break, and it was a good 3 weeks. So he turns up and he was like, "Excuse me, are you the cupcake girl on this radio station?" So yeah, that was a bit bizarre, but
Did you get a cheaper fee?
no.
Right.
So it didn't really work out in my favour, if I'm honest, but
Jack Morley's coming into the attack from this, the C end of the ground. 256 for 2, coming into bowl to the left-handed Tom Clark, who's 20 not out. There's a slip in place, a short mid-wicket, and Morley is in. Left arm over the wicket, in and bowls, and Clark plays that to the sweeper on that cover point boundary, picks up a single. He goes to 21 of 46 deliveries. Sussex 257 for 2. If you haven't been listening, Tom Haynes 72, Daniel Hughes 144. Those two sharing opening partnership of 196. Daniel Hughes is 144. Sorry, just break off for a minute as in comes Morley and bowls, and clipped right also up to mid-wicket, and there is no run. You're pointing something out to me. What are you showing? Oh. Yeah, message on the stream. Let's just read it in a minute. In comes Allsop bowls and clips on the onside, picks up a single. He goes to 9, 258 for 2. It says something along the lines of Nikki must feel she's trapped with a couple of old blokes. Well, yeah, it's true. Me and Fletch, we're not that old, but we're older than Nikki, that's true. Slip and a mid-wicket. Morley again. In and bowls. Clark plays firmly again to that fielder at deep back. Well, a good bit of fielding. Anuj Dalu's out there. He's an excellent fielder. When he gets around the boundary quickly, excellent throw right over the top of the stumps to keep a Brooke Guest. One more to the total, 259 for 2. Beautiful day here. Those sitting in the blue temporary seats at the far end of the ground are comes Morley bowls, and Allsop plays firmly to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Are in the full glare of the sun. If you've listening up there and you haven't bought your sun cream, there are plenty of dispensers around the ground and water stations as well. It's that sort of a day. Although there's a nice breeze as well, perhaps to keep things a little cooler. Morley in bowls, well pitched up, and Allsop drive. Again, Darla's got to chase around that offside boundary. They've taken one. That's a brilliant piece of fielding, you know, because really they might have... Tom Allsop is very, very quick between the stumps, and for Tom to decide not to take the second run, I suspect he realised it was Dahl who was on the boundary edge. So 260 for 2. Tom Allsop on 10. Tom Clark on 22. We've had 52 of the 96 overs. T will be, I'm pretty certain on the first few days that T is at with 32 overs to go. So we've got another 12 overs to go until T. So T is going to be quite late unless we get spin from both ends. We've had a number of delays with balls being hit out of the ground today, particularly when Daniel Hughes was batting. And Pat Brown is going to come back into the attack from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. 6 overs, 0 for 39. He's been expensive. And he's got quite wide as well. He bowled the over after lunch.
that was quite the...
Which was a couple of deliveries, a couple of wides that weren't signalled as wides, if that makes any sense.
You could say the umpires were feeling rather generous with him.
Yeah.
Straight after lunch. But he's back on again now. He's going to be bowling his 7th over as in he runs now towards us from the Cromwell Road end, and Allsop is forward in defence into the offside, and it's swiftly fielded by short extra cover. A slip and a gully in place. Those stands Adrian was mentioning, just across from us, the temporary stands, are the right sun trap. Even with the breeze, it's one of those dangerous days. Could end up with a red nose as in comes Pat Brown now, and this is a short delivery down the leg side, left alone by Allsop. He's got no interest in playing that, and that's taken by Guest. Protection out on the leg side in the deep square leg and a long leg. It is the shorter side boundary. Brown at the top of his mark turns and is ready to go again now. Right arm round. This one shorter, played off the back foot, tucked round the corner towards long leg. Will be a single. And Allsop moves on to 11. Clark comes on to strike. Sussex 261 for 2. Just marking out his guard again, Tom Clark. As he taps his bat, looks up and he's ready to go now. Tall in his stance. Pat Brown's in, short balls pulled. It's not going to go all the way. There's protection out in the deep long leg. Keeps it to a single. Sussex 262 for 2. But overall a lovely day down here at Hove. Sunshine, good cricket. What more could you want? Brown at the top of his mark, runs in again, steams towards us. As Allsop's forward, drives. This one hits the top of his bat. It's a dot as it's fielded at mid-off.
Yeah, it's important for Sussex here, and Fletch mentioned it last time he was on commentary, and Fletch will be with us after 3:30, that, you know, possibly with Daniel Hughes' dismissal, that it was an opportunity for Derbyshire that they would want to grab. And from a Sussex point of view, it's important that they don't say toss the situation away, but that they consolidate here and make sure they pick up maximum points.
Brown in again, and this one played on his toes, on the back foot, dropped into the offside. Will be another dot, and that will conclude the over as well. 53 overs gone. Sussex 262 for 2. Especially after the start they've had this morning, it's something they'd really want to make the most of and build on, and not let that really go to waste, really.
Totally. As Nicky says, 262 for 2. A few of the Derbyshire backroom staff wandering around. Oh, that wouldn't have been good. They suddenly realised they'd be walking right behind the bowler's arm. That'd have been embarrassing, wouldn't it? They've decided to just sit down on the boundary edge, away to our left-hand side. It's going to be Jack Morley who's going to carry on bowling. Is he going to go over or around the wicket? The two batters were just having a little natter. Morley's going to come over the wicket. 9 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 31. He's in and bowls to Tom Clark, who's on 23, and Clark is forward and clips this to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by David Lloyd. Just the one slip in place. What we're doing here is preventing the singles. There's a backward square leg, a mid-wicket and mid-on, mid-off cover. As in comes Morley again, bowls, and Clark again defends onto that onside. The ball trickles across the matting, which is protecting the wicket. It's going to be used for the T20 match on Wednesday against Lancashire. In fact, David Lloyd is standing on that matting. Morley 2 dot balls. Tidy enough figures, really, in the context of things. In his 10th over, no wicket for 31. He's in again and bowls down the leg side. There's a howl from somebody, but Clark doesn't make contact. And the ball is fielded by Brooke Guest behind the stumps. Taking 51 balls, Tom Clark, for his 23. He's got oodles of time In comes Morley, bowls, Clark defends onto the onside, and there is no run.
Are there still any tickets left for Wednesday's T20?
No, it's sold out.
Completely sold out.
Yeah, completely sold out for the quarter-final. Some big names playing: Butler, Salt, Livingston, Tamel Mills, Ollie Robinson, Jofra Archer as well, hopefully. In comes Morley Bowles, plays into the offside, there is no run. I only say hopefully because Jofra hasn't played any of the group matches because he was obviously controlled very much by the ECB, but our understanding is that the ECB have allowed him to play in that quarter-final. Morley in again. Bowles. Clark drives and he's going to get 4 runs here. I'm still a little surprised there isn't a fielder there at backward point because Tom Alsop hit a couple of boundaries in the previous over down there, and that rather ruined what would have been a nice tidy over from Jack Morley. But Clark nonetheless goes to 27 and Sussex to 266 for 2 at the end of the 54th over.
You're right, there's some absolute fantastic names there on display on Wednesday.
Yeah, there is.
There's always a good atmosphere down here as well.
Well, they are, and the temporary stands wouldn't be there were it not for that, because normally they would be gone, then you'd have the deck chairs at the far end of the ground, but the temporary stands have been up. In fact, there's smaller temporary stands than there have been in recent years. I think the attendance here, or the capacity, is about 4,500 for T20 games. So, yeah, hope for a dry evening.
Here's Pat Brown in now to Alsop, who's forward and defends straight back down the line of the wicket. Brown does the fielding.
Been much better from Derbyshire in the last half hour or so. I mean, it does help when you haven't. I mean, Daniel Hughes must have been singing it like a football, and he was on the attack from the off this morning. But Derbyshire
a lot tighter now as well.
Yeah, they are.
And 2 relatively new batters at the crease as well, so makes it a little easier for them as Brown is in. It's a short one, it's pulled away. Will it beat the fielder at long leg? It does. That's going to go all the way down towards the boundary. That was a loose delivery there from Pat Brown. And Alsop, well, he made the most of that. Sussex move on to 270 for 2. Alsop on 15.
Well, having said that, proud of time, that was a poor delivery, wasn't it, down the leg side, and particularly here at Hove, where a relatively short leg side boundary for the left-hander, the ball races away, and it's very difficult to prevent a boundary, and Chappell had no chance of cutting that off.
Absolutely raced along the ground as here's Brown in again, running towards us from the Cromwell Road end, and Alsop's forward, lets this one go through to the gloves of Guest, which stays relatively low again.
Just to say, I'll do my update at 3:30, and then Fletcher will join Nikki, probably through to about tea, because we've still got another 9 overs after this until tea. So we're probably not going to get tea, I reckon, until, well, it depends if Jack Morley carries on bowling, but it's going to be sometime after 4 o'clock, I think.
Brown turns at the top of his mark. In to Alsop now, who's forward again, defends. He's tightened his line up after that short ball.
At Leeds, Yorkshire, 211 for 4. Bairstow 24, Tattershall on 10. Earlier had them live, making 61. Leicestershire, who I was saying were not out of the race for promotion, have had a tough day down at Cardiff, 187 for 8 against Glamorgan.
Here's Brown in to Alsop, who again is forward, defends to mid-on.
Gloucestershire bowled out for just 125 at Bristol this morning by Northants, who was 60 for 1 in reply. In the Test match, England is now 193 for 5. Joe Root 80 not out. Jamie Smith, the latest man out for 21. Sri Lanka winning the toss and bowling. That looks like a pretty decent decision.
Brown into Alsop once more now, and this one played off the back foot into the leg side. It's going to be a chase for deep square leg. They will pick up a couple, and a simple couple it is. That concludes the over. Sussex 272 for 2 at the end of 55 overs. Must say, Adrian, scoreboard down here at Hove is so quick.
It's really good, isn't it?
It's brilliant.
It almost puts the runs up before they're completed.
You don't have to do the mental maths.
No, which is a blessing. Elsewhere, very briefly, Surrey going along very nicely at Trent Bridge. Rory Burns with back-to-back hundreds in the championship. He's 103 not out. Sussex 198 for 1. Hampshire 177 for 3 against Lancashire. I'm presuming that's at Old Trafford. Lancashire in danger of getting relegated from the First Division. In comes Morley over the wicket, bowls. Clark stretches forward, plays into the offside. There is no run. Worcestershire 203 for 9 at Chelmsford against Essex. Kent looked like they're almost certainly doomed and rolled over for 156 at Edgbaston today. Warwickshire 62 for 1 in reply. In comes Morley, bowls. Clark stretches forward, plays to mid-on. There is no run. And down at Taunton, Somerset 249 for 3 against Durham. Here Sussex 272 for 2. In comes Morley, bowls. Clark, no, he flicks us down. In fact, he doesn't defend at all, and it's beautifully timed actually by Tom Clark. Seemed to pick up speed as it sped across the outfield. Picks up 4 runs, back to the square on the leg side, down towards a fine leg. Clark goes to 31 or 57 balls. I can see Lewis Rees is warming up, doing a bit of Pilates on the outfield.
That's what it is.
Yeah, that's what it is, Fletch. Morley. And again, bowls. Clark clips to mid on, and there is no run. This update should be coming any minute at all.
Have you got Q yet?
No, have you?
No, I was just going to say I can't hear anything, so...
No. Actually, perhaps I pulled your headphones out, actually.
Oh, there we are.
Don't. In comes Morley. Bowls. And Clark defends onto the onside. And again, there is no run.
Well, give me a chance to bring you this remarkable tweet from Gloucestershire cricket, which was a bit unfortunate. Ricardo Vasconcelos retires here for 22 after being hit on the gloves earlier. Fingers crossed it's nothing serious. Well, don't say fingers crossed if you've been hit on the glove.
In comes Morley, bowls, and Clark hammers that one away through the offside, only as far as Dahl, who's been brilliant in the field for Derbyshire today. Prevents the boundary, gets in the throw. One more to Tom Clark. He goes to 32, end of the over. 277 for 2. Clark 32, Alsop 17. As the Derbyshire backroom staff. Oh, here we go for our update. Who's that there, Fletch?
Where?
Walking down below us.
Ali Mackenzie is the physio, S&C and batting coach.
Right, going for a little wander around the outfield. Yep, I'm ready and waiting to give the update. Just to let the studio know that we're there. And I think Lewis Rees is coming into the attack. Is he? Yes.
Yeah.
So change of bowling. 4 overs for 25, Lewis Rees. He's
Got
going to be
away with it, really, hasn't he? Only bowling 4 overs today so far.
Yeah. He's going to be bowling with a slip. A third man again. Derbyshire resorting to this very strong offside field and just 2 men on the leg side. Now they've disappeared. I don't know where they've gone. I was there, and have they cut us off? That did sound like a cutting off to me. No. In comes Rees. Down the hill, bowls, and Clark plays firmly down to third man and picks up a single. He goes to 33, 278 for 2. I reckon they cut me off then. Did you hear the click?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did as well.
It's not ideal.
No. Do you mind talking,
Of
Fletch?
course.
I was trying to understand what's
I
happening.
reckon I can do that. 278 for 2 then. Sussex, Alsop 17, Clark.
Yes, thanks, Adam. Sussex continuing to go along very nicely here. They're 278 for 2. Tom Clark on 33. Tom Alsop on 17. The man out since you were last here, Daniel Hughes. A wonderful innings of 144, 18 fours and 3 sixes. It really was a tremendous display of batting by the Australian. Elsewhere in Division 1 of the Championship, Surrey having another good day. They're 200 for 1 at Trent Bridge against Nottinghamshire. Rory Burns with back-to-back hundreds in the County Championship. However, for Kent, another miserable day, I'm afraid. Bowled out for just 156 against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. In reply, Warwickshire are 70 for 1. And in the Test match, England 193 for 5 against Sri Lanka. The latest man out, Surrey's Jamie Smith, who made 21. Joe Root is still there. He's 80 not out. Well, that's just in the nick of time.
And the other thing I can also do is stop talking at the drop of a hat as well.
In comes Lewis Rees, bowls, Allsop drives down the ground, lovely shot, 4 runs, over pitched. Allsop helps himself to a boundary, he goes to 21, Sussex to 282 for 2, high time that I left, and I'm going to leave you with Fletch and with Dickey.
Thank you, Adrian. Yes, more pie and chips awaits. That was a nice shot, that, from Allsop to move him on to 21. Partnership worth... He's after the biscuits now. Is worth 42. There's nothing on it, mind. It's not like me. Here is Rees in again and bowls. That one is a full delivery, turned into the leg side by Allsop. Round from behind the stumps comes Brooke Guest to do the fielding.
Apparently, according to some of the Derbyshire fans on the stream, Adrian should be digging into another pie.
Yeah,
right about now. Not any biscuits, some pie. Or perhaps change his shoes.
Yes, a certain amount of superstition talk.
Pies or shoes?
Either way, what's happening here? They want Zach Chappell moved from third man to fine leg by the look of it. So it's quite an effort to drag his body around the field at this time of the day, Zach Chappell. He does get stiffer and stiffer as the day goes on, but he looks pretty lively there. Now he's going to stand in front of the Derbyshire coaching trio who are down there, away to our right hand side. Wayne Madsen in conversation with somebody and has now gone in to the mid-wicket cordon. He and David Lloyd standing there as this next delivery is guided backward of square on the offside by Allsop, but it's fielded by Aaron Donald. And as is the way, all those bits of moving the field and the rest of it happened on the last ball of the over. Sussex 282 for 2, Allsop 21, Clark 33.
I believe it's going to be Morley. I don't imagine that we'd be having a change of bowling.
Well, they're going to be so far behind that they almost certainly need it to be Morley, don't they?
Exactly. And it is going to be Morley. He's got 18 pressed on his back as in he comes now to Clark, who's forward and leans into this drive through the offside. Anuj Dal's on the chase, but his fast legs aren't going to be enough as that's gone through into the hospitality box. That's ricocheted off the hoarding, and that's going to be a boundary for Sussex. It's going to be a boundary for Tom Clark. He moves on to 37. Sussex 286 for 2. That was a beautiful looking shot. And Dahl on the boundary, just you could see him just getting faster and faster, but it wasn't fast enough.
He is quick.
It's brilliant timing there from Clark.
If he can't get there, nobody can.
Covered so much distance as well. Morley in again to Clark, who's forward and pushes this to mid-on. It's fielded by Rees. He's got a big pair of sunglasses on his head. Blue sunglasses glistening against the sunshine. The reflection bright as anything as in comes Morley now, and Clark is forward, solid in defence as the ball pretty much rolls into a short mid-wicket. One slip in play as a seagull flies above the ground here at Hove. Hopefully no one's got their food out on their laps as in comes Morley, and this one slightly back of a lens and edged and caught in slip, and the finger goes up. Clark, he looks absolutely disappointed with themselves as he tucks his bat under his arm and starts to walk back towards the pavilion. Sussex, they lose another wicket. 3 down now. 286 for 3. Adrian Harms may not have bit into another pie, but
Well,
he is fighting into his biscuit right now.
He's going to starve to death, Adrian Harms. Every time he starts eating, Sussex lose a wicket. There was a simple enough catch in the end for Wayne Madsen. The solitary slip, ball just looped into his hands. 37 off 65 for Tom Clark. 6 fours in there. And Derbyshire just need to keep sort of nibbling away here. 286 for 3 is not an ideal situation, clearly. However, they have picked up their first bonus point. But as my regular listeners will know, nobody cares about bonus points, quite frankly. Because if you did the league table on 3 points for a win, 1 for a draw, and none for a defeat, it would be exactly the same as the table is now, but we faff around trying to get the extra bonus point. Anyway, that's an argument and a beef for another day.
New batter to the crease. James Coles is on his way in, and at this point I think all the Derbyshire fans are gonna send over a platter of food to Adrian from tomorrow, so he just keeps eating. I think Sussex fans might request Adrian just to maybe go on a 72-hour fast. He's just looking at me like, don't even suggest it. Coles is going to be on strike, just having some adjustments in the field now, and we should be away very shortly. A slip, point, cover, extra cover, and a mid-off in place for the right-handed Coles, as in comes Morley now, and Coles forward, lunges into a defence as it's fielded at short extra, and on the leg side a 45, deep mid-wicket, mid-wicket and a mid-on. As in comes Morley again, and Coles forward, defends, and that's going to conclude the over. 58 overs gone. Sussex 286 for 3. Just lost the wicket of Tom Clark, who was caught in the slips for 37. And if I'm honest with you, Fletch, I feel...
I hope you can be.
It's a safe space. I feel like Clark gave it his wicket away a little bit.
Say what you like. Yeah,
Kind of dabbed at it, and
well, in fairness, I think most of the batters have given their wickets away ultimately.
they have, yes.
Daniel Hughes just kept the ball. They kept bowling wider and wider and wider of his off stump, and in the end, he thought, well, the only way I'm going to score runs is to chase them. He chased one and
That wasn't the way to go.
got himself out, but he scored a few. Here comes Lewis Rees in and bowls to Tom Alsop. James Coles, the new batter, with 30 on his back at the non-striker's end. 286 for 3. That one turned into the leg side. There's no run. Dupavilon comes and takes the ball off. That must be Jack Morley, is it? Yes, at mid-on. So completely got Jack Morley's mannerisms. It's only the third game I've seen him play on loan from Lancashire. Got his arms folded at the moment as Rees is in, and that one is pushed out into the offside, fielded by Knight Donald. Moving around to his left, gives it to Harry Kane. He throws it in. Light aircraft somewhere above us, out of our sight. The Derbyshire Cloud Seeding Company. Oh, it's absolutely glorious down here on the south coast. It's like a different world. Here comes Rees again, and that one is guided off an edge down towards third man. Donald chases, but the ball was always going to win that particular race. Down the hill, down the slope to the boundary rope. 4 more to Alsop, who moves to 25, 290 for 3. And having breaked to the boundary, collected the ball and thrown it back, he gets admonished, and Aaron Donald by Brooke Guest for not throwing it in on the full. Keep it off the ground, says Guest. 290 for 3. That one is driven by Allsop up towards Morley at mid-on. There is no run. Decent enough crowd in today. What I like about the temporary stands is the one with the red advertising on looks like it's listing to the right. I'm not sure I'd like to be in there. It just looks like it's leaning, do you not think?
Leaning in?
Or leaning to the right. I don't think
it does
is.
actually,
I don't
yes.
think it is. I just think it's an optical illusion, but it just looks like it's leaning as Reese bowls. That one's turned into the leg side by Allsop, no run.
I hope
Whereas
it's not
the other
leaning.
one looks like it's leaning the other way, and I think it's just because it's on the corner. But it does look slightly strange.
It's on the bend, but actually now it does. It's the one on the right with the Daffabet hoarding. It's
You can't unsee it now, can
it's
you? Can't
kind
unsee
of.
it. I think it is just because it's on the.
Well, I hope it
on
is,
the
because otherwise, if there's someone listening to us sat on that stand, they'll be quite worried right now.
It's structurally sound, don't worry. Reese bowls, and that was guided by Allsop to short third man, fielded nicely there by Aaron Donald, who throws it in above Brooke Guest's head, and the ball hits the floor again, which Guest won't be happy with. 290 for 3 at the end of the over, 25 to Allsop. Coles has only faced 2 deliveries. He's yet to get off the mark. And we have 5 overs to go until tea, which means I will almost certainly, well, I don't know, with spin on it might, we might get there just before I do my 4 o'clock.
Did you say it's a different type of climate up in Derbyshire?
Well, it's certainly cooler.
Morley in now, and Coles defends.
But I live, I mean, that's the Midlands, Derbyshire. It's north, obviously, but I live in the northwest. I live up near Bolton.
Morley in to Coles now, who uses his feet and a couple paces down the track to fence again into the offside.
We have slightly more rain than the rest of the country, generally.
You mentioned earlier that you left Derbyshire, was it yesterday, to come down?
Left Bolton yesterday, yeah.
And
yeah.
it was, what, less than 20 degrees? As
Oh.
in comes Morley now, and the use of the feet by Coles hit upishly, is just short of mid-on. There's a big scream for catch, but it's just short of Zach Chappell.
I think I know where it's hit, Zach Chappell. Because Harry Kame's laughing at him and Lewis Reese is sniggering. So I think we know what it was stopped with. Yeah, he's got a bit of a grimace on his face as Zach Chappell. It was a good stop in the end. I think he's just running around to take his mind off the pain. It landed probably a yard and a half in front of him, but it wasn't particularly high, was it? It wasn't much off the deck.
Morley into Coles again, who this time off the back foot cuts away, beats cover, and that's going to go all the way down towards the boundary. That adds 4 to Sussex's total. That takes them to 294 for 3. Coles on 4.
He knew it was a poor ball straight away. Jack Morley was short, wide, was always going to get hit for 4.
Morley in again, and this time better delivery, straighter, flatter as Coles is forward and defends. So yeah, I think you mentioned that when you left it was maybe
about 13 degrees when I got out of the car. It was 29.
Did you pack your sunscreen? Morley in, flatter, and this one tucked in to the leg side. It's going to be a single as deep mid-wicket comes in to do the fielding, and that is going to conclude the over as well. Sussex 295 for 3. Allsop with 25 to his name. Coles with 5. He keeps strike, and I believe it should be a little bit of Lewis Reese from the Cromwell Road end. Although now that I've mentioned it, we might.
Yeah.
No? Oh.
They're not
They're
sure.
hovering.
Well, yeah, there's a conversation going on between David Lloyd, Nye Donald. No. Yes, David Lloyd, Nye Donald, Wayne Manson, and Jack Morley. And the upshot is still to be decided by the look of it. Aaron Donald still hasn't bowled an over or a ball in first-class cricket. But it is going to be Lewis Rees, you're absolutely right, Nicky, to continue from the Cromwell Road.
It's like they were wondering who's going to bowl now. They're having a bit of...
Who fancies a go?
Who fancies... Who thinks they can pick up a wicket or two?
Well, here is Rees around the wicket, bowls to Coles, who turns that one into the leg side. And there is no run. Zach Chappell's bowled 9 overs today so far. Darren Dupavalon has bowled 10. They picked up a wicket apiece. Jack Morley's bowled 13, the other wicket taker. 11 for Dahl, 8 for Brown, 6 for Rees. This is his 7th, and 3 have been bowled by David Lloyd. So everybody's had a go. As Rees around the wicket, bowls to Coles on his hip, turns it down towards deep backward square leg. Pat Brown, good piece of fielding, running around quickly from mid-wicket, picks the ball up and sends the throw in. 296 for 3. Coles moves on to 6. 3 overs after this one until the interval. And then 32 overs in the evening session. So we will be late, but we always are, as Rees bowls. That one's pushed into the onside where Wayne Madsen does the fielding. Madsen has picked up 2 catches today. One for Brooke Guest. He dismissed, or managed to, was part of the dismissal of Daniel Hughes for 144. 72 to Tom Haynes, 37 to Tom Clark. Here is Rees bowling to Tom Alsop, who turns that one into the leg side. Nicely fielded by Manson, who does not field like a 40-year-old. Which is what he is. I'm not suggesting that he's 25 and feels like a 40-year-old. He is 40 years of age, remarkable athlete, and already contracted for next season as well. Crouches down alongside David Lloyd at mid-wicket as Rees bowls to Alsop, and it drives it up to Morley at mid-on. And there is no run. Just the 1 run from this over so far. 296 for 3. Still on target for 450 in the day if they fancy it. Sussex, although there were 161 without loss at lunch, so 135 for 3 in the afternoon session so far as Rees bowls, and it's defended by Alsop. Up towards the bowler, it's actually picked up by Coles, the non-striker, and it's the end of the Lewis Rees over. He's now bowled 7 overs for 35. Sussex 296 for 3 with Alsop on 25 and Coles on 6.
You must remind me to extend my parking. Otherwise I shall forget.
Oh, no doubt, yeah, but can you do it now?
I can do it on my phone, there's an app.
I'm aware of these things you these things you call apps. I've got one. I've got.
Didn't mean it that way.
I've got several on here. Look. See, there's a park.
Oh wow!
What's the
You've got more than me.
There's a parking one there. Look, that's one for a taxi. I've got all sorts of apps on it.
I didn't mean it like that, Fletch. Morley's going to be bowling from the CN.
You can get them to give you a reminder, can't you?
Yeah, but when I put my number into, they were like, "Oh, it's not working at the moment," so I have to like remember myself as opposed to.
That's not good.
Yeah, normally they send you a text being like, "You have 2 hours left on your parking." No, nothing like that. As in comes Morley now to Coles, who does this beautifully, waits for the ball off the back foot, guides it down towards third, and it's going to go all the way. He's done that so well, played it ever so late. He had to if he had to actually really get that angle, and well, that takes Sussex to 300 on the board. 3 wickets down. Coles moves on to 10.
rain radar app. Got all sorts.
Got more than me, Fetch. Morley in now, and this one scooped away by Coles. He's seen the gap in the 45 region. There's no one there. That's going to be another boundary for Sussex. Back-to-back boundary. Sussex 304 for 3.
It's a bit disappointing. They've been keeping it nice and tight in tight-ish comparatively in recent overs. Jack Morley did concede a boundary in his previous over, that short ball that was chopped away.
I did wonder why there wasn't a 45 in play. Now they've realised.
Might be a bit late.
Morley in again to Coles, who's off the back foot, pushes this onto the offside. It will beat cover, so they'll take a single. Allsop comes under strike. 305 for 3.
Paralympics app. Got all sorts on here.
How many apps do you have?
Lots.
I think I have like 5.
But I don't have Instagram. I don't have TikTok. I don't have any of that.
See, I've started deleting social media off my phone.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
There's days when I'm like, you know what, I really can't be bothered.
You don't need it.
Why do I need to know what you're doing? And then I'll delete it.
Yeah.
And then I'll download it again in a few days and be like, oh, what is X
what's
doing?
everybody
What
been
is
doing?
everyone doing? Morley to Allsop. Left arm over. And this time Allsop is forward, defends to mid-on. It's a bit of a love-hate relationship now, I think. There was a point when there was a balance with social media, and then everyone just kind of maybe took it too far, as in comes Morley again. This one tucked down towards 45. Allsop looking for a single, sent back as there is a fielder in place. And now it's become to a point when it's just too much.
Yeah, I'm not big on social media, really. Got an atomic clock app, that's good.
Morley at the top of his mark, ready to go. And this one tossed up as Allsop leans into a defence, and that will conclude the over. 9 off that over there from Morley's board. 14 overs for 58 runs. 1 maiden, 1 wicket. Sussex 305 for 3, and you're trying to show me this app of yours. What?
It's accurate to within 5 milliseconds, so that if I've got to hand back at a certain time, I can put that on and I'm accurate handing back to the studio and things like that.
This might sound really dumb, but what is an atomic time?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Is that just meant to be a really accurate clock?
Yes, I think so. I
Okay.
think so, yeah. Yeah, it's very exciting though.
I thought that phone clock was already accurate enough, where you could see the seconds and you're like, right.
Well, I don't know how to do that. To see the second, I don't know how to get the clock where it says. Well, I haven't worked that one out. Oh, there it is. There, look. But they see they're no good, are they? Is Lewis Rees beginning a new over? That one's turned into the leg side by Coles, out towards Pat Brown. He goes through for a single, moves on to 16, 306 for 3. So it needs. I need to. Oh, I wonder if I can. Oh, hello. That might have done it.
You're learning something new every day.
No, it's got
Oh,
seconds
no.
on it, you see.
There should be a seconds
Yeah.
option. We'll find out.
It's hopeless. 305 for 3. 3 minutes until 4 o'clock, with this one and one more over to go until tea as Reese bowls to Allsop, turns it into the leg side. Madsen fields. There is no run. Neither of these two, you wouldn't have thought, will do anything daft in the next 10 deliveries. England have reached tea against Sri Lanka at 200 for 5. Joe Root unbeaten on 81. Chris Wokes has 6. Elsewhere in the second division, as Rees is in to bowl to Allsop, who drives out into the offside, just slightly backward of square. They've run 1, that's all they'll get, because Pat Brown is in off the cover boundary to do the fielding. Northants are 84 for 2, trailing Gloucestershire by 41. Bristol, that game has really moved on. Yorkshire 240 for 4 against Middlesex, and Leicestershire rallying a little, 214 for 8 now against Glamorgan at Sophia Gardens. As Reese is in once more around the wicket, bowls to Coles, who pushes this out into the offside, and there is no run. First Division, Surrey 203 for 2 at Trent Bridge against Nottinghamshire. Hampshire 203 for 3 against Lancashire at Old Trafford. Worcestershire 246 for 9 now against Essex at Chelmsford. Warwickshire 90 for 1 in their first innings. They trailed Kent by 66 at Edgbaston, and Somerset are 260 for 5 against Durham at Taunton. 2 more balls left in the over. I might not be able to do them both, as that one is turned into the leg side by Coles. They're going to come back for the second as well. Again, the throw comes in. It's a good throw from Pat Brown, but not for the first time, as he's taken the ball and tried to whip the bails off. He's missed. Brooke guessed. I'm fairly sure that Coles was in. He moves on to 18, 309 for 3. He's done that twice now, once at each end. Right about now is when I panic, Adrian, so I might have to hand these headphones to you after this delivery from Lewis Reese. That's wide of the off stump and left alone by Coles to go through to the keeper. 309 for 3.
Nicky has got this sussed today about the handing over of the headphones. That's very impressive. 1 over to go until tea. 309 for 3. Sussex won't want to get ahead of themselves here, but there is every possibility, if Sussex continue to score at this rate, they could get their maximum batting bonus points, which would come at 450 by the close of play today. I mean, that is a little way off, and I'm sure that's the last thing on their mind. But this is the last over before tea. As in comes Morley over the wicket, bowls, and also defends onto the onside. There is no run. I don't know what delicacies await us at tea. I don't know whether we get cake anymore. We shall see. Perhaps the biscuits are a replacement for cake. Slip is the only close fielder. Morley in his 15th over, figures of 1 for 58. Waits as Alsop clips his back little square on the leg side and settles for a single. Does Tom Alsop? He goes to 27. 310 for 3. You're looking at me quizzically.
No, I sussed out the swapping of the microphones last week.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, and I've decided to name it musical mics.
Well,
it's not musical chairs, but the way we have to do it so swiftly.
Yeah. In comes Morley again. Bowls and Coles. Just plays defensively on the leg side. He was looking for a single, but he was quite rightly sent back by Tom Alsop. He's very quick between the stumps, and there certainly wasn't a single there. Morley again. Round the wicket. Bowls and Coles is defensively forward down the onside of the track. There is no run. Actually, I think Derbyshire have done a decent job here this afternoon in terms of their over rate, because a little while ago I was thinking T's not going to be till about 4:15. I mean, they're still behind on the scoreboard, but Morley's intervention bowling 15 overs has certainly speeded things up. In comes Morley, bowls. Coles again is happy, I think, to play for tea here. One more ball to go in this of Morley's 15th over. He waits, as does James Coles. In and bowls, and Coles. Well, that's a really rash shot to play, the last ball before tea. Stepping away to the leg side, looking to cut the ball away. If he'd have got himself out then, I wouldn't have fancied looking at the coach as I made my way off. But he's got away with one there. Anyway, Coles unbeaten on 18. Alsop 27. Sussex 310 for 3. We've had an email in from Ian Shin, who says, Hi Adrian and Nicky, really enjoying the cricket and the commentary.
Centre of the field, our visitors from Derbyshire. And to resume the Sussex first innings, wearing number 45, Hughes top number 27, and wearing shirt number 30, James Cole.
Well, a very good afternoon. Welcome back to Hove, where the players are just making their way out onto the field. Sussex in a very strong position, 310 for 3. Tom Alsop on 27, James Coles on 18. If you're only just joining us, you may not know that Derbyshire won the toss and are probably regretting the fact that they asked Sussex to bat first. Daniel Hughes making 144, Tom Haynes 72, Tom Clark 37. In fact, that opening partnership was worth 196 in just 36 overs. Since then, the run rate has slowed a little, but Sussex still in a very powerful position. I'm Adrian Harms. This is BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Derby. Dave Fletcher sitting next to me, and Nicky Chowdhury, the other member of our commentary team, as Tom Alsop takes strike. And so whatever method you're using of listening to us, whether you're listening through the BBC website or watching the live stream, you can also now listen via smart speakers, or most smart speakers as well, as in comes David Lloyd to bowl the first ball after tea. There's a stifled appeal, but it sounded to me as if Tom Alsop got a bit of bat on that. The ball rolls down the track and there is no run. There's a slip, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Two men set back on the leg side, as in comes Lloyd again. Bowls and Alsop defends onto the onside. There is no run. The 11th fielder is a sweeper on the cover boundary. Lloyd coming around the wicket, the Derbyshire skipper. In and bowls, and Alsop plays this firmly through mid-wicket. He's going to pick up at least one and possibly two. He's very quick between the wickets. Is Tom Alsop. The throw coming in. James Coles was rather dawdling as he came back for the second run, but the throw wasn't a great one, and in the end Coles was safely home. Alsop goes to 29, so to 312 for 3. Lloyd is already in, trying to do something about this over 8, but it's only -1 at the moment, and Alsop tickles that one down towards fine leg. We'll wait for the umpire's signal, and indeed they came off of Tom Alsop's bat, so he picks up a boundary and goes to 33, so 316 for 3.
Grimace on Zach Chappell's face as he went around the boundary there, knowing that he wasn't going to get there.
Yeah, got no chance if you're down the hill here at Hove, as Lloyd is in. Bowls to Alsop, who punches out into the offside. There is no run. Just to bring you right up to date with the sort of promotion match, as it were, up at Headingley, where Yorkshire are 254 for 5 against Middlesex. Lloyd, final ball of the first over since tea. Bowls to Alsop, who plays this defensively through the square leg area. Harry Kane has to run to his left at mid-wicket to field, which allows Alsop to go through for a single, and Sussex finished the over on 317 for 3. Alsop on 34. Coles is on 18.
I'm delighted to report that Jeff Lynn, the real Jeff Lynn, is is doing well because he's in Portland, Oregon, where Yellow are performing tomorrow night. So he'll have to get down at Heathrow sharpish if he's going to make the gig.
How long have they been going for? 50 years? Probably more than that.
I would have thought so, yeah. Well, certainly early 70s when they started, I would have thought. Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. Roy Wood from Derbyshire and East Staffordshire, of course, as well, that's where he lives now. Jack Morley begins a new over, and the ball is defended into the offside by Tom Alsop. Wheeled out every Christmas, as you might imagine. As Morley over the wicket is in again, and Alsop defends once more.
Do you think you could survive on the royalties and that sort of thing?
Yes, I think he probably could. Yeah, I think Noddy Holder's doing all right as well.
I'm sure he is.
Here is Morley, bowls to Alsop, defends it back to him. I'm not entirely sure the scoreboard's gone.
Oh, that's not helpful, particularly with an update to do in a moment.
That is unfortunate. The other one's okay though, Adrian. It doesn't tell you as much, but
no,
it's okay. It's 317 for 3. As Morley bowls, that one turns, and it's pushed out into the offside by Alsop, where Harry Kane does the fielding, rattling through this over. 2 deliveries to go. Wayne Madsen at slip, David Lloyd at mid-wicket on the mat. This one is pushed up towards mid-off, where it's fielded by Chappell.
Yeah, I noticed the over rate has come down from -2 to -1, and they did catch up quite a bit, didn't they, in that afternoon session with Morley in particular.
Without trying too hard, to be fair, so yeah, they'll be all right. Morley to complete his over. It's a maiden over. Good start to the evening session for Jack Morley, who has bowled 16 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 59, and Sussex are 317 for 3 after 66 overs.
In the Test match, England 217 for 6 at Lords, having lost the toss. Good thing England have got Joe Root. He's 98 not out. The latest man out, Chris Wokes, who was out for 6. I don't know how many tests. Well, I'll have to check how many Test hundreds Joe Root has got, but plenty. It looks like he's set for another one and get his name on the honours board again at Lords. I'm sure it's not the first time. As in comes David Lloyd over the wicket to bowl to the right-handed James Coles, who's very carefully forward and plays the ball to mid-wicket, and there is no run. One slip still in place, who's Wayne Madsen. Lloyd again. That's a full toss, and Coles, well, he should have dispatched that for 4 runs, and he looked at his bat as if to blame his bat, but he drilled the ball straight to Kane, who's fielded very nicely at extra cover, no run. Lloyd again bowls, and Coles dabs that out on the outside. He wanted a single, and then holds his arm out wide as if to say to Tom Alsop, well, why didn't you want to run? And I think the very good reason was because Harry Kane was very quickly round from extra cover to field. Lloyd again in and bowls. That kept a bit low. Coles plays out into the offside, and again it's Kane who fields. 10 balls without a run here for Sussex.
It's a bit dull, isn't it?
A maiden over. A maiden over followed by 4 dot balls. Lloyd in again, bowls, and Coles works this one for a single. Through backward point, picks up a single. Coles goes to 19, and Sussex to 318 for 3. The respective flags of Sussex and Derbyshire are billowing away on the clock tower scoreboard as Lloyd is in. Oh, that's a horrible ball, and it signals as a wide. Oh dear. I think the skipper will be too pleased about that. 7th wide of the innings. Yeah.
Which is unusually the first class match.
It is. Lloyd in again, bowls. That's a better delivery that also works to mid-on. That is the end of the over. And Sussex are 319 for 3. Alsop on 34. Coles is on 19. We've got 29 overs remaining in the day. We'll have an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Kent, Sussex and Surrey in a few moments' time. In fact, I can hear myself coming back through the headphones. I don't know if you can hear that, Dave.
I can just hear somebody breathing in my left ear, which is slightly unnerving.
Okay. Do you mind if I carry on in case we...
No, you carry on.
We got the last update did come a bit quickly. So it's going to be Jack Morley who's going to carry on from the C end of the ground, around the wicket, in and bowls to Coles, who plays this to backward point. There is no run. I'm yet to come up with another way of describing a bowler bowling to James Coles, because bowls to Coles has happened quite a lot this season. Morley in again, round the wicket. Coles clips through mid-wicket, picks up a single. He goes to 20, the total to 320 for 3. On the most glorious day at Hove, there is a breeze, as you can tell from the flags on the clock tower scoreboard and the trees outside of the ground swaying in the breeze. Very pleasant conditions to watch. Just a bit of high level cloud as Morley is in. Left arm over the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Allsop, plays down the offside, and there is no run. Slip is the only close fielder, but Lloyd, the skipper, is in a very shortish mid-wicket. Morley in again, bowls, and also works this one back to the square on the leg side. They take a single, but it wasn't entirely comfortable for Allsop, that shot. Nonetheless, he goes to 35, the total to 321 for 3. And Morley really is rattling through his overs. In again, bowls. Coles plays stylishly out into the offside, but can't beat Lloyd, who's fielding at cover for the right-hander. And it's another dot ball. And I think Jack Morley's doing a good job for Derbyshire here. Comes around the wicket again. Bowls. James Coles stretches forward to a ball of good length. It's the end of another over, just the 2 runs coming off of it. Morley's bowled 17 overs, 2 maidens, taken 1 for 61. And Sussex are 321 for 3, with Allsop on 35, Coles on 20, and still no update.
Well, my ability to shut up very quickly will be tested here.
Yes.
The most wides in an innings in a first-class cricket match is 46 at Cambridge University against Oxford University at Lord's in 1839.
Lloyd in, bowls to Allsop, who, for a ball that was short and punched through the offside, picks up a single despite an attempted piece of fielding there by... who's that at cover?
Aaron Donald.
Thank you.
However, as recently as 2000, Warwickshire bowled 34 at Northampton in an innings.
Lloyd in, bowls to Coles, clips onto the leg side, no run. 34.
Which seems a lot, doesn't it?
Huge amount.
Does seem a lot. It'll say anything about the number of wides.
Lloyd in, bowls, and Coles eases that one through backward point, picks up another single. James Coles, he goes to 21. The scoreboard is really quick today.
Too quick.
323 for 3. Just the one slip in place. Lloyd in again, bowls, and also his forward punches this into the covers. And there is no run, fielded again by an Aaron Donald. Lloyd gives that plenty of air and also works it to backward point. No run, fielded by Lewis Rees, who gets down on his knees to field, and I reckon this over has taken probably less than a minute. Lloyd in, bowls, and Allsop is forward. Brooke Guest nips from behind the stumps to field the ball as Allsop plays it in front of him, and another over slips by. 27 overs remaining in the day. Lloyd has bowled 6 overs, no maidens, 0 for 26. And just for the time being, consolidation for Sussex, and Derbyshire have just got the brakes on here, Dave.
You're listening to the Adrian Harms show on...
Oh, don't. Perhaps we're not going to have an update.
Well, you can't give up on it this quickly, Adrian. It's only, what is it, 4:30,
Go on, you go, Dave.
4:30.
Go on, because I'm sure we'll get a warning of something or another. Go on.
Jack Morley from the C end, bowling to James Coles, who turns this nicely into the leg side. They just trot through for a comfortable single as Dahl does the fielding out on the mid-wicket boundary. Zach Chappell now fielding with his left boot completely undone. The Velcro strap is undone, the laces are undone. As Morley bowls to Allsop, goes back and chops it into the offside. Came fields. 324 for 3. We're in the 70th over, so still away for the new ball. This one is driven beautifully by Allsop, and that has gone for 4 out to the extra cover boundary. Once it had beaten Harry Kane, half volley outside the off stump and driven away towards the corporate hospitality, which is doing a roaring trade, which is good to see. 328 for 3. Zach Chappell retrieves the ball, and Morley comes in and bowls to Allsop on the leg stump, turn into the leg side, single taken. Pat Brown comes in off the mid-wicket boundary. 329 for 3 as Allsop moves to 41. Coles has 22. Just 3 wickets for Derbyshire today, having won the toss and elected to bowl first. Morley around the wicket to Coles, who turns that to Kame at mid-wicket. Zach Chappell looks like he's getting ready to have a little burst down the hill, I fancy. Here's Morley once again, bowls to Coles, who defends, and 6 runs off that over. 329 for 3. Your dream is about to come true, Adrian. You're going to appear on the radio.
It's not quite an update at 4:30, is it? Is it?
They got there. They got here as soon as they could.
They did. So, David Lloyd's going to carry on. Is that 323 for 3 or 329 for 3?
329.
Thank you. In comes Lloyd. Bowls, also plays into the offside, and there is no run. Yes, Sussex still going along very nicely here, Adam. They're 329 for 3. Tom Allsop on 41, James Coles on 22. But the story of the day really all about the Australian Daniel Hughes. Wonderful innings from the opener. He made 144, including 18 fours and 3 sixes. He was dropped on 35, and that proved a very expensive drop as far as Derbyshire are concerned. Elsewhere in the county championship, the championship leaders Surrey is still going along well at Trent Bridge. They're 243 for 2. Rory Burns 130 not out. That on the back of a double century for the Surrey captain against Lancashire last week. Not such good news though for Kent, bundled out for just 156 at Edgbaston today. Warwickshire in reply are 115 for 2, and England not having it their own way in the second test match at Lords. They're 221 for 6, and thank goodness for Joe Root, he's still there. He's 99 not out. As in comes Lloyd, drilled by Coles to mid-off, and there is no run.
So how would you cope with a 20-second timed update into a bulletin?
I would struggle. Lloyd in. Bowls. Coles is stuck on the pad. David Lloyd thinks he's got his man, but that is the end of the over. 300 and... we're struggling to see that score. Thank you very much. Yeah, it was 329 only, was it, for 3? Also 42. Coles on 22.
Yes, my updates are now
Yeah.
20 seconds long in news bulletins, but as long as it's in the news bulletin, I'm happy.
Do you just give the Derbyshire score, Fletcher?
Yes.
Yeah, we have to give a variety because
only interested in Derbyshire.
right. Okay.
Yeah, so that makes it slightly easier. It doesn't give you an awful lot of wriggle room though. As Jack Morley begins a new over from the C end, ball pushed into the leg side by Allsop, fielded by Lloyd, and there's no run. Next delivery from Morley is driven out into the offside. That'll be 4 out to the extra cover boundary. It's just a punch really, as much as anything. It's slightly down the slope out there, but it was a very fine shot from Allsop, who moves to within 1 blow of a half century.
He's in super nick, Tom Allsop. And Paul Farbrace was saying that he thinks he should be going on a Lions tour this winter, and it's difficult to disagree with that. He's playing really well. And he's played well in all formats as well, Fletch. Someone's got a laugh and a half over there, haven't they?
Yes, they have. Having a good time. thought it was a seagull to start with, or a gull, I beg your pardon, as this next delivery from Morley's defended by Allsop.
I'm indebted to Ethan, who's our student here watching in the commentary box, who's just informed us that Joe Root has got his 100. It's his 33rd for England. Wow.
It's not bad, is it?
Record.
Next delivery is turned into the leg side by
Wonder whose record he's
Allsop.
beaten. Oh, Alistair Cook. Wow.
Yeah, he was all right, wasn't he, Alistair Cook?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, did
Brilliant.
okay.
Thank you.
Yorkshireman who wore a snood whilst fielding against Derbyshire earlier this season at Headingley. That one is defended by Allsop. It was chilly, but I wouldn't have said it was snood weather.
I can't imagine that would have gone down well with you, Fletch.
Wow. He was the only one as well. I'll tell you what else he had with this next delivery. Obviously dragged it down. It's been pulled around the corner, but he hasn't really taken full advantage of it. Also, it's gone out to Pat Brown on the backward square leg boundary. He had one of those things around his neck, or you know those little muffs that you put your hand in. He had one of them. Absolutely. You see quarterbacks in Green Bay where it's -30 wearing these things. Well, yeah, I can sort of understand that, but it was Leeds and it was 10 degrees. I mean, pitiful. End of the over, 3:35 for 3.
Are you an American
No.
football? No.
No, not any.
One of our commentators is, and I forget who it is. Someone is really heavily into. I'm not sure who it is.
All right. Div 2?
Yeah, I think so. In comes David Lloyd, bowls to Allsop, who squirts that one back down the track, and there is no run. Who is it who's very keen on American football?
Bracegirdle likes it, doesn't he?
Does he?
He goes to watch it in Germany.
Right, okay. Comes Lloyd again, Allsop covers up. Like, the tactic here, I mean, they are rattling through these overs, Derbyshire. I mean, it's not. I mean, a new ball would be available in. Well, maybe that's what it is. A new ball available in 7 overs
Yeah,
time.
but it's not going to do much, is it?
Lloyd in bowls. Allsop plays that very firmly down to mid-on. There is no run.
Almost fooled Morley that. I think there was a bit of swerve on it. He nearly ran past it.
Lloyd again waits. Slip again, the only close fielder. He's in around the wicket holes, gives that plenty of air, does David Lloyd, and drags Allsop forward. He plays it out to short extra cover, and there is no run.
Well, he sort of always bowled medium pace, David Lloyd. In fact, Nick Webb was staggered when I said he might come on and bowl some off spin last week.
Lloyd in, oh dear, that's a horrible delivery. He's lucky to get away with that. And
just
very, very lucky. Wayne Madsen applauds. I guess the ploy here is to try and get Allsop playing away outside his body, but I don't think Tom Allsop was going to fall for that. Lloyd again in bowls, and Allsop works that one into the offside. So good accurate stuff here from David Lloyd. A maiden over. It's his first maiden, 8 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 27.
he told Nick in an interview. Nick spoke to him after the game on Sunday while I was downstairs talking to Mickey Arthur. He managed to grab a quick word with Lloydie and asked him about his off spin. He said he started as a youngster bowling off spin, and then he went to medium pace. But he's got, I think it's his left knee, but it could be obviously it could be his right knee. Heavily strapped. He has a knee problem at the moment, a slight injury. So he decided to go back to his off spin, and he bowls it very serviceably. Here's the left arm spin of Jack Morley from Rochdale. Turned out towards backward square leg where Dahl loses his floppy sun hat, of course he does, but gets to the ball quickly and throws it in. Single taken. It was Coles, wasn't it?
How many runs has he saved out there today, Dahl?
He saves loads, and over the course of a season it's incredible because he gets to the ball so quickly. It's the 50-run partnership, incidentally, for the 4th wicket between Allsop and Coles. Allsop back on strike. He's on 47. That's wide of the off stump and left alone by Allsop. I'm going to cough. Nobody wants to hear that. Here's Morley once again over the wicket, ball into the left-handed Allsop, who defends it straight back to the Lancastrian. 3-3-6 for 3. halfway through the 74th over of the day of the innings, as that one is pushed out into the offside by Allsop. They've gone through for a quick single. Kane returns. Coles has to put the dive in and is covered in dust now. He wants new gloves and everything because he had to get the dive out to make sure he got into his ground. It's like one of those cartoons where they have a cloud of dust above them. Who was that character in Peanuts? Was it Linus who was always had a cloud of dust above him? He got in. Allsop moves to 48, 337 for 3. Peanuts used to be a popular cartoon strip in one of the newspapers. Apparently. So Coles can't bat now without new gloves, of course, because you can't once you've slid in the dust. I don't know, and it's not just James Coles; it's every batter. And yet Anuj Dal, well, he did it a lot in the 94 that he scored against Glamorgan. Will take his gloves off and dry them in the dust, and then put his gloves back on. But batters who actually, I don't get it. But There we are. He's just about ready. He is indeed ready now. As Morley around the wicket. Bowls to Coles, who drives it back towards Morley. Doesn't field it cleanly, but they decide against taking a run on that particular misfield as Zach Chappell is around quickly from mid-on to do the fielding. Final ball of the Morley over is pushed into the offside by Coles. And another tidy over. 2 runs from it. Allsop 48, Coles 23, Sussex 337 for 3. And after 74 overs now, and a quick look will tell us that in the last 5 overs, Sussex have scored just 14 runs.
Yeah, I was going to say they've only scored 27 since tea. So the breaks. James Coles wants something else brought out for him. He's making a signal towards the dressing room. And
different gloves. He's not happy, is he?
I think I was going to say to you, Fletcher, your son is or was a keen handball player, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
Right.
He was.
Because I didn't realise what a big game that is on the continent.
Oh yeah, huge on the continent.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah. Germany, Denmark, Sweden, France. And it's played in Spain and Portugal.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It was. We watched a lot of it in the Olympics.
You know, as I was lucky enough to go out there for a couple of days, and on the big screens in the fan zone, which were brilliant. The fan zones, the handball was on a lot.
I think did the French get to the final? I can't remember.
Yes,
they're a good side.
I think they did because I think a lot of that was played. A lot of that was played in Lille from memory.
Right.
And it wasn't all played in Paris. But I thought about you, and I thought I'm sure that your son played handball. It was a good game, interesting game, a good game to watch.
Oh, it is. Yeah, it is a fine game. I like it.
Here comes Lloyd, bowls to Allsop, who plays onto the onside. There is no run. If you're wondering where Nikki Chowdhury is, she'll be back with us after 5 here. Lloyd again. In bowls, forward comes Allsop, plays into the offside, no run.
One of the players he played with when in his club side and on occasions for Great Britain was a lad called Harry Morley, who is Jack's cousin.
Okay, in comes Lloyd down the leg side. The ball comes off Allsop's boot and is caught above his head by Wayne Madsen at slip, but there is no run.
Which was a nice way for me to break the ice with Jack when he came initially for his loan, because I know Harry reasonably well.
Excellent.
Yeah, so Harry Morley and Jack Morley.
Comes Lloyd again wide outside the stump.
No.
Wide. It's obviously a tactic. I'll tell you what though, there's a lot of these sports that are in the Olympics. I read an interesting piece after the Olympics saying it was so refreshing to see different sports. As in comes Lloyd again, all sort of covers up, plays to mid-off, and there is no run. Getting a bit of airtime, but they were saying the thing is it won't last. Within 2 weeks it will be Premier League football, which it is.
Well,
in comes Lloyd, bowls. Allsop plays back up the track, fielded by Lloyd, no run.
I think if you flick to either Channel 4 or More 4, you'd be able to watch
the Paralympics.
Very extensive coverage of the Paralympics, which are terrific as well.
Yeah. And in fact, I saw bits of the opening ceremony last night, which looked fantastic. Really good. Yeah, it was actually much better than the opening ceremony. Well, I know clearly the rain didn't help that night, but it was really good. It was all around the Place de la Concorde, wasn't it? Really good. Yeah. 3:37 for 3. That was a maiden over from David Lloyd. who's now bowled 9 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 27. But yeah, I think a lot of these sports, though, Dave, when I was there was a game in the fan zone, there was a volleyball match between France and Italy. It was a fantastic watch, you know. Really good.
Proper volleyball or beach?
Proper.
Yeah. I like
The skill level was incredible.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Some of the gets that they get when you think, oh, he's not going to get anywhere near that.
Yeah. Jack Morley begins a new over, bowling to Coles, who pushes this one out into the offside. Canoe cross as well.
That was really good.
great,
Yeah.
Big
Was that the one where? Yeah, it was really
where
good.
they dropped them into the
Yeah,
water
that was
from
great,
about 30
wasn't it?
feet.
Yeah.
Great stuff. Oh, that's dragged down and off the back foot, cut away by James Coles out towards Pat Brown on the cover boundary. He throws it in, misses the stumps and hits Coles somewhere. Not sure whether it was the back of his boot or his bat or what, but he's having a look at his bat, so perhaps it was that, but it ricocheted quite a long way off, whatever it hit. 3:38 for 3. This next ball again is slightly dragged down and pulled around the corner out towards the mid-wicket boundary by Allsop this time.
Well fielded, is that out there?
That's Pat Brown. He's an excellent fielder. His throwing today has been a little off, but he is a terrific fielder, Pat Brown. Just having a look at his knee. As most fast bowlers do, the amount of support that they have on their ankles is remarkable, and that this one's defended by Coles. 3:39 for 3 it remains. Come on, Jacko. I think that was Zach Chappell. It often is. Loudest man out there. Morley bowls full toss, clipped into the leg side. More work for Dahl to do, but they'd already agreed to take just a single. 340 for 3. Coles moves on to 25, and now Allsop is one away from a half century. Oh no, he doesn't. He does now. In comes Morley, bowls to Allsop, who turns that into the leg side. Lloyd fields at mid-wicket. There is no run, and the over comes to an end. Morley's bowled 21 overs already in this match, 1 for 77. 340 for 3, Sussex.
And to be fair, Derbyshire have done a good job here since tea, because we were speculating maybe Sussex might even get the maximum batting bonus points the way it was going before the close of play, but they've kept it nice and tight. We're edging towards a new ball, which you would imagine David Lloyd will take. On the other hand, you might think to himself, well, maybe this is a difficult ball to get away, so you might think, well, we'll just carry on bowling spin. Lloyd in bowls short, pulled away by James Coles onto the leg side. Fielder at deep square fields is Lewis Rees. 1 ball to Coles. He goes to 26. 341 for 3. Cricket will be an Olympic sport next time around.
Yes.
You're not in favour of that?
Well, would be T20, wouldn't it, or T10?
Yeah.
Be all right.
Lloyd in bowls, clipped away by Allsop through mid-wicket. And there we are. That is Tom Allsop's half-century. His 3rd half-century in a row for Tom Allsop, following in from 2 excellent innings at Scarborough last week. 96 balls, 8 fours. And his excellent run of form continues both in red ball and white ball cricket. Lloyd in bowls to Coles, who plays that into the offside. And there is no run. James Coles on 26. Sussex 342 for 3. Lloyd in bowls and clipped away by Coles back to the square on the leg side, but again it's just going to be a single. But Sussex just happy to tick along here, pick up the 1s and 2s, and we'll have to see what happens in 3 overs time as to whether Derbyshire take this new ball. In comes Lloyd, played into the offside by Allsop, no run. My feeling is they'll take it.
I think they almost have to, don't they? They can pick up 3 or 4 wickets with a new ball in the last 16 overs of the day. They're sort of in the game still, aren't they?
They are, yeah. And it may well be the opening bowlers feel they sort of owe the skipper a bit. In comes Lloyd, bowls, Allsop stretches forward, plays into the offside. There is no run. It's the end of another tidy over from David Lloyd. 10 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 30. He's going at 3 and over. And Morley not going for an awful lot more than that. 21 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 77. And what this does mean is that we could finish. I was sort of thinking we were going to finish at about 6:45 tonight, but I think we'll probably be about 6:15 the way it's going.
Yeah, it'd be excellent, wouldn't it? Just keep me in the ground a little bit longer to appear on Sports Scene at 6.
Oh.
Getting away by 7 o'clock is an absolute bonus.
It is.
Here's Jack Morley in from the CN. First ball to James Coles. It's clipped into the leg side for a single. 344 for 3 as Coles moves on to 28. Looks like the two batters are just happy to pick up the singles, and Derbyshire, if they can't get a dot ball, are happy to concede a single. As Morley is in again, bowls to Allsop, who turns that one into the leg side out towards Pat Brown. He moves on to 51, 345 for 3 now Sussex. They don't take long, either of these two, to get through their respective overs. Morley and Lloyd. Morley bowls a full delivery that Coles turns into the leg side. 6:52. I'm on Sports Scene tonight. Cheers. Next delivery is defended out into the offside by Coles. So that will work out nicely. We might even get the interview played tonight on air, which would be something. 3:43 for 3. Morley's in again, bowls to Coles on leg stump, turned into the leg side for a single. 3 off the over so far, 1 to come. 3:46 for 3. The left hand and right hand is starting to aggravate the Derbyshire fielders, I'm sure. Morley walks up to his mark. Allsop surveys the scene. He's ready. Morley over the wicket will bowl the final ball of the over. It's clipped into the leg side where it's fielded by David Lloyd. He'll hold on to it because he's currently bowling from the Cromwell Road end. Morley finishes his 22nd over of the first day of this first class match. 1 for 80, 22 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 80. It's been a terrific effort from young Jack Morley. Sussex 3:46 for 3.
Martin Mahoney has been in touch from Sunny High Wycombe. Hello, Martin. He says, hello, all listening to your commentary whilst ironing and watching the test match. I'd be a good catch for someone, says Martin. You would indeed. Early days, but this feels like a good bounce back for Sussex after last week. With a few left, they would hope to wrap up promotion before the last match, as Middlesex could well be in the equation as well. Yep, I think it's a 3-horse race. Middlesex, Yorkshire and Sussex, Leicestershire on the fringes. In comes Lloyd and bowls. Coles plays backward of square, well, just in front of square actually on the leg side, and picks up a single. He goes to 30, 347 for 3.
Derbyshire are outsiders in that race. Long shots.
Well, you never know.
Bolters from the back of the field.
Lloyd again. In and bowls to Allsop, who's defensively down the onside, no run. But thank you for Martin. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Just a reminder that Pete Fitzboyd and the Sussex CEO will be joining us for commentary tomorrow at 12 o'clock for your questions. In comes Lloyd bowls, Allsop drills down the ground. Good bit of fielding there at mid-on. Is that Lewis Rees?
No, to the left armour, it's Morley.
Good guess.
Jack Morley, yeah, no, it was left arm throw.
In comes Lloyd again, and Allsop just works this one through the offside and picks up a single. Julian, who's my friend sitting in the Spenkama, has reference to ironing, says, I hate ironing.
Excellent, thank you, Julian.
I could tell that, Julian, when I see you.
Useful contribution.
I can see when I see your shirts, Julian, you don't like ironing.
He's waving his straw hat at us.
Lloyd again, bowls, and Coles works that onto the onside, picks up a single. He goes to 31, 349 for 3. I didn't see Julian at lunchtime today. We got a bit delayed with various visitors coming into the box, so apologies. I tell you what, I bet he irons his Albion shirt though, Julian. Yeah, I bet he does.
There's a suggestion that he might.
In comes Lloyd bowls to Alsop, who works that through the covers for another single that brings up the 350. 350 for 3. Alsop on 53. Cole's on 31. He's probably got a Peter Ward shirt as Julian.
Yeah. I remember Peter Ward.
Yeah.
I'm going to go next door, but I'll leave you with the thought that I don't even own an iron. There are no irons. There isn't an iron in my house.
There you are. You see, you've got a I say partner in crime. That's the wrong word, really, Julian. But anyway, you know what I mean. A kindred spirit. That's the word I was looking for.
No iron.
No, yeah, Fetch hasn't got an iron. Julian doesn't like ironing. I'm hopeless at ironing, so I don't do it. Do you iron, Nikki?
I do iron.
Right. Okay.
It's not fun.
No. What's that funny clicking noise? Oh, equipment here. Oh, what it might be is I bet there's a bird or something pecking away on our effects mic down below us. And have a little look and see. Go on, Nikki. You describe the next over.
Sure. It's going to be Morley from the C end into Alsop, who's forward and defends into the offside. It's quickly picked up at extra cover by Harry. I made the mistake, Adrian, of getting a new ear piercing a day ago, and I forgot that I have the entire month of September wearing new headphones. As in comes Morley again, and this time also played off the back foot to short mid-wicket.
Always sounds very painful to me.
It was quite painful. But we've survived. As in comes Morley once again to Alsop. He turns this into the leg side, and it's going to be a single as deep square leg comes in to do the work. So yeah, I didn't really think about it wisely. I was like, oh, I'll get it, because got carried away, and let's do it in the heat of the moment. Then I realized I will be wearing headphones pretty
Right.
much every day in the month of September. So not the ideal way for it to heal, as in comes Morley again. And this time Coles is on the back foot, defends straight back to Morley.
Well, only 2 more balls remaining in this over, and then the new ball would be available, Nikki. So that might be interesting. Well, it will be interesting to see what Derbyshire decide to do.
Morley to Coles. Off the back foot, looks to turn it into the leg side. And again, Harry Kane swiftly moves in on the ball.
I think they've done a good job since tea, these two spinners.
They have. They've really cleaned things up nicely in comparison to this morning, as this time Morley in again. Fuller delivery, and Coles is forward, defends to conclude the over. Just one off that over. Sussex 351 for 3 at the end of 80 overs.
Well,
Is that 80?
yeah. So of the 16 overs since tea, Sussex have scored 41. Some refreshments have been brought out for Tom Alsop, maybe a new pair of batting gloves. So we wait to see whether the new ball will be taken. Part of me thinks David Lloyd might just think to himself, I'll just keep going with this ball, because the runs have pretty much dried up. Well, they haven't dried up, but Sussex are quite comfortable. They're in a great position. There is definitely something making a noise in our effects microphone. Can you hear it?
No.
Sort of, oh, right, okay, maybe it's my headphones. But I don't think the new ball has been taken. And it's going to be David Lloyd who's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Bowls to Alsop, who drills the ball down the track. Lloyd fields of his own bowling, and there is no run.
Has it stopped now by any chance?
Yes.
I think I know. It wasn't a bird.
Wasn't it?
It wasn't a bird. It was the cable from my headphone, not
All
the
right, here
mic.
we go. In comes Lloyd again. Alsop works that one nicely down the ground to mid-on. A sliding stop there by Jack Morley, but Alsop goes through for a single. He goes to 55, 352 for 3. Flags fluttering away on the top of that clock tower scoreboard. It's a very pleasant day for watching cricket, I'm sure. Particularly for a Sussex supporter, as in comes Lloyd. Over the wicket, bowls, and Coles it. That could be out. And it is out. He's plumb in front, is James Coles, trapped by David Lloyd. The over that we were thinking Derbyshire might take the new ball. They decide not to do it. And the skipper's got that decision right. And James Coles knew he was out. I think the moment he hit his pad, he was looking to work that one around the leg side, slightly playing across the pad. And I said it looks out, and we're pretty much wicket to wicket here. And James Coles goes for 31. And credit to Derbyshire here, who are fighting back.
Yes, exactly. Cole's looking to turn that onto the leg side and took his front foot just maybe a little too far across, and, well, plumb in front. And Sussex, well, they lose another. Just as Adrian mentioned, if you're a Sussex supporter, it's a brilliant day to be at the ground. Commentator's curse coming into its full glory as well.
Not for the first time, some might say. So James Coles goes. Wicket for David Lloyd. And in terms of the game, I think Derbyshire have done well here since tea. They've dried the runs up, they've taken a wicket. They've decided not to take the new ball, which is an interesting decision by Lloyd, and immediately he's rewarded with a wicket. And as Fletcher was saying, Derbyshire might be thinking, if they could pick up a couple of 3 more tonight, it might not seem quite a bad day as it did. 196 for 1. It looked as if Sussex could rack up, well, who knows, 450 in a day, but they haven't done so. And the new man coming out is John Simpson. Ear piercing always sounds very painful to me, and I've got 3 daughters, Nikki, and the first time they had their ears pierced, I went along to watch, and I had to look away. I thought, oh, look at that.
Well, it wasn't too bad. I've got 4.
Right, okay.
So I went to get this one done with my cousin the other day, and I actually recorded it because I was like, let's see what it looks like.
What, you recorded it?
I recorded the piercing. Would you like to see?
No, no, we don't. Nor does Fletch. Nor does Ethan at the back of the box.
It's just a piercing.
I would imagine, and I don't know, I'd imagine the number of piercings between Ethan, me and Fletch is probably 0. Would that be right? Yeah. Fletch? Visible piercings. Anyway, I think we'd better move on. David Lloyd is going to carry on, having picked up that wicket of James Coles, who's gone for 30, 352 for 4. This conversation could go in any number of directions now, as in comes Lloyd, bowls to Simpson, who plays firmly into the offside, and there is no run.
Don't fancy a piercing, Adrian?
No, I don't. No,
No?
that's definitely not on the agenda. I'm too much of
Never too late.
No, it is. In comes Lloyd, bowls, and Simpson is forward, plays into the onside, there is no run. Julian hates ironing. I can't believe that Julian's got any piercings. I might be wrong. I mean, you don't know, do you? Never judge a book by its cover and all that sort of thing. He may be covered in it for all I know. In comes... Look, that's a horrible ball. Full toss, and Simpson swings the ball down the ground. He's going to get a boundary. But it was one of those, wasn't it? It was a rank full toss from David Lloyd. And how many times have you seen a poor ball pick up a wicket? Lloyd looks disappointed. Simpson is on his way with a boundary. At the end of the over, 356 for 4. Now, the umpires are talking into their radios, which may well be a sign that the new ball's about to be taken. Let's wait and see. They were definitely both talking into their radios. But I think actually the way Jack Morley is running up to this end of the ground, he's going to bowl the next over. He didn't look like he's expecting to bowl it, did he? So I wonder if there's been a bit of a change of plan for Derbyshire with that wicket having been taken.
He's rushing to give his cap to the umpire now. Although, Adrian, I've just had a brilliant idea. I know when you should get a piercing.
Go on.
When and if Sussex get promoted.
Right. Okay. I thought you were going to say get a piercing when I'm 50.
Morley in now to Alsop, who places off the back foot, and it's fielded by Morley at the back end of his follow through. How's that for an idea?
What, when I'm 50? Or when Sussex get promoted?
When Sussex
Right,
get promoted. Morley at the top of his mark is just sending mid off and mid on. A few paces back right now. Slightly deeper. And he's in now again to Alsop. This one is turned around behind square. And it'll be a single. Sussex move on to 357 for 4.
I think I've slightly outstayed my welcome. So at the end of this over, I think we'll have Fletch back on with you, Nikki. I've only got one more update to do in the day, but we'll do that.
Okay.
And then you could talk about something else other than piercings. Might talk about tattoos.
Happily, as in comes Morley against Simpson now, and slightly wider. Simpson throws his bat at it and beats the bat into the gloves of Guest.
I mean, to be honest, I mean, Sussex are in a great position here, but what Fletcher was saying is absolutely right. If Derbyshire were to pick up 2 or 3 here before the close of play, it looked like being an awful day for the visitors. It may not look quite so bad.
Morley to Simpson off the back foot, defends with the full face of the bat to short mid-wicket.
I sometimes wonder with this ball as well, they talk about it going soft. You wonder whether in that case it becomes more difficult to score runs quickly, because it's certainly been difficult since tea against the spinners.
Simpson taps his bat. One slip in place as in comes Morley now. Tosses it up as Simpson lunges forward in defence, and ball quickly being passed back as the flags flutter above the scoreboard. Morley in once again to Simpson, who again lunges forward in defence, and this time that's going to conclude the over. Just 1 run from that over. 82 overs gone. Sussex 357 for 4. Allsop with 56 to his name. Simpson with 4. And it's time for some musical mics.
It is time for musical mics. Dave Fletcher has got the parcel.
Beautifully done. Seamless. I've no piercings, I've no tattoos. I don't like pain.
Never say never.
No, I've never. There we go.
Tattoos were actually ticklish, you know.
I'm not having one. David Lloyd begins a new over from the Cromwell Road end. First ball is driven by Allsop, square on the offside out towards Brown, and they go through for a single. It is interesting that they haven't taken the new ball, although having said that, it took Sussex just 58 balls to get to 50 this morning, and there were 161 after 28 overs, and anything like that would be bordering on disastrous for Derbyshire. This one's been cut away by Simpson for a single out towards Brown again. 359 for 4. Just 13 overs left after this one. As Lloyd bowls, it's left alone by Allsop, and it goes through to Derbyshire's wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. Zach Chappell in conversation with somebody down on the boundary's edge as Lloyd bowls. That one is cut away. Pat Brown is the fielder once again. Allsop moves to 58, 360 for 4. What Morley and Lloyd are doing is rattling through these overs now. That -1 will be almost certainly plus something come the end of the day now, it would appear. 360 for 4. Lloyd is in again, bowls, and that one is pushed out into the offside. A little attempted diving stop there by Nye Donald. Doesn't quite come off. And they get through for another one, 361 for 4. Simpson moves on to 6. Allsop has 58, the final ball of the David Lloyd over. Around the wicket from the off spinner to the left-handed Allsop, who defends it straight back to Lloyd. He conceded 4 runs off that one. He's bowled 13 overs, 1 for 43 now, David Lloyd. And Sussex with Allsop on 58, Simpson on 6 at 361 for 4. I do think it's sort of, it's not even half in jest, is that if Derbyshire can pick up a couple of wickets, 360 for 6 is not great, but it's not a disaster.
You can't say it's been an absolute shocker, but you can say it's probably not been.
It was terrible until 2:15, wasn't it?
Exactly.
That was the issue. The 196 runs that came before 2:15.
Then after 2 o'clock, things got better.
Yeah, absolutely.
Morley into Simpson now from the C end. A flatter delivery as Simpson is forward and defends as it dribbles into the onside, and short mid-wicket does the fielding. David Lloyd in at short mid-wicket. Morley in again. Simpson forward and defends, this time fields off his own bowling. sun starting to slightly disappear.
Yeah, might need the light. Oh no.
Morley in. And this one, a bit of width as Simpson throws his hands through down towards deep point the ball runs. They'll pick up a single. Sussex 362 for 4.
Breezy, could be a bracing walk back to the hotel at some point later on this evening.
A refreshing walk back to the hotel.
A potentially sobering walk back to the hotel.
Morley to Allsop forward and defends as the ball dribbles to David Lloyd at short mid-wicket. Although I must admit, it has started to get a bit darker earlier, like early in the evening.
No, it has.
And especially in the mornings as well, I've noticed that.
Yeah.
The 5 a.m. alarms I have become like harder.
I usually wake up about that anyway.
Really? Morley in. This one's tossed up and Allsop forward, drives through the offside. Some great piece of work out in the deep. I believe that's Anuj Dal. And he stopped the boundary. Great piece of work. Covered quite a fair bit of distance from deep point through to deep cover.
He is rapid.
Sussex 363 for 4. I wonder how many steps he clocks up at the end of the day. Morley this time flatter in flight, and Simpson off the back foot punches it to extra cover, and that's going to conclude the over. Just 2 from it. Sussex 363 for 4 after 84 overs.
Lewis Rees has just jogged up to have a word with David Lloyd. Wayne Madson's in the vicinity, and Lloyd has removed his cap. Not that that's an indication necessarily that he's going to continue this current spell, which has seen him bowl 10 overs, 1 for 28. And he's at the other end. Jack Morley in this current spell has bowled 10 overs for 25. So a really good job of applying the brakes by Derbyshire. I think they might be looking around at their pace bowlers and seeing who's fit and who isn't. Zach Chappell is stretching out his hamstrings on the advertising boards down to our right. Darren Dupavilon has just had a little bit of a stretch as well, and Pat Brown is wandering around on the cover boundary in front of the Spen Karma Pavilion. But it is going to be David Lloyd to continue at 363 for 4. He bowls to Allsop down the leg side. It's turned out towards square leg, and his Dal comes in. Says, I'll get that, lads. Throws the ball in, the 1 to the total, 364 for 4. Does Johnny Marr turn down a Smiths reunion? They're all getting back together again. It's a bit of a shame, really, if that one is pushed. Full delivery, pushed by Simpson up to mid-off, when it's fielded by Dupavilon.
Don't follow the reference. Is that a band of some sort?
Yes, thank you for that. Yes, the Smiths were a popular beat combo of the 1980s. This next delivery is defended by Simpson out into the offside. So Morrissey was the lead singer, a slightly controversial figure, I think it's fair to say. Johnny Marr, who's a brilliant guitarist, was the lead guitarist. They had their differences. As Lloyd bowls, this one is cut out into the offside beyond Lewis Rees and out to Pat Brown. Single to Simpson, who moves to 8, 365 for 4.
1980s, did you say?
Yes, yes. Don't even think about a follow-up remark.
Wasn't born then.
No, that was the remark I was expecting.
Literally tossed it to me.
Next delivery from Lloyd's wide of the off stump, and he goes for an expansive looking shot there. Allsop, but doesn't time the ball. Donald Fields at extra cover. Final ball of David Lloyd's 14th over, as this next delivery is defended, and there is no run. So the ECB's seeking a non-disclosure agreement from IPL teams for whatever IM is. What's that? Is that investment?
Investment.
Presumably in the 100. So
With an no, it's information memorandum.
oh yeah,
That's a big word.
What one of them is?
I believe it's just,
basically the
you're not allowed to disclose anything. I think that's what it is.
Basically, as has been widely rumoured, the IPL is going to buy the 100. It's going to turn it into a T20, and some form of semblance of normality will resume. I just wonder what And I think it will be fascinating, and I don't know if you, I assume you would have a view on this, but the 100 has been brilliant for the women's game. What would happen if the IPL buy the 100?
Morley into Simpson now, who's forward and defends. I agree with you. I think it's been...
Is there a concern, do you think? Is there a little bit, other rumblings that... Because they have a WPL now, obviously, but it's not at the same time. They're not double headers.
Morley in again, this one tossed up slightly. Simpson off on the front foot, defends to David Lloyd at short mid-wicket. I agree with you, but I also disagree. I think, yes, what it has done for the women's game has been brilliant, but again, I think that's because you've had more funding, you've had advertising, and surely just in general with anything, I'll come back to it after this delivery, as Simpson is forward and defends once again. With anything, if you pump money into it and you have the right sort of strategies behind the marketing, and it is a good level of cricket or sport, which whatever it may be,
Oh, absolutely.
then it should succeed.
It should, but what I'm saying is if they completely separated it out, would that be detrimental, do you think?
Morley in again, and this time Simpson
I
drives
get the feeling that it might be.
What do you mean?
Might be detrimental in that the way that the ECB stumbled, let's face it, they stumbled upon this formula.
Morley in again, Simpson lunges forward and defends.
Because when the 100 was first mooted, Trent Rockets, for instance, were going to play home games at Derby and at Leicester, and that never happened because of COVID.
Morley in through, Simpson once more forward, defends. It's a maiden over there from Morley. Sussex end the 86th over, 365 for 4.
So the funding was always going to be there, but they weren't going to get this. They weren't probably going to get the same exposure, I don't think, as they eventually got, which is fantastic that they had that exposure. Now, if the IPL say, well, you know, we want it on at a time when it's good for Indian television audiences, that means it's going to games are going to have to start at 3:30 in the afternoon, because that's when we see the IPL, which is taking place at night, isn't it, in India?
But aren't the women's games already starting at 3:30 in the afternoon?
Well, they are, but will they then start at 11? Will they play them afterwards? Will they play them with the men at all? Is that going to be? Is that important? It might not even be important. As David Lloyd begins a new over to Tom Alsop. It might be that the women's game now, because of the exposure that it's had over the first 4 years of the competition, can now stand on its own. Which it could anyway, but you know what I mean. It can stand on its own at venues wherever they may be, but it means that they might not get to play at Trent Bridge, or they might. And it just strikes me that there are more questions than answers at the moment. Yes, they want the investment because they're skint, and the counties are desperate for money, and we all know the reasons for that. That was pushed back to Lloyd, incidentally. The next one is cut out towards Pat Brown for a single by Tom Alsop, who moves to 61. There are more questions for me than there are answers as far as what they're going to do with it ultimately, because I think they will turn it into a T20. I don't think there's any appetite for 100-ball cricket anywhere apart from ECB Towers. So that one is pushed into the offside, and there's no room.
Well, one thing for sure is that it hasn't been taken and played in any other countries, has it? The 100's been pretty unique to England and has only stayed within England, whereas the T20 format, it's global.
Spread like wildfire, didn't it? It
exactly.
spread really quickly. Probably don't need another competition or another format, do we? That one is driven nicely by Simpson out towards extra cover. It's Pat Brown who gets there. They're coming back for the second. Alsop has to be reasonably quick, but he was more than reasonably quick and got there very comfortably indeed in the end, and moves on to 10 does Simpson with those couple of runs, 368 for 4.
It's like when you hear all these T10 competitions as well, it's like, what's the next step? Like, T-toss? Like, are you just going to just rock up, throw up a coin and say, right, we're done? Like,
Yes.
Or just like super over competitions.
This one's clipped into the leg side by Simpson. It's Dahl who gets there. Zach Chappell warming up, incidentally. 369 for 4 at the end of Lloyd's 15th over, 1 for 49 his figures. Alsop has 61, Simpson has 11, and again a very lengthy conversation, or a conversation, and I think they want the new ball. Pat Brown is being gestured to by umpire Ian Blackwell. although he's doing nothing about it. So that's good news. And Jack Morley looks like he's going to continue. It will be interesting. I think that the T10 thing is interesting because you can play 3 games a day, can't you, at the same ground? That's what they've been. That's generally the pattern.
I worked on one of the T10 tournaments a couple of years ago, and I can tell you, just working behind the scenes,
Never stops,
it was exhausting.
Absolutely.
3 games a day. It's longer than a Red Ball day, as in comes Morley now, and Simpson hits this uppishly into the offside, just short of extra cover. Short, I mean, generously short. But I think the general consensus that has been pretty obvious with the timing of the 100, which I'll get to after this ball as Simpson defends off the front foot, is that because it's been scheduled during the school holidays, you're able to access that market and get more kids, get families in, because kids are on holiday, parents plan their annual leave accordingly, as Simpson's in now, and this again defends. So obviously if there are more people in the community available to come to a ground and watch, they'll be able to, whereas if it's during term time, exam season, it's going to be harder to spend an evening until at least 11 p.m. at night, as Simpson is slightly straighter on his line, and this is turned down behind square, and Sussex pick up a single, 370 for 4, because if you've got exams, it's a school night. If you've got an evening game, T20, you won't get home till 11:30 midnight, would you? So
you know the detractors of championship cricket, and you know who you are. They're probably not listening, are they?
Morley, and this one's tossed up this time and driven through the offside. It's going to go all the way to the boundary. Allsop moves over to 65. Sussex 374 for 4. Morley deciding to come round the wicket here and just slightly wider in his line and tossed it up. Allsop on the front foot.
New ball has been brought onto the field by Pat Brown and given to Ian Blackwell.
It's going to stay round. And this one just defended straight back to Morley, and it's going to conclude the end of the over. 5 runs from it. Sussex 374 for 4. 374 for 4. That's quite a tongue twister. Allsop 65. Simpson on 12, and as Fletcher's kindly pointed out, already the new ball has been taken. And I believe... Are you going to shut my mic off, Adrian?
Oh dear. Silenced. 374 for 4. It looks like Darren Dupavilon is going to be given the privilege of bowling with the new ball, if indeed a privilege it is. Don't forget, in those first 38 balls and what we got left now today, we've got 8 overs to go, which is, oh God, my maths is hopeless. Is that 48 deliveries?
6 8 to 48. Yeah, I think as well, to be fair, this is good captains, isn't it? Because they could have a crack at it tonight for 8 overs, and you know,
and have it tomorrow, I suppose.
Crack at it. But I think, to be fair to Lloyd, he's probably thought, well, Sussex have been kept reasonably quiet here. But if the new ball is going to be taken, he's got a very defensive field. Surely he's going to put a couple of slips in place.
You would hope so. Has it been taken?
Well, the new ball was brought out.
Yes, it hasn't been waved yet, though, has it? Or has it? No, I don't think it has. Perhaps he's going to bowl one. They do this, don't they?
Well,
Zach Chappell's doing press-ups away to our right to get himself ready.
He is, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, he does all sorts of nonsense, Zach. Mad as a box of frogs. Here is Darren Dupavilon. It's a slowish delivery that Simpson is through the shot and almost, as he went full 360 degrees back facing the bowler by the time the ball arrived, and it dribbled its way through to Brooke Guest behind the stumps. This clearly isn't, if it is the new ball, then we've all got problems.
Yeah, we have.
I don't think the new ball has been taken just yet. Perhaps Johnny Simpson thought it had. He waits now. Dupavilon was coming around the wicket. Just the one slip and a gully is in and bowls, and that one is played off the back foot nicely out towards the extra cover region. There's a bit of a jog around here for Pat Brown. 2 runs added to the total, 376 for 4. Simpson moves to 14.
You generally might have a loosener with the new ball, wouldn't you? But not much more than that.
And every time the ball goes through a fielder's hands, they look at it and go, "Ugh,"
Yeah.
and then pass it on to the next man. I mean, it must look like the dog's had it by now. Here comes Dupavel on that military start to his run-up, and he's in now and bowls, and Simpson pushes it up to mid-on when it's fielded by Jack Morley. It clearly isn't the new ball because Morley has just bowled it. A left arm leg spinner, I think he tried to bowl there. It hit the ground and dribbled along the floor. If that had been the new ball,
Going to take it now, I think.
well, they're just going to walk off.
Or are they going to change in the field?
David Lloyd looks like he's going to go back into slip. What's going on here? Wayne Madsen.
Here we go.
Yeah. Have we got it?
Yeah, we have.
Oh, thank goodness for that. After 88.3.
Well done, Sussex, because there's so many places you go to these days, and there are certain things that if you don't follow cricket, you might think, well, a new ball, has it been taken? Has it been taken? I think that they've displayed it on the big scoreboard, so well done. There's too many of these things that happen when they don't say what's with the new. Now, someone's gone running off to get another ball. What's that all about?
Can't have too many. Well, they lost the first one, didn't they, very early in the piece. I wonder if they just got another one out there just in case.
Yeah.
I don't think so. Do you want a third man or not? Let us know. Come on, we've got a third man, we've got a long leg. We have got 2 slips.
And they're way up on the over 8 now. Must be, can't be minus
Well,
one
I'd have
anymore.
thought so.
Yeah.
Dupavel on then, it races in with the new ball. First delivery, just moves a little back in towards the stumps, and we saw him do that twice in the early stages of the game. I'm not sure if it wasn't the Centurion Daniel Hughes who had a couple of leaves where he might have been bowled, but the ball missed the stumps, so therefore he wasn't bowled, of course. 376 for 4. We've got 2 balls of the Dupavel on over to go. It's only his 11th over of the day, so we should have plenty of energy, despite having been out there the entirety of the day. That's a full delivery that's clipped into the leg side by Simpson for a single. 377 for 4. Simpson on to 15. Zach Chappell will clearly have the new ball from the C end, bowling up the hill. That'll delight him, I'm sure. Oh,
All crumbs.
not far from blue water.
So I was dawdling there.
377 for 4. 1 ball of the over to go. I bet we'll get this ball in, Adrian, because we just lost the cue again.
Yeah, we have. My computer's just stalled as well.
Comes
which isn't great.
Dupavel in and bowls. That one is pushed into the leg side rather hurriedly by Allsop, who picks up a single. The ball is eventually fielded by Anuj Dal. Allsop moves to 66, keeps the strike. Simpson has 15, and Sussex with 7 overs only remaining in the day, and it's only 5:30.
It's incredible, isn't
They
it?
actually might bowl more than 96 overs.
They might. I don't know what's happened to our feed from Tunbridge Wells, which I could hear, but now I can't.
Well, disgruntled has probably switched it off.
Yeah.
Oh, your computer's trying to reboot, is it?
It's trying to restart.
That's never a good thing.
Yeah, for some reason. So there we are. It's restarting. I don't know what happened to our update, but it disappeared, which was slightly odd.
They came back to you about 20 to 4, though, didn't they, at one point? So there's still plenty of time within that window.
I might just put a phone call in and see what happened.
Zach Chappell will have the new ball. Oh, it's back again.
Oh, yeah, it's back again.
Yeah, you can have Zach Chappell's over there. 9 or 10 degrees tonight. That'd be quite nice. Very northern.
I better pick up. Zach Chappell running away from us. 9 overs for 55. He'll want to improve those figures if he can. Comes in and bowls to Allsop, who Allsop works that one back to the square on the leg side. They've taken 1, and that's all they're going to take. 379 for 4. Oh, I thought the weather was set fair for the whole of the match, but
Saturday and Sunday's a bit iffy.
Yeah, I think it is a bit iffy. Yes, Sussex going along very nicely. 379 for 4. Tom Alsop on 67. John Simpson on 15. The innings of the day, though, from the Australian Daniel Hughes, who made 144. Surrey have had another good day in the county championship. 317 for 5. A century there for the skipper, Rory Burns, to add to the double century that he made last week against Lancashire, as John Simpson hits a lovely 4 through the covers. A miserable day for Kent, though, Adam. Bowled out for just 156 at Edgbaston by Warwickshire. Warwickshire 155 for 2 in reply. And in the Test match, England 302 for 6 against Sri Lanka. Joe Root scoring his 33rd Test match century, which equals the record held by Sir Alistair Cook. Oh, thank you, Matt. In comes Chappell, round the wicket bowls to Simpson, who plays to mid-off, and there is no run.
You shall have sports readers in the afternoon then.
They have a 5:30 live bulletin for sport, which alternates between Kent and Surrey, I think is how they...
We don't have any sports readers for anything anymore.
Right. Yeah, it's just I think it's just for that particular slot in the day, as Chappell runs away from us. In and bowl, Simpson defends down the offside of the track, and there is no run. 383 for 4. You'd have to say it's been very much Sussex's day if they don't lose any further wickets. But from a Derbyshire point of view, it did look as if it could well have been a 450 plus day the way it started out. And if Hughes had still been batting, it might well have been. So they've sort of fought themselves back in. This is the first time Zach Chappell's bowled from this end, I think. He's a big fella, isn't he?
Oh, he's huge.
One would have bumped into him on in a dark alley on a dark night, as in comes Chappell bowls and Simpson defends into the offside. Need to get my counties right. Spent time at Leicestershire?
Started at Leicestershire.
Yeah.
Made his debut for Leicestershire against Derbyshire at the county ground in Derby. Made 94 with the bat, which sort of showed the promise that he has gone on to fulfil with the bat. Then he moved to Nottinghamshire. That didn't go well. Had a little loan spell at Gloucestershire at the end of last season, I think it was.
In comes Chappell again. Final ball of the over, in and bowls to driven down the ground by John Simpson. There is no run. End of the over. 383 for 4. Alsop 67. Simpson on 19. Interesting, I think I heard you mentioning a T10 or something earlier on.
Yeah.
And I was just reading on the BBC Sport website and talking about players who go away to play in these competitions. It's all well and good, but I see Ravi Bopara is playing in this competition in the Cayman Islands, broken his finger out the T20 quarter-finals. So if I was Northamptonshire, I do understand players need to earn money while they can, and contracts allow them to move around, but I don't think if I was a Northamptonshire public, I'd be desperately happy about that.
No.
One of your key players missing a quarter-final in the T20. Still, there you go.
Watched a bit of that competition in the Cayman Islands on telly.
And
here comes Darren Dupavel bowling. Oh, another good leave from
it was a good leave, yeah. Was a good
that one
leave.
is taken running down the leg side by Brooke Guest. We're getting to see how much that ball is moving in the early stages for Dupavel. It was an interesting competition. They played every single match. It appeared on the same pitch. The outfield was, well, it was hopeless.
Oh,
really poor. And there was some big name. David Warner was probably the biggest name there.
crowds?
No, there weren't any. As far as I could
That's the same as the one that's been played in America, I think, as well. I'm watching.
As I could work out. Dupavel on bowls, left alone by Alsop to go through to the keeper. Yeah, that's the one thing that is lacking in a lot of these competitions, isn't it? Is the crowd. And I don't know what the answer is. Do you? I mean, it depends who's playing, of course. And there were, with the minimum of disrespect to Scottish players, there were a lot of the Scotland squad playing in this T10, which is good exposure for them. But is it really?
Well,
it's not the best in the world, but then again, neither's the 100, is it? So 383 for 4 De Pavillon bowls, and that one is guided into the offside by Allsop, fielded by Pat Brown at backward point.
Well, I just wonder what audience they're playing for.
Well, I think it's a TV audience.
You know,
it's a TV
but not a TV audience here. I can't believe many people are watching it in the UK.
I watched a few games.
Have you?
It was on TNT.
Right.
Yeah, they picked it up. The usual suspects were commentating. Dom Cork was there, Dominic Cork.
Not a bad gig in the Caymans, is it?
No, very nice. I don't think you pay much tax there.
I have to say, it holds absolutely zero interest. in
Yeah.
me. Zero.
If I'm not doing anything, there's nothing else on, I'll watch
Yeah.
it, but I wouldn't stay in to watch it.
No.
Do Pavillon bowls to all. Stuck on the pad. Big-ish appeal. Now, has he got outside the line, or has it been an inside edge? But either way, nothing from umpire Blackwell, who merely removes the bails at the far end, as though he's just spotted that the stumps aren't quite right, and he hits them with his closed fist and then replaces the bails, rather bizarrely.
Good shout, that.
It felt good, but he sort of stopped it quite quickly, didn't he? Almost as if he realised, yeah, no, there's something not quite right with it. He's got his back to us also, so we've got no chance of telling from here. He stays on 67, 380, 3 for 4, 1 for 55. Du Pavillon, 1 for 60. Chapel, not the figures that your opening bowlers want.
No.
They need to pick up a couple of wickets each quite cheaply to pull that back, as Du Pavillon is in, and that one is a drive, an attempted drive. It's an inside edge. The ball dribbles back towards Du Pavillon. David Lloyd has got his hands on his knees as if to say, can't believe what he's seeing out here. What was I doing this morning, but he clearly saw something in the pitch,
Yeah.
that he thought his opening bowlers could exploit. And in fairness, Daniel Hughes and Tom Haynes batted superbly for that 196-run opening stand, which has basically set the tone for this game. It's the final ball of Du Pavillon's over, and it's a full-length delivery, Yorker length, and it's dug out by Allsop up towards mid-on, where it's fielded by Jack Morley, and the over comes to an end. We have just 5 overs to go now. 383 for 4. I've never known Derbyshire to bowl a day, especially in the heat that they've been bowling in today. I know there's a breeze and all the rest of it, but to be at 5:42 and to only have 5 overs left is absolutely remarkable.
Messaging from John Pengelly. I don't know if you're listening, John. Guess where John's written to us from?
John Pengelly sounds like a Cornish name.
Okay, no, yeah, it might well be actually, but he's not in Cornwall.
Okay. Australia.
Chapel is in bowls,
China.
clipped away by Simpson through mid-wicket.
He's not in Ecuador, is he?
Picks up one. Picks up another one.
I've only got another 200 countries to go through, but I'll get there in the end.
You will. Northern Hemisphere cold.
Iceland.
Not far off.
Greenland.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Yep. He's a regular Sussex fan. He's always all over the world, John, on various holidays and cruises and things. He says, I'm watching the coverage moored at... I can't pronounce this. Well, how would you pronounce that, Nicky? Bet you can't pronounce it. No, I can't. I'm just going to say he's in Greenland.
Excellent.
And he actually got in touch, Dave. We were talking about handball a little earlier on. He says it was because of handball in Germany that cricket had Kolpak players. Is that right?
Not quite. Yes, sort of. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Chapel in bowls. Also plays to mid-on, no run.
Kolpak was a Czech handball player. I didn't realise it was Germany, but there was a man called Kolpak.
Right, okay.
Because he went to court for the right to work in another part of the European Union. It was called the Kolpak Rule.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Of course.
I always assumed that stood for something. I didn't realise it was someone's name.
No, it was I don't know his first name, but it was a Czech handballer.
Chapel in and bowls. Oh, and he beats Allsop outside the off stump. And, well, on another day, Derbyshire might have picked up a couple of wickets here. There was a big LBW shout against Tom Allsop. Just playing a missing outside of one of the off stump. Sussex will be delighted if they go in today with a score nearly on 400 with 4 down, in a very strong position in the match. All set for a good day tomorrow. And the weather's set fair tomorrow at least. In comes Chapel and Bowles also works that into mid-wicket. There is no run.
Before you get any more messages,
Yeah.
Maroš Kolpak was in fact a Slovakian, not a Czech, and it was indeed a German court case.
Ah. Thank you, John. And if you're still listening over in wherever you are in Greenland. Sounds very nice, though. As Chapel wheels around, probably not as warm as it is here at Hove today. I'm told it was really quite warm in the middle part of the day. In comes Chapel round the wicket, Bowles, and also works that one down to fine leg and picks up a single. Does Tom Alsop? He goes to 68. Sussex to 385 for 4.
And now we know what Maroš Kolpak looked like.
Oh, there we are.
Because I don't know where Griff's listening. He just sent me a message. He just sent me a photograph of said Kolpak.
You never know who's listening, as they always say, Dave.
It's a concern.
Chapel round the wicket, Bowles, and Simpson defends into the offside and picks up a comfortable single. Does the Sussex skipper? He will pinch the strike, will he? Yes, he will. 4 overs left in the day. I'll do one more over with Dave, and then we'll let Nicky do the last 3 overs, and we're going to be done by 6 o'clock, Fletch.
Remarkable.
No. And actually, when you consider that at lunch Derbyshire had only bowled 28 overs, so in the 2 sessions since then they bowled whatever 96 minus 28 is, 68.
Could be.
So they've bowled 34 overs a session, which is 17 overs an hour, which is what you should be able to do, really.
Well, yes, you should.
I mean, I've never understood why in fact, Sussex last week were way behind, and then on the final day bowled spinners, and all of a sudden the over rate comes plummeting down.
Here is Dupavalon, who edges this, and it's been
Put
dropped by Wayne Madsen. Simpson, looking at the bottom of his bat, it very much was the toe end of the bat that the ball hit. Madsen, who's taken a couple of catches today already, could not hold on. It goes down as a half chance.
Yeah, I think it was a chance, wasn't it?
Yeah, looked like one. Another drop.
How many is that this season?
I'll get to it in a moment. Yeah. I've got individuals as well. I've got a hall of shame. But I'll tell you why I did it. Because in the first 2 matches that Derbyshire played this season, that Dupavalon is in, and that one just cuts back a little bit. Simpson leaves, and the ball goes through to Brooke Guest. Is that they would regularly drop 3 catches in the first half hour of championship matches, and I thought, well, I'm going to have to keep a record of this. I think that might be 26 now. Nye Donald has dropped his fair share. Wayne Madsen, but they're always going to be the ones who drop their fair share because they're in the slips. So
Yeah.
and a lot of them, but he's still admonishing himself now, Wayne Madsen, which rather suggests that he thinks he should have caught it.
It was a tough chance.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't one into the midriff. It was a difficult chance.
Comes Dupavalon again, bowls to Simpson, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump. He knows exactly where that off stump is.
He does, doesn't he?
John Simpson, he remains on 21.
This has been much better from Derbyshire with the new ball, isn't it? I mean, they've not got someone like Daniel Hughes who's after them, but they've got a much better line in the few overs they've had with this new ball.
Yes, I think that's fair comment. There's always that worry, isn't it, that the new ball will flash to all parts of the ground, which the first ball did, of course. Can't finish too much before 6 o'clock because I'm in the 6 o'clock news. I think we'll finish around 6 o'clock, which would be ideal. Here is Dupavalon then, halfway through his 13th over. That one is clipped nicely into the leg side. There's a chase around the boundary for Anuj Dal. He'll get there, pick up and return the ball. There might be a bit of a hurry on here. If that one had hit directly, I fancy there'd have been problems for Simpson, but the ball has clearly hit Simpson's bat, because Alsop's bat rather, because there was a chance of an overthrow there, but he immediately held his hand up to Simpson and said, no, we'll settle for the 2.
He's like lightning, Dahl, isn't he, across the outfield?
And if he can get that pickup right and the throw in quickly, well, batters are going to be in trouble, aren't they?
Yeah, brilliant.
He's very, very quick across the ground. 2 runs added to the total, 388 for 4. Simpson moves on to 23, and he waits now as Dupavilon is in and bowls. That one is left alone. It doesn't come back this time. Pretty much goes straight on through to the wicketkeeper, Brooke Guest. So 1 ball of the over now remains. England 308 for 7 now in the test match against Sri Lanka. Joe Root dismissed for 143.
Wow.
Gus Atkinson on 45. Matty Potts has joined him out in the middle.
It's useful you got your opening bowler weighing in at number 8 with some runs as well.
Taking on the Zach Chappell role. Glamorgan, that game won't last long. Leicestershire with 251 all out. Glamorgan already 27 for 2 at Sophia Gardens. As in comes Dupavilon again. It's a foolish delivery. It's left alone by Simpson outside the off stump. He's got his hands on his head. That didn't look as close to the off stump as some of them have. 388 for 4, 68 to Allsop, 23 to Simpson. Yorkshire moved on to 360 for 5 against Middlesex up at Headingley. And Northamptonshire are 116 for 2 in the 30th over of their innings, their first innings rather. They trail Gloucestershire by 9, but they are off the field at the moment. So it's either bad light or raining at Bristol. First Division, Surrey 332 for 5 against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. Lancashire against Hampshire. Hampshire 304 for 6 at Old Trafford.
Here we have it, Chappell from the CN running away from us now to Allsop, who's off the front foot and lets this one go through into the gloves of Brooke Guest. I suddenly sense a lot of calmness.
I've been quite calm all day.
Not
You
in
mean
here.
out there?
Out there, not in
Sorry.
here. We've been pretty calm in here.
Yeah, quite calm.
Apart from when I started suggesting that Adrian should get a piercing.
Yes,
but
he did look slightly scared by that prospect, didn't he?
I'll win him over by Saturday, as in comes Chappell again now, and Allsop's off the back foot, defends into the offside.
This is interesting, isn't it? And I don't have any more information than what it says on Cricket Info, but the Gloucestershire-Northamptonshire game where Northants are 116 for 2, trailing by 9 runs. Match delayed by the pitch condition, which is a very strange time of the day for the pitch condition to suddenly not be good enough to play first-class cricket on.
It's very bizarre.
12 wickets have fallen in the day, which isn't necessarily unusual. Perhaps it is dangerous, I don't know.
Chappell to Allsop now around the wicket, and this one let through into the gloves of Guest once again outside the off stump, probably say 5th stump line, as Allsop gets onto the front foot to let it pass. 2 slips in play. Some of the crowd have dispersed. It's a lovely Thursday evening down here by the seaside, as in runs Chappell again, away from us now, and Allsop forward, defends into the offside, and will pick up a single. Played that extremely late, so late that the ball actually bounced onto the ground and then bounced up again, so managed to time that really well.
So Gloucestershire tweeted, or posted rather, 37 minutes ago, play on day 1 of the match has been suspended, updates to follow. Then they tweeted 22 minutes ago they were currently awaiting the outcome of conversations between the umpires and the match referee.
Chappell to Simpson, who's forward and closes the face of the bat as the ball runs to mid-wicket.
And it's just been called a draw, Henry tells me back at base. And the game between Gloucestershire and Leicestershire, which has a bearing on Leicestershire's chances of getting into the playoff race, has been abandoned as a draw. Up to 12 wickets fell on day 1.
What's happened over there?
Don't know. We're going to have to do some more digging.
Do some digging. Become a detective. As Chappell runs away from us round the wicket. This is a fuller delivery. Simpson is off the front foot, drives into the offside. It's fielded by Dow. And it is also going to conclude the over. Sussex 390 for 4 at the end of 94 overs. Got 2 overs left in the day. I wonder what's gone on over there. How it's a dangerous pitch, but that's. I'm gonna have to look on the live page to see if there's any clues.
It is not Leicestershire at all, it's Northamptonshire. I beg your pardon. I say Northamptonshire. Yeah. A match abandoned, according to Andrew Adam, for foreseeable risk to batsmen as the new over from Darren Dupavillon begins. The ball is clipped into the leg side where it's fielded by Anuj Dal. Allsop moves to no, that was Simpson. Simpson moves to 25, 391 for 4. Yeah, the hybrid pitch has been deemed unsafe, according to Andrew Radd, who is the BBC Radio Nottingham commentator. And then 3 minutes ago, the match abandoned, umpires say a foreseeable risk to batters, says Andrew. So, interesting, very interesting, as somebody once said. Vasconcelos was hit on the hand earlier. Thanks, Henry. The last ball pops and smashes into Rob Keogh's hand as well. This one is wide of the off stump from Dupavillon and allowed to go through by Allsop to the wicket keeper. So yeah, it was the Vasconcelos tweet earlier, which obviously was that game where the ball had hit him on the hand and he'd retired hurt. Well, Rob Keogh's actually been hit on the hand as well. That was the last ball they showed on the live stream apparently. And well, play has been abandoned. That is remarkable.
May have to go revisit the live stream later and see.
Easy money for the commentators, of course, who'll get paid for all 4 days. It's like the dream scenario. It's Dupavillon on his way in now and bowls 2 Allsop, who goes back up on his toes, back towards his stumps and pushes it out into the offside where it's fielded by Nye Donald, I think.
Who was that between Northamptonshire and Gloucester?
It's Gloucestershire against Northamptonshire, yeah. You don't have time to watch all 90 overs that have been bowled today before the umpires deemed it unsafe, but it was a hybrid pitch. We had a hybrid pitch in use last week at Derby, and it played pretty well. There was the odd ball going up and down, that the usual kind of thing that you'd see from a first-class pitch. There was a bit of turn as well. There's Dupavillon, he's in and balls to Allsop, who pushes this one out into the offside. 1 over left after this, so 8 deliveries to go today. Remarkable. Not quite got to 6 o'clock, but we're not far off, so I'll start to panic in a moment. This has to be the quickest Derbyshire have bowled their overs in a day's cricket for many a year. Perhaps they've got tickets to the theatre. Oh yeah, that's a nasty one for Keogh, isn't it? That's a really nasty one. As in comes Dupavillon and bowls wide of the off stump, left alone by Allsop to go through to the keeper. I mean, Singdale is a quick bowler as well. Bowled to Rob Keogh. It was probably on a length and it's leapt and smashed into his right hand, and then the umpires have clearly decided enough is enough down at Bristol, which is not the kind of place you'd expect. Of all the places, Bristol is about as flat as you get. Yeah, some of the pitches there are absolutely dreadful. This one, the exact opposite. It's dangerous. Final ball of the Darren Dupavillon over, the final ball of his work for the day. He's bowled 13 overs and 5 balls, 1 for 58. He's on his way in now from the Cromwell Road end, and that one is left alone outside the off stump by Tom Allsop. He remains on 69. Simpson has 25. Sussex 391 for 4. We've got 1 over to go. It's already 6 o'clock.
It is. And another seamless changeover. Fletcher's going to go for the day. Thank you, Fletch. Been great to see you today. We shall see you tomorrow. Sorry? Yeah, we have. I don't think this is going to be abandoned. So there we are. That's the breaking news from Bristol. The game abandoned, presumably because the pitch was too dangerous. And Northamptonshire with a big quarter final in the T20 Blast coming up. I'm sure we're really pretty keen to. Well, you know, you can't play on a dangerous pitch. Mind you, there were 116 for 2. In comes Chappell, bowls to Simpson, who defends down the onside of the track. There is no run. Meanwhile, back here at Hove, 391 for 4. Sussex, if you're just switching on for the first time today, here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby, you'll be listening to Dave Fletcher, Nicky Chowdhury, myself, Adrian Harms. Very much Sussex's day. Derbyshire winning the toss, deciding to ask Sussex to bat, and saw them rack up an opening stand of 196 in just 36 overs. Tom Haynes making 72. In comes Chappell bowls. Simpson works into the offside. There is no run. But Daniel Hughes, the standout innings of the day. He made 144 with 18 fours and 3 sixes. Tom Clark made 37. James Cole's 30. Derbyshire have bowled a lot better as the day has gone on, but really before lunch. At lunch, the score was 161 without loss, just in 28 overs, which was really a reflection of how Derbyshire bowled, but they've improved considerably since then, picking up 4 wickets, but Sussex still in pole position as in comes Chappell round the wicket bowls, and also works onto the leg side. I think it's about Simpson rather works onto the leg side. There is no run. Sussex's day, Nicky?
Yes, definitely. Very much so, although Derbyshire have done a really good job, especially after lunch, for tightening the reins, bringing things back into their control, and safe to say, I'd say the last session and a half has been a lot better for. Yeah,
I mean, there's only been 81 runs in this session of 32 overs, so less than 3 and over in this session as Chappell is in bowls and Simpson works that to mid-wicket. But I think Sussex should just be pleased here. They've taken 8 overs out of the Kookaburra ball. They'll start tomorrow. It's meant to be a lovely sunny day tomorrow as well, and I'm sure they'll be looking to push on, get maximum points, and then put Derbyshire under pressure tomorrow.
Yes, definitely, and especially in comparison, as you just mentioned, 81 runs in now compared to what we saw this morning, when 81 runs just seemed to have just been cashed in, really.
Chappell bowls to Simpson, who drawls that into the covers, fielded by Harry Kame, who's been excellent in the field for Derbyshire today. Looks like we may well finish up with the maiden over.
This morning we almost seem to have blinked and Sussex had 80 runs on the board. So they finally got a little bit of control. Have Derbyshire later on in the day.
I'm sure Sussex will be thinking, well, they just need to see out this delivery. As in comes Chappell bowls to Simpson. So maiden over to finish the day, and Sussex close on 391 for 4. Incredible, really. We're finishing almost smack on time, which is very, very unusual in county championship cricket these days. Just